changes for the Warriors, just a couple, and then one for the Reds. It is that change that McCarthy's not available. They've dropped out Brandon Cougar from yesterday, and they've brought back a pretty decent fella to bring back in, Gareth Delaney.
Absolutely.
So he'll come in and he'll bowl a little bit today, but obviously he'll bolster the batting attack as well for the Warriors. A couple of changes for them. Obviously, Cian Hilton comes in, and Marcelo Pete comes in for Conor Alford. Okay, of course, we saw yesterday.
Yeah, struggled.
Picked up a little injury.
Yeah.
Yesterday. And Cian Hilton also comes in to the 11 for Jared Wilson. That ends the second. Just a one from that from Camphor. Pretty decent over again.
Was, yeah.
A huge amount of movement out there early. As you can hopefully see on your screens, the sun has really come out very nicely now. Clouds are white. We're almost a clear day today. So it'll should be a good day's cricket here. As I say, last game for these two. So it's the old thing of the last game of the season. You want to be going into it to an off season, haven't lost another game, particularly for the Warriors.
Yeah, I just think it's not priceless at that, but it's very, very valuable. Sort of levels it up. I know what's at stake for the Reds, but for the Warriors, as you say, coming off the back of last weekend and yesterday's defeat.
Nicked. Oh, just wide. Down. Is it wide of him or is it put down? You think that's gone to him?
Yeah, I think he put it down. Well, he seemed to have got something on it.
Camp for its second slip. Just watch him in the bottom left of your screen there. Yeah, I think that is. I think it's just gone to his left. It wasn't straight at him.
Yeah.
I think he passed a little bit late to it. Gets the nick there, but Wilson gets a life there.
Well stopped.
Yeah, well fielded indeed. Difficult for a big man like Manley to get down.
Yeah.
He's a wholehearted cricketer we've talked about. Rings out his hands there. Just looking up to the right here, Brady, if you know Brady. So the little benches up on the top of the cars park, and a few people have come out early here. Can't think of many places better to watch cricket if the weather's like this.
Short sleeves too, Ali, some of them.
Take it easy.
That's brave.
Take it easy.
Yeah.
That's start of September.
Yeah. What I do notice.
Oh, that's a lovely shot. That's a lovely piece of timing from Doheny. Really lovely piece of timing. That's him at his best right there.
Yeah.
Just lets the ball come on and lets the pace come onto the bat and works it behind point. Good balance again in the shot. There you can see all in control there. Let's run up the bank, which is pretty damp, so that will not help some of our hardy supporters that are in early today.
Yeah. I noticed our friend in the wee silver cars decided to park somewhere else now.
From yesterday, if you weren't with us yesterday, just to the left of those people up there. And car park is there. Oh, here we go. Here we go. We saw this yesterday. And the Scotland-Australia game, it was very well documented. Is Stephen Doheny doing a little bit of Oscars here? I think he's not, to be fair. I think he has got something.
He did back away now, to be fair.
If you didn't catch that yesterday, it was Mark Watt and a couple of players, Josh Inglis and Marcus Stoinis for Australia. Mark Watt does his usual bowling off 25 yards.
Yeah.
And when he did bowl the ball, he was well in front of the umpire, so it wasn't as if he was behind the umpire. And he bowled the ball, and it was almost, for me, it was well down the track. You can see that one. Doheny's pulled away a long time there.
Yeah.
But on that occasion yesterday, the ball was nearly 3-4 yards down the track before the batter actually pulled away, hit the stumps, because he was 3 or 4 yards away on the leg side, and they did call it a dead ball, but Scotland weren't particularly happy with that. That one, I don't think there was an issue there.
No.
Because Doheny has got something in his vision.
Bit of an insect in the eye, I think, maybe.
I think so. I quickly apologise. I was just going to say to make sure that Mark Hawthorne gets the bail back on.
Yeah. I don't know what Mark had signalled at the start of that there. He almost looked as if he was signalling a no ball. Oh, sorry, it wasn't Mark.
It was Gareth Morrison's at the striker's end, yeah. I think the players have handled that pretty well.
Yeah.
I think they're happy enough.
No issues.
It's genuine. So we're all set to get on their way again here. And they come back from Manley.
He's bang on the money at the minute.
Yeah, bowling a little bit fuller. Good length for today. I think they got a chance to move early.
Yeah.
So him and McCarthy are very good together. McCarthy a little bit quicker through the air. But a good acquisition for the Reds. Played for the Reds for some time now. Manley.
It'd be interesting to see if the left arm seamer who done very well bowling across yesterday gets a chance in these conditions too.
Yeah, his first game yesterday of the season for the Reds. Matthew Weldon.
Yeah.
Just overshadowed by Camphor probably for player of the match yesterday. He bowled really well. Took 2 for 13 or 15 I think yesterday.
Yeah, I just think the way PJ navigated both of those at the bottom end, I think, you know, it was very telling. But you know, we were both surprised when he took.
Yeah. He bowled 3 overs and Weldon had gone through those 3 overs and bowled really nicely, and then we thought, well, he'll just bowl out here. But that's it. It's a nice shot. Doherty will be fielded down there by that very man we're talking about. There he is.
Yep.
Matthew Weldon. But I suppose that's the art of captaincy, isn't it?
Well,
it's
that's right.
You know, when it's knowing when to make that decision when others are thinking like us. What are you doing?
Yeah.
And that's the vagaries of captaincy. It can go wrong, because if it does go wrong yesterday, the first thing people would be saying is why take a guy off who's bowling really well. But yesterday he did manage. He did the same with Camphor, as you say.
Yeah,
taking a wicket in his over and then brought Weldon back. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how long he goes. We've only had 3 overs, so a little bit premature at the minute. But it'll be interesting to see if he does give the left armour a run before long.
I mean, seam was definitely the option yesterday, the go-to option, and you could see that even. Dug it in. You could see that yesterday reflected when Conor Alford had to go off and the Warriors needed somebody to finish the over. It was Jared Watson they called in, and then they had to squeeze an over out of somewhere then. And
yeah, they did.
Scott went for a few when he came on.
I think you're right, but I think the spin in general bowled that well yesterday. Andy McBrien's latter spell.
Yeah.
He bowled 3 overs for very little.
That's right.
But apart from that, I think the spinners didn't bowl to their full potential yesterday in general.
Yeah.
I think it was a seam
Definitely.
day.
It seemed friendly for sure. And it's difficult to think it'll be anything. Well, not that there's a lot of quality on show with the spinners. I think it Mike Frost will bowl at some point.
Yeah, it'll be Frost and 3 spinners now in the left alone outside. That'll be the opening wide of the day.
He's actually getting a bit of drift there across. That's why I'm interested to see how the left armour would go probably from this end.
Yeah. So just those spinners today with Delaney coming in. Delaney, Mike Frost, and of course Ben White in the lineup. So no.
Spinners will have to bowl well then for the Reds. There's plenty of them.
There's plenty of them. Plenty of options for PJ Murray. You like to have that extra little option. That's Fuller and Driven. Half stopped in the covers. Right. We're just talking about Ben White. Gets his hand on it, so prevents the boundary. But does get another single. Overpitched that one a little bit. Definitely on the drive. So again, Not a massive amount of movement we've seen here early. A little bit quicker there, a little bit of effort in that one. Ralston defends. Yeah, I was looking at Gavin Ralston was up here for the Lightning game. He played really well that day against the Lightning. Got a half century against a pretty decent attack that day. And he looked really good. Couldn't kick on, but unfortunately that game was actually abandoned in the end. He's on the leg stump there this time. Ben White does field. Yeah, he looked really accomplished that day.
Yeah,
He's in control of his game.
He's had a very, well, I wouldn't say a spectacular season at club level, but I think Gavin's development has kind of incorporated a lot of this kind of standard of cricket as well. He's played for the Emerging Warriors and the Warriors this season, and you can just see it coming together for him.
Just work that down to third man. Oh, has it gone through?
Yes,
it has.
They have, yeah.
It has gone through. It's just gone over the boundary. I'll be disappointed with that. Just Manley, just we're talking about that little bit of dew. It'll be a little bit wet on the outskirts of the boundary there, just where the rope maybe hasn't taken it away, but he still will want to have. Yeah, just didn't get the feet in the right place there, I think.
Yeah.
A little look down to the ground as footballers usually do when they shank one into the stand.
Exactly.
Blame the pitch.
Well, you can see in front of us, even Ali, there's still a very clear glistening there that, you know, there would be quite a bit of moisture on the outfield still.
Yeah, you can see there in his hands, he's trying to dry the ball. He's still apologising. Is Manley. I suppose you could say that's 1-1 because you remember a couple of overs ago, Curtis Comfort put one down.
That's right.
So
yeah,
not the way the Reds want to go about their business, but
definitely not today anyway.
Nope.
Trying to keep the championship alive.
Yeah, they are, and probably make the point already that I'll go back to that game against the Knights, and they won comfortably in the end. They get a little bit hairy. Just talk about that in a second. Should be a dot ball again. Just a slight misfield this time from Frost. Yeah, go looking at that game. They were only chasing 170 odd, and they were cruising after 35 overs. Only needed another 20 or so runs, and that would have got them a bonus point.
Yeah.
But then the Knights just threw on Ross Adair, and he took 3 for none. And suddenly it was over at the 40th over, and the Reds lost their bonus point. And that, looking back now, that's going to be pivotal now.
Could be the talent factor, yeah.
If they were sitting on 14 today, all it would mean would be a win today. They wouldn't need to worry about points, and they'd go top.
Yeah.
And as I say, that's going to beat Frost this time. Gets out in the outfield, but late
trouble
call,
here.
Late call.
Throw just a bit high.
He just got that call back in time there to stop Ralston from going any further. As you say, the throw was a little bit high.
Still, overall, Ali, you would have to say that the fact that that Munster Reds are still in the position where they can win this has been great for the championship this year. One of the, obviously the newest side to the setup, but I've been very impressed with them now, I have to say. I thought they were very good yesterday.
Yeah, it's been difficult, as we sort of alluded to yesterday, that had a big turnover of players, not always through their own fault.
No.
It's always a little bit of issue with squad rotation and bringing other people into the squad. So they do have a core group, and losing a few players from injury. Obviously lost Delaney last few weeks has been difficult as well, but they've kept in, and I think it goes without saying, you mentioned the Warriors bowling. It's been the Reds bowling that has kept them in this tournament.
Very much so.
McCarthy and Manley at the top here. And then, as I said, the spin of White, that's hooked round the corner very, very nicely by Donny. Just helped it on its way.
too short from the bowler.
Yeah, and the direction as well. It meant that he didn't have to play a full-blooded pull or hook. Just able to let it come on and work it round the corner, and there's no chance of the man at fine leg. There he is, just forlornly watches that ball bounce off the nets.
Yeah.
A boundary to Dohney.
He's very good off his pad, Stephen. I find either side of the wicket, but particularly, he's very quick to get into position, get his hands into position.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I think it's his best attribute. He's in position. He's in position really quickly. Picks up the sort of direction and length of the ball really quickly. Just sometimes he's his own worst enemy.
Well,
he's really too good
yeah.
that he sometimes gets himself into his own, and talked about it at length here. But he's got off to a decent start here.
Has, yep.
12 off 19, and it's 21 without loss.
It's a good opportunity for him today, again, obviously, but as we've talked about in the past, it's the focus maybe getting through those 20s and 30s, and we watched that 80 down at Eglinton, which was very good, very, very good.
Good take from Metcalf, but it will be a wide.
Mark's quicker than George on the draw here.
Yep, he certainly is. Mark Hawthorne standing today, currently at the striker's end. It's Gareth Morrison, who was third umpire yesterday. There we go.
Oh,
just thrown out wide.
Yeah, another drag down.
Yeah,
a
little bit of a soft dismissal there, really. It wasn't, to be honest, much of a delivery from Camphor. He's just thrown it outside the off stump.
We seen that yesterday too. Seen it a couple of times yesterday on both sides.
Yeah, I just was talking about Ralston last week, how he lifts that back leg just as a little tick, a little tail that he has, and maybe just doesn't give him that 100% balance. And he's playing the shot, the hands were away from the body.
Just looked very wide. Yeah,
he's just thrown the hands at it there, and as I say, any movement at all early on here can sort of take the edge. He'll go to slip, or on that occasion takes an inside edge into the stumps, and a promising start for the Warriors. Immediately put to a halt with that wicket. And again, it's thing I've said about the Warriors quite a lot. A lot of times now they're not getting bowled out. As I say, the only one last week really maybe was Dohney, who nicked off to the keeper with a good ball.
Yep.
Other times it just seems that they're
getting themselves
out and giving wickets away, whether it be injudicious shots or not picking up length or leaving the ball.
Yeah.
They just seem to be giving the wickets to the opposition rather than being bowled out.
I think the worrying thing for Boyd Rankin will be that this is continuing to happen. It's quite repetitive. I don't know if or it's focus or concentration or what it is. I don't know, but I'll tell you, this is a big innings now for Liam Doherty, who's had a wonderful season domestically at club level. This is clearly a big step up. We're still waiting on him to show those same kind of fireworks at this level. We're not even looking for fireworks from today, just a big innings would do.
Just an innings, just to show capabilities. As I say, very good domestically this year, but that step up has been a little bit of a struggle this season so far.
Yeah.
Let's see what he can do here. There's a little bit of shape there for Camphor, that last ball.
It's in the air again.
He seems to have got a little bit of shape here later on. And this is third over. Say that ball that got Ralston did nip back a little bit, didn't do much, but to get the inside edge, that's all it needs to do.
Yep.
And the first couple there to Doherty are just moving away a little bit now. Again, work to do for Metcalf behind the stumps.
Camphor looks really good when he's in his rhythm. I mean, anybody can bowl a wide, that's fair enough. But the last couple of deliveries now, he's been probing away there, and Liam done this yesterday as well. It's a better leave. He was kind of uppity with a couple of shots yesterday, and at this level, just that one mistake's all you're going to need.
Yeah, you're not going to get away with it too often. So you've got to be just on your guard from ball one, really.
It's better.
That's nicely played. Yeah, he's stayed in line with that, and he's going to get 4, is he?
Nope.
Good work from Weldon. He's actually going to keep that down to 2. It's a good chase.
It's good work from
Matthew Weldon there. But that's a nice shot there from Doherty.
He just
didn't
leaned
overhit
into
it.
it. Yeah,
didn't overhit it and just let the ball come on. And as I say, just well balanced at the crease there and go chasing it.
No, we know what he's capable of. As I say, it would just be nice to see him get in here to start off with, get himself in. Most cricketers at this level are confidence players, aren't they, Ali, really?
Yeah, that's a good point. Confidence is a big thing. He's nicked that, and that should have been gone. That should have been 2 down, and Doherty should be away. And is he going to use that piece of luck?
Yeah.
Has flown. That's that effort ball from Camphor.
It's just in the air again from Liam. That's a good ball from Camphor.
That's regulation, really.
It's a bad miss.
Metcalf, it's regulation there.
Yep.
Just possibly didn't pick it up.
I think it was on him quicker than he expected as well, maybe.
I think it got to the batter quicker,
Yeah,
and it got to the keeper certainly a little bit quicker than he expected. And got a life, Liam Doherty there. It's a good ball, you have to say, as I say, a little bit of an effort ball.
Yeah.
From Camphor, and that's what he can do. He can lull you into sort of thinking that, I've seen him do it at international level as well, where you think, okay, I've got this guy at 80 mile an hour and I can cope with that, and then he cranks it up and gets an extra couple of miles out of it. Manley now. Back to Doherty. He's been standing at the other end watching that.
Yeah.
That last over. And that was a good over from Camphor, you have to say.
Plenty of batting walking around the boundary at the minute anyway, that's for sure.
Yeah. A few of the Warriors team just walking past us here. Yeah, I'd like to see a little bit more of that today now.
Yeah.
Just batting, let them bowl the bad ball to you. Bowl you a good ball, treat it with respect. Just work that 1s and 2s into the gaps and just try and build a score from there.
Yeah.
Doesn't always have to be boundaries.
In terms of our run rate, I mean, it's been a decent start from the Warriors. It's hard to know what would be a competitive score here today, just at the minute.
Call for 2. They're going to get it. It goes to the left of Weldon.
It's good running now.
Yeah, just exactly what your point. I think the point you're making there is it's hard to know what a score is most of the time, but especially today, because you really don't know what you're going to get here from these guys. As we've talked about for the past few weeks, good cricketers, good interprovincial cricketers at this standard. They proved they can play at this standard for many years, most of them.
Yep.
But you just don't know what you're going to get at the minute.
I think it's for the Warriors, it's just surviving this early. The first hour, I think if they can, get themselves into a decent position, that first wicket down doesn't help. But and just as you said at the start of or at the end of the last over, should have been 2. Liam's very fortunate still to be there.
Yep.
The fact that he now needs to crack on, and maybe it will free him up.
Yeah, he's just got to use that does seem to still be playing quite hard at the ball.
Yeah.
And that's that aerial shot you're looking at. I mean, he's susceptible to me
Yep.
to lift those balls into the cover because he's playing really hard at it. You look at Doherty and he's letting the ball come on to him a little bit more. Doherty seems to be just that extra like 6 inches.
Trying to force it a bit more.
Force it a little bit more.
Yeah. There he is again. Same shot again.
I couldn't have scripted that any better.
Correct.
Bit of Nostradamus there. It's gone straight out to the covers, exactly as we've talked about. And I'm going to see it now if it's carried.
I don't think so this time.
Just going to check if it's gone to Andrianatis. He's sort of indicating that it's...
Hard to tell.
It's tight. That is tight. It's just on the half volley. Unlucky for the Reds. He's maybe just I'm just watching him now at that cover position. He's taking an extra 2 steps. If he was in that position, that was it. But that's exactly what I'm talking about right there. And that's the opposite. Letting the ball come on and letting it just working it down for a single, get off strike, get down the other end, have a look.
That's probably 3 occasions now that Liam has played hard at the ball and been very fortunate to survive. He needs to learn from that.
Well, just that last ball shows, it's a little bit shorter, granted. He's let the ball come on to him. You maybe even see him there. He's looking as if he's thinking about it a little bit, but no better man to talk to him.
Of course.
The other end. Having a quick chat. And I kind of listen. I can totally understand he'd be nervous. He'd be wanting to do so well. And that creates a little bit of tension in your batting. So it's easy for people to say, just relax and play your game. But, he's stepping up and people like us are saying you've got to score runs today. Things like that, and people are watching. So you can understand a little bit of tension, but...
Yeah. Well, as I say, I think he just needs to get through this phase.
Mixed bag here from Camphor again.
It is,
Just drifting down the leg side. I'll get Doherty down the other end as they take the single as well as the wide. Nicely played. Mike Doherty again. Just lets it come on and works it into the outfield. Again, just pops down halfway, quick word or two to Doherty.
Better.
Yeah.
Right behind it, solid.
No bad thing that, just to show the bowler.
Yeah.
Good forward, strong defensive shot. Could sometimes be just as important, just as a signal. Gets the width. He'd be a little bit unfortunate there. Picks out the fielder there. Timed that one nicely, but went nicely on the bounce to Frost at point.
I think you've picked up on something there, Ali, that the 2 batsmen are now in constant communication. Now, I think Stephen's doing a very good job here. Talking them through pretty much every ball.
Just popping down every ball or so. Maybe that's exactly what he's saying there again.
Yeah.
Just letting it come on a little bit more. Playing it behind square. Maybe for the next few overs, just bed yourself in here.
He's good enough to score runs if he's in, if he's got his eye in. He has the game, there's no question about that.
Good loud call from Doherty.
Didn't
only see that man there. The next over. That's a good leave. Happy enough to let that go.
Yeah, that's fine.
And that ends the 8th over. And the Northwest Warriors tick along now. 37 for 1 after 8.
Are we going to see a bit of spin?
Well, we did see
No.
a few motions there from behind the stumps at the end of that over. Not sure who it was at. I think it's more the next over.
Yeah,
He's
maybe
going to
so.
continue.
Yeah. I think with 3 spinners on your side that you're going to have to see one of them soon.
Well, yeah, it's obviously, as I say, we've got Weldon, but Manley usually bowls 6 or 7 in his opening spell. But again, we go back to it. No McCarthy today, who would,
That's right.
you'd be probably looking, if McCarthy was in the side, say, as a normal, he'd be bowling 6 or 7. They'd get through 12 to 14 with these two.
Yep.
Playing a miss. Liam Dougherty.
I don't think we'll try and second guess the skipper today. I'm certainly not going to do that.
Yeah, got one up on us yesterday.
Yeah, well thought out yesterday.
See them right here. PJ Moore's in deep conversation with Curtis Camphor at slip. Field.
Is there much left in the NCU season, Ollie?
There's very, very little left. Everything's decided now at the weekend there.
Okay.
Morningstown won their 2 games at the weekend. The one on Saturday pretty much clinched the title.
Yeah.
And they won again on Sunday, so they've clinched it. Yet another, I could be wrong, I think it's their 35th title or something. That's something ridiculous.
That's ridiculous, yeah.
But yeah, they've won the league title. Again in the NCU, pretty solid side to be fair. They've had a few injuries. That's better. That's better. That's just what we're talking about. And as I say, they've come through well. Warringstown early season, obviously they like the challenge in the Irish Senior Cup, but got beaten by Marion in that. And but they have won another league title, and sadly to say, my own club has been relegated from the Premier League.
Oh dear.
Yeah, Carrickfergus, unfortunately, after 10 or so seasons in the league, they've been sent down to Section 1.
I was wondering why David Street had the black armband on there, Ollie, behind us.
He definitely won't have the black armband on. I've got about 3 or 4 on, but he definitely won't be. The only thing it will mean that he can't abuse me next year. So yeah, and it's going to be looking very, very like Temple Patrick will be coming up into the Premier League for the first time in a very, very long time.
Yeah.
So guys at the Cloughan have done well this year. It's rebuilt the team. So it'll be a new team for the Premier League next year by the look of it. It's not quite confirmed yet, but
no,
pretty certain that Temple Patrick will be coming up. Oh, that's a beauty.
Very well bowled.
That's a beauty. It's cut Doheny in 2 there. He's looked pretty secure this morning.
He has.
It's the first one he's really struggled with, Stephen Doheny. See that one again from Manley.
That's really well bowled.
Yeah, let's nip back. And you can see a little bit unlucky that he didn't get an inside edge either to the keeper or indeed on to the stumps. And a good comeback from Stephen Doheny, covered that one.
Yeah.
Gets it into the offside single. 39 for 1.
Matthew Weldon going through his routine, his warm-up routine. It'll not be long before we see him as well.
Yeah, I actually thought he might have come on now, but going to be Camphor again.
Yep.
Yeah, so just to close out on that, obviously the senior cup then went to Muckamore.
That's right, yeah.
Which was a really big thing for them in the 150th year. And of course, Lisburn won the T20 and the NCA, and then went on to win the All Ireland T20. So, all in all, good season in the Northern Union.
Yeah, and a decent season as well for the Knights in this competition.
Yeah, I think Coach Simon Johnson will be. It was a quick run. It's a good one. Simon Johnson will have been pretty pleased with the first half of the season.
Yeah.
Certainly in the IP50, 3 wins from 3 at home. Since then, but since they've come back, just lost a wee bit of focus maybe, and to be brutally honest, played really poorly down in the Mordike. That was their chance to win the title there and then.
That's right.
They played poorly that day. I think they'd be first one to hold their hands up that day. 40 for 6 or something like that. Just an inside edge there from Doherty. Gets away with it for a single. But yeah, I think the standout player that day, and possibly in the IP50 this year, is Ben Callitz.
Yeah.
He's really stood up. He's got the 2 highest scores in the tournament so far. So he's one to look out for next week, and soon he'll be playing for the Knights next week in that big game against the Lightning.
Yeah, I would have thought so. That break, as you say, a lot, 2 months nearly.
Yeah, just with the test match obviously involved and things like that, it just was good 68 weeks of a break in the pros. And
takes a wee bit of coming back from that, maybe.
yeah, well, obviously we've talked about squads and things. Players can come back and get injured or be taken away to other things, and suddenly you don't have the same team you had pre-break.
You certainly don't have the same momentum, anyway. That's the thing.
That's a good leave. Again, there's a wee bit of shape there. Good leave. Yeah, and it's something, obviously it has to happen because the test match right in the middle of it, you can't play.
Yeah.
You can't play in fixtures and things like that, and obviously with our ground availability and club game still has its place, and you can't just kick teams off their own ground and things like that. So
exactly right.
It's difficult to get the fixture list exactly perfect.
It's a great shot.
That's a great shot.
Super shot.
Yeah, if you watch that again, just look at the difference in balance here between the two.
Right on top of this.
Just lets the ball come right in his arc. Doesn't go chasing it, lets it come on. And the head is absolutely still when he makes contact there. That's the best shot we've seen today.
Yep.
Doherty moves into the 20s.
Say no more.
Yeah.
We'll let him roll.
One ball coming left in the power play. There you can see a little bit of shape, especially after it beat the bat or went past the batter. But a good leave again from Doherty. So 10 overs gone. You have to say Doherty's looked good here. 20 not out, 45 for 1. Doherty's still there, struggling a little bit, but he's still there, fighting away. He's on 12. And a pretty even Stevens power play, you would say, 45 for 1.
I would have thought so, yeah. I think that probably both sides be happy with that. I think you summed it up quite nicely, Stephen Doherty. Off to another very good start. Liam has looked a wee bit edgy, a wee bit tetchy, but still there. And 12, if he's here for another 5 or 6 overs, he will have the chance to build on that. So it's about scraping through.
Well, that's what we've talked about. We've talked about it. You know, too many have given it away.
Yeah.
And we can't complain then that he is still there. It's just as you mentioned, just a matter of can he kick on now and just grow into the innings and just look a little bit more at ease. He's got spin to deal with now.
Yeah.
Mike Frost. The ball from the Mason Road end as he did yesterday. So he wasn't at his absolute best yesterday for me. A couple of balls quite slow into the pitch, which were head out to deep mid wicket. See how he gets on today. And Doherty will get down the other end straight away. with a single out to deep point.
Likely to be a different challenge now for the batters when you have left arm spinning, potentially left arm seam coming. Different angles to deal with now, of course.
Yeah, big change up from what they've been watching for the first 10 overs. Right arm seam, although obviously two different heights. Still right arm seam. It's going to be different for them now. On target from Frost. PJ Moore's at slip. And just a regulation field. That's Nicola Downguard. He's at mid wicket. I've got a long off. Put one down the ground.
Just touching on your conversation to finish off on that point, about ground availability and you know, club cricket to play as well. It's been very much the same here, and I think when you're, you know, one of the things we've developed and targeted has been youth cricket and women's cricket, but you're still using the same number of grounds.
Oh, absolutely.
You now have more teams to accommodate on the same number of grounds, and I think overall, certainly in the northwest, that's been an issue. You can develop and keep developing, but all it does is cram your programme full.
Quite lucky here, Brady, obviously, with
2 pitches, yeah.
with the second pitch up on the top.
That's a lovely shot. That's 6.
He's just swept that on line. But has given it the full treatment. No thoughts of a paddle sweep there.
Nope.
He's given it the, as I say, the full swing of the bat. He's got that away. See it here, just drifting down leg side a little. Well over the boundary for 6 of the day. Gets past the 50 mark now. And this the 11th over. And defended. So 53 for 1 from 11. So yeah, it's a really good point that, you know, look at the football now. A lot of football clubs going to 3G pitches, and it means you can use it time after time after time. It's an income revenue source as well. Other clubs can play on it, kids can play on it. You're not really affecting the ground. Cricket's a different animal completely, you know, because it doesn't matter if you're an under 11 girls, boys team or an interprovincial team, you're still playing on the same surface. And yes, you've got artificial wickets and things like that, but ground availability, it's real. It's a real difficult one because you want kids to be able to play cricket. It's not just
100%.
throw them into the nets and get on with it, you know. You want them to play actual games of cricket.
100%. And where we've been slightly fortunate is because geographically, most of our clubs are sort of on each other's
quite close to each other
doors. And it means then that we can play Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Change of bowling. Matthew Weldon, really impressed with him yesterday. He bowled from this end and was very good at actually moving the ball across, well, certainly across the right-handers, and I would expect it'll be the same today.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what line he bowls here. And starts with a big dirty listener.
A freebie, which only goes for a single to get away with it. As I said to you yesterday, I hadn't seen much of this young lad at all, but was very impressed with him yesterday. Once he got into his stride, and he caused any amount of problems, because I don't think, as we agreed yesterday, I don't think the Warriors batters coped with them or knew what to do with them.
Not sure they could line him up in the way that he obviously left armour.
Lined that up.
Liam Doherty has absolutely lined that up indeed. A little bit short, and talked about him growing into his innings, and
he was on that very quickly.
That was the key there, that he picked up the length really quickly. Nobody out, no spaces, so it's a reasonably safe shot unless you really get a top edge on it.
All of a sudden Liam Doherty has now moved past Stephen.
Yeah, that's 6 and 4 in the last 2 overs. Today's a different day for Weldon. He went for many boundaries, if any, yesterday.
He's searching for his line here at the minute, isn't he?
Yeah, well, that's what we were talking about. His right arm yesterday was Manly Camphor coming right arm, and right arm batters are used to right arm bowlers. They can line them up pretty quick. As soon as you get a left arm bowler, possibly as you mentioned, one you haven't seen before, then it's difficult to get your eye alignment to sort of pick him up, and he got through those 4 overs pretty quickly. Now today, obviously, he's got 10 to bowl possibly, so they may be able to pick it up a little bit. Ooh, that's a little bit lucky there. Just be one. I'm always fascinated these days with you see a new bowler coming along in international cricket, and Ireland with Scotty Irvine, who's one of the best in the business now, analyst.
That's right. Yeah.
You know how quickly you can get a guy who has never bowled in international cricket before. Somebody comes on, he plays 2 games, and everybody knows everything about him. How he bowls the ball, how he moves it. You know, analysts can slow down all these things. And within 2 games, batters are able to say, well, I can pick his off breaks or his googlies or whatever. And how they do that so quickly now. So, as I said, what I was really getting at there was obviously they might have just watched Matthew Weldon. These two would have certainly definitely batted yesterday when Weldon was bowling. So we'd have been watching him for, it was only 3 overs, 4 overs maybe. But they've watched him for 3-4 overs, and then maybe back today and saying, I watched him doing this, and if you watch him, he cocks his wrist or whatever it may be. Just to pick up a few little things.
I just don't think he's hit the same line as he did yesterday early on.
He's pitching it on middle and just letting it go across.
Correct, it was sliding right across,
That's the end of his first over. Not the worst over, but it's gone for 7. As I said, yesterday he was right on the money from pretty much first up. He'll have time to go into his spell. There again, another sign of, you can just see on your screen there to the left, Ben White. He's cleaning the studs with a bail. Sort of indication again that there is still a little bit of moisture right there still. So just a little break here. The players, I think Stephen Tully just fixed his grip there a little bit. We're all set now again. 61 for 1 from 12, so going at just over 5. There's a couple of boundaries from Doherty.
I suppose we're in an era now where they're back to using one grip. Ali, do you remember a number of years ago when bats weren't just weren't as good?
Grips.
Yeah.
Cut into the offside for 1. Yeah, it was the old who's got the cone. To spend 20 minutes trying to get another grip on top. It used to be the same grip, same colour.
That's right.
Everybody bought the same colour grip.
That's right.
Football boots always used to be black. I don't see a player black football boots now. Everybody's got their own grip.
Yeah. We have a pair of black cricket boots, but that's how you're spotting players.
Yeah, Caramelli yesterday, Yeah. There's the dulcet tones of Josh Manley you can hear. He's got a good bit of encouragement for his teammates. Nicely bowled from Frost.
Not much to hit there.
Well, this is okay on both sides. Obviously, Red's quite content to dot this up. They love a wicket now, but Warriors need to worry too much about it. He's happy to defend, and that's what we talked about a few overs ago, about if they bowl a good ball, just defend it.
Yeah, that's right.
That. We got 50 overs today. It's not a T20 game. 50 overs, and see yourself in here. These two have now got themselves in. This is the time we've talked about. You've got yourself in now. There's a bit of half glass empty here for me. Just like to see Doherty bat now.
Yeah,
he's hit those 2 4s or 4 to 6. Like to see him bat now and get to 40 and 50.
This is definitely a big opportunity for him now, because he did ride his luck a bit early on. For his first 10 or 12 runs, he definitely rode his luck. But we know the quality he has, and hopefully he'll start to show it now. Well cut off, actually.
Yeah, I thought I was going to get round. I thought I was actually going to beat him for a bit there, but he's got round well. Count for there. Gets round, but again, a bit more of an authoritative shot.
Yeah.
From Doherty, a little bit more foot and head movement towards it there.
Just climbed into that.
Oh, he's beating the man at mid-wicket, and that just pops up the hill there. Very similar to the shot he played in the previous over.
I think young Weldon needs to look at his length as well as his line just at the minute.
Yep. It's a little bit shorter than he was bowling yesterday, and that the same runs away. There's nobody out at all in that area. Just that man at mid-wicket, and if Doherty can beat that man, he's going to get 4. He's definitely picking up length.
Well, he seems more comfortable. He seems more comfortable, doesn't he, when he's able to be aggressive. I think this is how he likes to play.
Well, it is. Just with the rate of runs he's got at the minute.
Yeah.
I just would like to.
Yeah, see more from him.
And
just too much. Yeah.
Just play a little bit of cricket here for a while.
Yep.
We'll see. It's easy to point out he's gone 6-4-4 here in the last couple of overs.
That's a beautiful shot. That's the shot of the day there for me, so far.
Yeah, he's got his hands through that. It's over pitched wide, half volley, but kind of put them away, and he said he climbed into the last couple of balls. He climbed into that one. He's picked that up again, picked the length up really well.
It was very wide.
Yeah.
I didn't realise just how quite wide that was.
Puts it away
Bit
really
of a freebie.
nicely.
Yep.
Yeah, he's put it away really nicely. This time a little bit of pressure on the bowler.
It's well stopped again. Curtis is in the game here.
Well, that's a good thing for Doherty, for me.
Yeah.
Curtis Camphor's in the game because he's at mid-off, and that tells you that he's starting to play.
Yeah, he's playing straight.
Into that. I mean, the last ball obviously there was dictated where you'd play it. It was so wide and half volley length, but seems to be driving down the ground a little bit better.
And that would be an expression of his confidence coming together a wee bit too.
Guess who?
And again.
Yep, and different day, young Matthew Weldon. Going for as many runs in his 2 overs so far as he did in his 4 yesterday. Well, plenty of time for him to,
of course,
to come back.
Yeah. I definitely think the Warriors have been more than happy with this start, Alistair.
Yeah, definitely. These two have knuckled down here. As you mentioned, it a little bit of a difficult start for Doherty. Doherty's looked good, but for me today, 71 for 1. Closing in on it. 50-run partnership. I want to mention it. Too early, possibly. And there we go. There we go.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
There we go.
Total loss of concentration there. Charge.
Yeah. And I think the little punch of the pitch when he's been stumped tells you everything you need to know there.
Yeah.
Spoken a little bit too soon. 49-run partnership, just needed the single. And for me, there's aggression, and then there's aggression.
That's another wicket thrown away, as we talked about earlier on today. I mean, that's just what that is. That's
and even the shot itself.
Just no need.
Yeah, if you want to come down the wicket, maybe that's not a bad tactic. But the shot itself then became a little bit of a hoik, and as I say, just disappointing for Liam Doherty. He got through the early jitters, let's say, and started to play a few nice shots.
Yeah.
Got himself to 34. And okay there. If he got down the track and maybe wasn't there,
yeah,
going to have that ability to check out.
Yeah.
And either defend it or just knock it down the ground for one.
Just a disappointing finish. He had done all the hard work.
Yep. Just a wee bit of a premeditation there. I'm going,
yeah,
and I'm going to go.
Maybe confidence does strange things to people.
So Ken Hilton out in the middle now.
Yeah.
He's come back into the side today. Missed out in the T20 yesterday. Played fairly regularly.
He kept wickets.
Did he? Start of the season, yeah. He kept wicket. He's a keeper, but pretty decent fielder as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's I would say, for his first season in interprovincial cricket, he is, I think, steady would be the report card.
Yep.
Hasn't torn up any trees.
No, not
score-wise, but and he's not going to turn up any trees today.
Nope.
Played all round that one. A little bit of a quicker ball from Mike Frost, and he's got through Hilton there, who is just gone for a duck there. You can see how dejected he is. Holds the bat and just he's pretty dejected with that.
I'm going to hazard a guess that this is exactly what happened yesterday. 71 for 1 became 71 for 3.
It's not far off it. They've lost 2 in an over. You can see here he's just fired that one through a little bit.
Yeah.
Just nicks off the pad onto the stumps, but I think it's the pace that's beating Hilton there.
I think Kane's tried to pull that round to the leg side. Just
skidded on a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's just happening too many times, too many wickets in short bursts. And from a position of, I wouldn't say strength at 71 for 1, but certainly in the ascendancy.
Yeah.
Now you look at 73 for 3 and all the jitters come straight back again.
Exactly.
And this guy coming out the bat, he'd have been sitting there thinking I could come in here at 150 for 3. With about 20 overs to go maybe, and go out and give it a good go. Now all the pressure heaped back onto Scott Macbeth. 2 wickets and 3 balls. Suddenly Mike Frost is going to...
He's got his tail up, hasn't he?
A bit of a step now.
Yeah.
Well, that's strange for me. I know it's Scott Macbeth and he likes to go downtown, but second ball. I've just lost 2 wickets in the over. Going to send it off all the way back. I'll be looking to keep Mid off up and
put a bit of pressure on him, maybe to hit
over
the
balls.
top.
You can go over the top if you want. Can just go straight down the ground. Get himself off the mark, but
yeah, I think Scott's the kind of guy would take that on too, even early on.
There's the over. Turns this game on its head. 2 wickets. 6 dots.
Maiden,
Double wicket maiden. 71 for 3.
a good effort, I have to say, from Frost. Very good. He's bowled very well.
He bowled
in
decent,
his 3 overs.
Yep.
And it's definitely the spin that we were trying to figure out. There we go.
Yeah, so again, okay, they lost Rolston reasonably earlier, bowled by Camphor, but then that good partnership between Doherty and Doherty, 49, comes to an end with a little bit of a head rush from Liam Doherty, and then Cian Hilton goes for naught, leaves us at 71 for 3. So Matthew Weldon continues, just loses his footing a little bit there, I think. Give him the benefit of the doubt as he sprays that one down the leg side for a wide. Again, I hate to use the word, but I think the Warriors this year, just using it time and time again, we're now in a rebuild phase.
Yeah.
We keep using that phrase.
We do.
Rebuild, rebuild. Optimistic from the bowler there, I think.
I think that was aimed at the umpire rather than the bowler.
Yeah.
Well, and the wee nod from Mark.
Well wide that time.
Matthew Weldon just hasn't got his line right at all in this spell.
Yeah, yesterday he was, as I say, bowling, pitching on, middle and leg and letting it just nip across. Yeah, it's bound to affect Stephen Doherty here.
Wickets
going
falling.
along nicely, and then he's standing at the other end watching a couple of partners come and go. You know, bound to affect the way you're batting.
For sure.
Thought processes. I thought you made a really good point earlier about him almost just negotiating Liam Doherty through that first 4 or 5 overs, just every ball, just having a little chat with him. Nothing. I'm sure it wasn't too technical or anything like that. It was just a little thing to say,
stay here,
stay, you know, hang around, get in line or whatever. Every ball, just making sure he was focused or forgetting about the last ball even, or just having a little chat with him. It was good work from Doherty. I'm sure we've got 1 or 2 of the Knights and Lightning watching in today. Very interested in this game. Say the Lightning can be involved next week. Could be out of the contest if the Reds get a bonus point. They cannot win then. But both sides probably hoping that the Northwest Warriors can do them a favour today.
Yeah.
We'll leave it all up to next week then.
Be nice to have that game going right down to the wire.
Yep, just going into the last day. It's probably going to be that anyway, because if the Reds win, then obviously the Knights will have to win with that bonus point. Then they'll have to beat the Lightning. But yeah, that's it. Oak Hill, I think, next week.
Yep.
Double header, T20 match and an IP50. The Knights are current holders of that IP50, and I know for sure they won't want to give that up.
True. It's a lovely ground, Oak Hill as well, Ali. It's scenic and picturesque. It's not a ground for driving past, mind you. I took Connie McAllister down one year. We ended up in Wexford.
I was going to say you could blink and miss it. So Macbeth trying to face his first ball, so 2 slips in for Weldon. Nicely negotiated by Macbeth. They hand the over, a couple of wides, a single. So it's 19 off Weldon's 3 overs. After 16 overs then, the Warriors have moved on to 74 for 3. Players are going to take a little break for a drink, and myself and Lawrence are going to do very similar, and we'll be back with you in just a couple of minutes. Welcome back everyone to this IP50 game between the Reds and the Warriors. Just had a drinks break after 16 overs there. 74 for 3 as you can see. Stephen Doherty on 24. Scott Macbeth just to the crease on naught at the moment. And we're just about to get underway here. I just had some news through this morning. Not great news of certainly an ex-international player and inter-pro player from Leinster, Simi Singh. Simi's just picked up a little bit of an illness and he's struggling a little bit at the minute, so just from everyone at Cricket Ireland, everyone involved in Irish cricket, we know Simi's been around Irish cricket for many years, a great player for both his clubs and the Leinster Lightning and indeed Ireland. I think he had 53 ODI caps for Ireland, and we just wish him all the best, thinking of his family, and hopefully that he can sort of recover as quickly as possible. So everyone at Cricket Ireland, all the best wishes to Simi Singh.
Yeah, and the same from everyone in the Northwest as well, Ali. Very much so. Sorry to hear that this morning, but yeah, hopefully there'll be good news to follow.
As I say, just these news things come through, the breakthrough, and social media these days pick it up.
Yeah.
And as I say, just hopefully get a bit of treatment and the recovery's good for Simi Singh. So back here, Mike Frost's going to continue after that double wicket maiden in the last over that he bowled. Nice feet from Doherty, gets him in position. Out to Andrea Nadas out there.
Stephen's been very deliberate, I would say, slow and deliberate this and he's had to adjust his game, obviously. As you were pointing out, there's been so much activity at the other end.
Yeah, I'm always interested what a drinks break discussion might have been. Nicely bowled. Frost just dragging Macbeth outside of his line there, out into that probably 5th, 6th stump line.
All of a sudden, batting's become more difficult again.
It seems it. Just that early innings. See PJ Merrill slip there. Straighter line and good call from Doheny. That'll seem like an innocuous single.
Yep.
But I think that's good work from Doheny. Get down the other end.
Yeah.
He's a set batter. He's been looking the most comfortable out there. Just to have that. Now, so I've got to get on strike here. I'm going to take a wee bit of pressure off here. Pick up one again. So 3 singles from that Mike Frost over. The first one after the drinks break.
He's bowled very well so far now, Mike Frost.
Yeah, I think he's bowled better than yesterday.
He has, yep.
He's much more on his line and length and pace as well. That ball that got Hilton particularly a little bit quicker.
Yep.
Through the air. 2 for 12 from his 4 today. Well, some spinners like the bowl in that, 10 overs. And
that's right. Yeah.
I think Andy McBride's certainly one of those. He likes to get into a full spell and bowl at least 6, 7, 8 overs, if not
the whole lot.
The full heap.
Yep.
Like he likes to work out a batter. So
I think it's his own rhythm is as important to Andy. Once he's in it, he likes to stay in it. So.
They've gone up. Oh, he's giving it. He's giving it out.
Oh.
After a long delay.
I don't think that the batsman's overly happy with that decision.
Well, he looks across, just a bit of a nod, and these days I'm not 100% sure, but I mean, Ollie Metcalf throws that ball up in the air, but these days I think keepers are nearly part of their training is to learn to throw the ball up in the air,
especially a wide ball. No, he's not happy.
It looked a long way down the leg side. Get a look at it here. Take your own mind up if you can see what's happening here.
There was a slight deflection now on the ball, to be fair.
Well, a complete contrast between the keeper and the bowler there. The bowler completely not interested.
Yeah.
Did look to be a little bit of movement from the ball. But as I say, a complete contrast from keeper to bowler.
Yeah.
Bowler didn't even look at the umpire.
No. I honestly thought it was one of those ones where you go up to try and save yourself a run from a wide ball.
Yeah. But I mean, he was a really exuberant.
Yeah.
Throw the ball up in the air from Metcalf, and if he's burgled that wicket, it's difficult to tell without the old snickometer.
Well, it is, yeah.
But if he has burgled that wicket, then his captain will be thankful. But he's gone. I mean, we haven't even talked about that. He looked imperious there today. That looked head and shoulders above anybody out there so far. And
I know we're critical of him at times getting out in the 20s and 30s, but I wouldn't be critical today now, I have to say. I mean, even if he did get a feather on that, it'd be very unfortunate.
Very much so.
And again, I just, I was just kind of nodding to you there before that ball. I still think young Wilton's struggling with his line here quite badly.
I mean, it wasn't a great ball.
No, it wasn't.
And he would be the first to admit that he's, and maybe that's why he didn't even appeal, because it was such a bad ball. He thought he'd bowled a wide, but it's picked up a wicket for him, and it means another mid-20 score for Doheny.
Yeah.
After playing so well today, as I say, just for me, he looked the most comfortable.
He did.
Out there.
But again, it's the Warriors fighting themselves 4 down before they've got to 100.
Yeah.
That's pretty much been the picture for the season, hasn't it, really?
Definitely. It's been pretty much that way the whole season, as you say. Driven by.
It's well stopped. Badly stopped.
Gets a hand on it.
Yep.
And then gets a bit of help from Andy Naris, who keeps it down to the 1, but a nice shot from Andy McBride to get him off the mark. Coming in at 6 today, skipper. Has been down as low as 8, I think, 7 and 8 this season.
It's a freebie.
Total freebie there. Scott Macbeth doesn't even have to move from that. Just lets that come onto the bat, hits it through the offside, and yeah, struggles for Weldon. Continue a little bit today. Yeah, as comfortable a 4 as you're going to get there.
There's nowhere else to put that, is there? Scott Macbeth, definitely. Well, the two of these guys are key now. And it's your old-fashioned rebuild we're after again, Alan. That's well bowled. Now, that's
the
decent.
line.
Yeah.
It's kept a little bit low, but that's the line he's looking. Gets it by. Ends the over. Eventful one.
21 runs for 3 wickets in those last 5 overs. Kind of tells the story, and a similar story to yesterday, and last weekend, and
yeah, well,
even
even yesterday, as we talked about, 69 opening partnership, and then suddenly we looked up and they were 100 for 5.
Yeah.
After another 6 overs and a T20 game losing, it was just a wicket at least every sort of 10 balls yesterday.
Yeah.
And just something similar today. We've lost 3 there, as you mentioned, in the last 5 or so overs. I wonder will they look to spin at this end as well.
I think that would probably be that. I mean, if you've got 3 in, if they've got 3 spinners in the lineup, and especially with young Weldon struggling so much, they've got the Warriors where they want them.
There's that quicker ball again from Frost.
Yeah.
You can see he just lets us, doesn't come over the top quite as much in his quicker ball. Bowls at a little bit of a different angle. That one fired down the leg side.
Same again, and they got the treatment this time.
Oh. Yeah, get the old VAR out for that one.
Yeah.
If they're going to ask, I think. Hawthorne at square leg seems happy enough. Again, even that if that's Brigade against Eglinton, or that's going into,
that's in the Limavady Road. Yeah,
that's going into into orbit there.
Yeah.
But just with the pressure that's on, playing at this level, and the amount of runs that they've got on the board, the wickets down, just holds back a little bit. That.
That's a better shot.
That's a nice shot. They've moved the man out to long off, but he won't be able to keep that down to a single. Nice shot, that.
It won't bother Scott Macbeth, as I said yesterday as well. It won't bother him if he's not scoring. He has enough confidence in his own ability, and he's loads of ability.
Well bowled, well played.
It's well flighted, actually.
He threw that one up a little bit. Tempted Macbeth a little bit. Nicely bowled. And well fielded as well. You gotta field your own. Yeah, just drifts that one down to the leg side, and
an easy single.
Macbeth can, as you say, take an easy single there. Gets us through the 19th.
Yeah, a wee bit of stalemate at the minute, I think. Warriors on that rebuild, and now going to get spun from both ends by the looks of it.
Yep. Ben White very daintily puts his glasses on the umpire's head. And, takes off his jumper, as does in fact Scott Macbeth, who's gone short sleeve there. Shows you how beautifully warm it is today at Brady.
Yeah, not like yesterday.
So yeah, Ben White got a ball from his Kerry Road end. See Bradley Kruger's on. He's some fielder today. Currently just in front of us at long off. So field at the minute, deep square. On the leg side. Somebody on the cover boundary and long off. As White comes in, the ball to Scott Macbeth.
On the money straight away.
Yep. Driven down the ground at mid on.
Yeah, good shot for nothing.
Gets nothing for it. What's in the air? He's got it wide of the man.
All the way for
wicket.
4. Wasn't a great delivery.
Wasn't a great delivery. It was a full toss, but could have burgled a wicket there again. Just to the right of Delaney at mid wicket there. Don't quite catch up on it, but flies away to the boundary and gets 4 more to Macbeth. Balls to come in this over. This is the 20th. A little bit short. Nice feet from Macbeth to get him in position. Just hits that down the ground for a single. I'll bring Andy McBride on to strike. Face Ben White for the first time.
Pretty quiet phase of the game at the minute, Ali. I think the batters are kind of looking after themselves a wee bit.
Yep. No, that's got to be out. That's got to be out.
Yeah.
That's dead for me. Right in front, unless he got anything on it in terms of the bat. And gone back, and the first ball that Andrew McBride faces from Ben White will be his last. He's gone for just the one. LBW just playing back to that delivery. And I'm going to see it again in a second, but for me, that was out.
And he turned his back and walked away there, just hoping to convince Mark Hawthorne otherwise. But I think you're right. I think it's a huge appeal.
Just see it now. Just straightens.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's dead in front.
Absolutely.
You can see the guys behind the wickets are pretty confident there.
Yeah. No issues with that at all.
I think that was out, and umpire Mark Hawthorne agrees, and Yet another wicket falls for the Northwest Warriors, and it's their captain who's gone for just one. And we're now, you mentioned about 4 out before they reach 100.
Yeah.
Now half the side is gone.
Mm-hmm.
And it's telling me the same old story here, really.
Very much so.
Who's going to step up here for the Warriors and try and again rescue this innings? I hate to say the word, but it's a rescue job now again. 94 for 5. As Mike Frost is going to continue.
I think if it's going to happen, it has to be the man on strike. I know there's still batting to come, and Graham Hume's very, very capable. But we need a bit now from Scott Macbeth for sure.
They'll get one. I wouldn't have too much of a worry about his temperament here.
No.
Macbeth. Doesn't matter about what's happening around him. He's got a really good temperament, as you mentioned earlier. It's just so much pressure on a young player. You know, I know he's played interprovincial cricket for a couple of years now. He's played a lot of cricket at a really good level.
Yes.
He's still a young player.
Oh, he is.
We're putting a lot of weight on him here.
I think maybe
trying to rescue an interprovincial team, you know.
Well, that's right, yeah. But I think that's what stands in his favour, is the fact that he has that exuberance about him, that youthful kind of approach to his cricket. He doesn't let much faze him.
Lots of calls for 2.
Taking the arm on. Graham Hume's at the other end of the experience scale, obviously. Very good player, very solid player, and we talked yesterday about his campaign at Warringstown this year. Especially, well, we both bat and ball, but his batting, I think, towards the end of the season was the difference for Warringstown.
Yeah, they got into a few positions where they were sort of like this, you know.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit more, maybe 140 for 5, but you know, under a wee bit of pressure. And
mm-hmm.
100 a couple of weeks back, and then a very, very important 50 at the weekend to clinch that league title. So, and actually that day against Woodville they were chasing, and maybe needed 80 runs at drinks. You thought, well, okay, these 80 runs could be. It was 96, actually, I remember rightly.
Yeah.
They needed 96 runs at drinks, and you thought, the pitch is playing a little bit difficult, and you know, these 96 could be 96 difficult runs, and he came out after drinks and knocked off 40 of them in the first 5 overs, and just decided to play aggressively and hit the ball out of the park for a while. So he just took the pressure away from them at that stage. Now, different game today, possibly.
Oh, absolutely, and I think particularly he's got a role to play now. It's more of an anchor role, I think, because Scott Macbeth will have to be the aggressor if there's going to. You know, we're going to dig ourselves out of this situation. Graham can go too, obviously, he's proven that.
Oh, for sure.
But I think much will depend on how Scott Macbeth approaches the next 8 or 10 overs. And if he can hang about that long.
Not be easy though, these two.
No.
These two on it.
No, definitely
Frost and White bowling now.
Bowling again, same as yesterday, Ali, to be fair. You know, the bowlers bowled very, very well in tandem. That's lovely.
Just pushing that in towards the right-hander, and he's not getting massive turn here. He's just straightening the ball.
No.
Same ball that he bowled to the left-hander. Just straightened a little.
Oh. Very difficult chance there.
Yeah, one of those ones to get out of the way.
Yeah,
self-preservation, get out of the way of it.
I mean, the only way of catching those is if they stick. There's no, you don't have much time to react to that.
Again, he'll have a left-hander on strike.
I just think there's no release valve now you know, Matthew Weldon, who bowled very well yesterday, was a wee bit more wayward today, and there wasn't the same pressure from both ends, and now they're getting it from both.
Yeah, you can see a little bit of squeeze on here as
Yeah.
well, and
Yeah.
I can bring the pressure that way again. That was a very similar ball there. He's targeting the pads. She was able to get an inside edge on it. Gets him down the other end. Well bowled and well played. Good forward stride there from Macbeth, getting out to the ball. Obviously quite tall.
We know what's coming now, right?
A great shade from Josh Manley.
And, well, Scotty wasn't going to let him down there for a minute, the way he was winding up.
It's a great chirp from Josh Manley there.
Yeah.
He's about...
Yeah.
He's about 100 yards away from the ball. Speaking of 100, there's 100 up. 100 for 5. But again, 5 wickets down before those 3 figures are on the board. Oh, that's one that goes the other way.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful piece of bowling. And that will actually be, not just for that delivery, but that will be in Graham Hume's mind.
It will.
Next time he comes to face. It's bowling like... Going the other way. Yeah, just across the left hand there. Miss everything. Beautifully bowled there to finish the over from Ben White, as I say. It's a nice ball in the last over just to leave with your batter and say, well, next time you come back I can bowl it both ways. Same. Give him a look next over, but going to be there next over. Mike Frost is creating a little bit of pressure at the other end as well. 100 for 5 as we approach middle overs here. 25th over obviously would be halfway, so we're just 3 short of that. You can kind of feel just Scott Macbeth holding himself in here a wee bit.
He really is.
You can sort of feel that he's going and then just holds it back.
I'm not sure this is his game. That would be the issue I'd have with that. There's probably a role he's forced into playing at the minute.
I think so.
See, this is the fear when you take somebody out of their comfort zone.
Yeah.
The last thing he wants to be doing is walking off on 18 or 19 from 27 deliveries, thinking, what have I done there?
Yeah, just building a little bit of pressure here. These 2 spinners throwing that one up. And he's happy enough to work that down the ground.
The run rate hasn't really changed an awful lot from that 4.5 to 5 the whole way through the end. That's not really the issue.
Nope, not at all.
The sticks that are tumbling.
Yeah, very much so. I've hung around that 4.5, between 4.5 and 5, pretty much from the outset. It's 71 for 1. That was not an issue. Graham Hume decides to go
over the top.
Over the top. That'll run away down to the boundary. Gareth Delaney chases after it. So happy enough to go over, net off there.
Yeah.
Good swing of the bat. Connection. There you can see the lovely picturesque hills in the background.
Lovely backdrop around this ground. It's a feature of a lot of the grounds in the northwest. I think in Ireland generally, I think it's a big feature. The Mardyke's beautiful as well.
Yeah.
Lovely ground. I always liked Derry Ahi. with a train in the
Train
background.
going around. Poor old Dagaraki's missing the trains at the minute.
Are they?
Yeah, they're missing the trains. There's no line between Belfast and Lisburn at the minute.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that'll be up and running again shortly, hopefully. You can.
There's always a great feature at the ground.
Yeah. It's going to run from Belfast to Dublin a wee bit. Maybe get the cricketers going down in the train now, because it's going to run a little bit quicker and
Oh, very good.
quicker.
Do you know one of the most beautiful grounds? I umpired on Osborne Park.
Yeah,
you know
okay.
Osborne Park?
Stonians, yeah.
Sorry. Is that the college ground?
Yeah.
Aye.
Yep.
Okay. Beautiful ground.
Yeah, Osborne was the school's ground.
Yeah.
Yeah, that they would play at.
That's completely surrounded by trees.
Completely
Isn't it?
trees right the way around the
Yeah.
ground. You would again. It's one of those ones. If you didn't know it was there,
Yeah. Connie McAllister and I umpired a game between Canada and Uganda there in 2005.
there's a quiz question.
Yeah. What do you call the guy who was captain of Canada? John
Davidson.
the very man. He actually, before Kevin O'Brien got his 100, he held the record
did,
for the fastest 100 in the World Cup.
He could hit a ball.
The thing about the reason I was telling you that story is because it was 90 degrees in the shade that day. And Connie,
this is just story now, Lawrence. This cannot be true. There's what Scott Macbeth's been waiting to do.
Correct.
That's what he's been wanting to do.
Yeah.
And he lets himself go that time. And I would be turning around to Josh Malley now and saying, that's what's coming.
Yep.
There you go. Good clean hit from Macbeth down the ground. Yeah, nice shot.
Did it?
Jeez, we're just getting word here. That's Scott Macbeth. That Scott Macbeth has hit one of our cameraman up on the scaffolding. See if
9 pin.
Is he falling down? At least the camera's still working anyway, even if he's not.
And the guy in the silver car's back, but he has parked a lot squarer today.
Oh dear. We'll have to improve on the cameraman's fielding skills here. We'll have to get them out on the pitch here and try and teach them how to catch a ball. I've seen lots of shots these days of the blast and people holding on to paints and things like that, and they're taking crowd catches. It's become a viral thing now.
Yeah.
Well, we should get that for our cameraman if he can keep the camera working and take a catch at the same time. Eventful over, let's say that.
Yeah.
We'll get back to your Uganda story. I was having a laugh at the 90 degrees.
Oh,
Goodness
yes,
me.
in Belfast, yeah. Well, anywhere in Northern Ireland, but yeah, that day was absolutely scorchio. And Connie and I came off as a 50 over game, 100 overs the game went, and we were both the same colour as those shirts that those guys in the field are. Done a man of tans, the two of us.
Brilliant.
Oh my God, yeah,
Brilliant.
but it's a beautiful ground, was the point.
It probably isn't used
No,
as much as it should be.
Definitely not.
Estonians play at the
definitely
big
not.
club grounds and things like that, so kids would play there. It's obviously in school.
That was, do you remember in 2005 Belfast hosted the World Cup qualifiers? I think it was, so it was one of the warm-up games for that, and it literally was.
Okay,
It literally was a warm-up game.
Okay. So we're going to get our first look at Gareth Delaney. Good to see him back in the lineup today. Obviously missed out last week, 2 weeks ago rather, against the Knights. He's got a little side strain, I think. Missed out also on the All-Ireland final, which is really disappointing for Leinster.
Yeah.
Love to have had him in the lineup that day. But here he is. Good to see him bowling as well. Should obviously indicate that he's reasonably fit enough.
Yeah. Trial by spin now, most definitely.
Yeah, middle overs are going to be like that for a while now, you would think. He got that very fine. It runs down towards us, but well done, we'll come round. Keeps it down to 2. Just drifting down the leg there. Delaney. Picks out comfort mid wicket.
Don't know about you, Ali, but I'm a bit disappointed that Dave hasn't told us what's for lunch yet.
It's a bit early for that. Only 25 overs in here, although the Warriors batting these days. You know.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, prepare early.
Prepare early, yeah. Here we're 25th over. Right. Only halfway here. As we say, halfway through. Yeah, usually a pretty decent spread here at Brady. You can almost guarantee that. Very keen on their hospitality in the Northwest.
Oh, very much so.
Almost as important as the cricket.
Yep. Our very good friend. Sorry. That's a good shot. For no run.
No run.
Well fielded. Our very good friend Ian Callender is well known for his dislike for all things curry. And I remember he came to a 4-day game. I remember playing a 4-day game at Eglinton. And it was chicken curry the first day, beef curry the second day, vegetable curry the third day, and then we changed it up.
Special curry.
On the fourth. Eventually Ian brought his own on the fourth day, but it was like some sort of pasta, and he was kind of furious then that he had brought his own.
Well, do you know what? That's you're the second person today that has told me that story.
Really?
You are.
Okay.
You are the second person.
Barry Chambers?
No, Justin Smith.
Oh,
ESPN.
okay.
We were in the pavilion just before the game.
Yeah.
Two of them were just sitting at the table. They weren't telling me the story.
Right.
But they were discussing amongst themselves that his disdain for
curry.
For all things curry.
Yeah, and I mean, Ian's not the type of person that you want to get in the wrong side of when it comes to lunch.
He wouldn't not mention it.
Yeah.
Let's say that.
So, Ian, if you're listening, we're just hoping it's not curry today.
I have a little bit of a heads up on that.
Oh, have you?
I
okay.
do.
Has somebody sent you a message to tell you what's on for lunch?
No, we were a little bit late yesterday, and I heard the chef and his assistants having a little chat last night.
Okay.
So I think we're on. Don't quote me on this now. We're on pasta.
Okay.
Chicken and chorizo.
Okay. Right.
So that's my.
We're going all full out Spanish and Italian today then.
Full out European.
Yeah.
Yep.
Nice.
Well, there we shall see. We shall see.
Cosmopolitan Brady. That's what we're at today.
You can't go anywhere now. You'll have to join us again after lunch to find out.
Yeah, exactly. We scolded George Brawley yesterday, but he's late signal. Oh,
that's a lovely ball. That's taking the outside edge. Runs down to third.
Slipped.
Graham Hume has slipped.
No damage done.
He's able to tell Macbeth to go back. That was that ball again, the wrong one there.
Yeah.
Takes the outside edge. Runs away, but see that little slip at the non-strikers. That's what he's tapping about now.
Yeah. Dave's just prompting us from the background here, talking about the standard of teas in the Northwest, and it's something that we pride ourselves on. And one of the reasons it takes me 10 minutes to get off a chair.
It's down to 10.
I've been in the gym.
I'm not getting you on the teas. I'm not getting on the teas because the last time I was on with you a couple of years ago, I told you the NC had stopped doing them. And
I was furious.
I thought you were going to have an apple.
I was furious. Yeah, I was furious. What's the point in playing cricket with?
There's that slip. Sorry, what is the point? You're right.
Yeah.
It's
social side of our game has gone to pot. People stop doing that. Anyway, yeah, there's cricket going on.
Well, I tell you now, I'm going to try and get this in there, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But that's one thing that the NC will miss next year when Carrick are playing in Senior 1.
Is the tea, is it good?
Well,
is Carrick good?
Best there is, mate. Best there is in the NCU. Stick with that.
Okay.
Still doing it. Most don't.
I remember at Donamana back 10, 15 years ago, they had to extend the tea break for about 10 minutes. There was that many layers to it. And a really good story about a tea in the NCU in the old. Remember the old Ulster Cup?
Oh yes.
I'll not say what ground, but
Oh, you have to say what
Ardmore.
ground.
No, I can't because civil service would be raging. No, sorry. I'm a civil servant by trade myself, actually. So let's just say the ward. We'll call it the ward.
Okay,
Nobody will know what we're talking about.
Well, okay.
Where Ardmore were up there, and two of their supporters went down and made a cup of tea and had a couple of biscuits along with it. And when the players came in, there was nothing left. And the Ardmore captain asked the lady who was serving the tea, "Where's the food?" And she pointed to the two boys and says, "They ate it." It was a packet of biscuits for 26 people.
Wow.
Oh man.
Maybe you shouldn't have mentioned the ground.
No, I shouldn't. No, I just disguised the ground. It could have been anywhere.
Oh dear. You and your teas, Lawrence.
Yeah. The
Not a great,
Northwest.
it's not a
an
great
issue.
subject for you, mate. It's
It's
not a great
no,
subject.
it's really not.
You could write a book.
Yeah, absolutely. That and 2-day cup finals. I hope I keep them forever.
Yeah.
I hope I keep them forever.
Well, it is, being serious for a second, it is one of those things that once you change it, you can't go back.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
you've got to think about that. It's not something you can just go.
No.
Like a 2-day final goes back to 1 day. It doesn't go back. You
Doesn't
never,
go back
you never
is
go
right.
back to a 2-day
No.
final. So long term, you've got to think about that and
Yeah.
everything that's gone before.
Yep.
And I even like to look at, records of old games. As soon as you go to a 1-day final, all those 2-day final records just get forgotten about.
Well, one of the things that we are going to have a long, hard look at is there was a change this year. So I don't know what the official term for it is, but weather-wise, no run. We had to try and find a way to get 2-day finals played. Certainly within 3 days. We've got the Sunday for a reserve day as well. That's not a match day as such, but it's a day reserved to finish it off. And one of the things we introduced was a first innings count back. So if you get 2 innings played and then you get it started in the 3rd innings or the 4th innings or whatever and don't get it completed by the Sunday,
you
count back to the first innings and whoever's been ahead in the first innings wins the cup.
Okay.
I'm sure you can see problems in that. And
I'm trying to get my head around it there.
We thought it would never. No, that's wrong to say. We thought it would never. It was only a matter of time. We didn't think it would happen so soon. But we had a League One Cup final, which is an intermediate Division 1 Cup final, where Brigade seconds were playing Letterkenny. Brigade seconds led the first innings by 30 runs. Letterkenny batted the second innings and got 210.
Oh, here it comes.
Set Brigade 180. And they were 52 for 9 when the rain came. And it rained incessantly for 4 hours.
Oh dear.
It's a lovely shot over the top.
Same shot of Graham from Graham Hume. Over mid-off. It's a good round of applause from his team up on that balcony. Just where that ball headed. Same shot there. Same result. 4 more to Hume.
Yeah. Just quietly, the Warriors are clawing this back a wee bit.
Yep.
Scott Macbeth now moved on to 32 as well.
That's a nice shot there. Got it backward. Are they going to get back for 2? They should now.
They should.
That's slight misfield. So, yep.
Just to finish off on that story, 52 for 9, and to be fair, we were only half an hour away from a disaster.
Yes, it would have been.
The cup would have been handed over. Fair play to the Brigade groundsmen who went out and mopped up and got the... It only took 5 or 10 minutes actually to get the game finished after that, but it could so easily have been a bit messy.
Indeed. It's just sometimes even you try and change things for the better, and they just don't work out in the way that things can change, and it's a drag down there from
like someone out of
Ben White. I could laugh about that one. Him and Curtis Comfer having a bit of a chuckle at that one. Surprise Graham Hume trying to
Run after it.
hit that one, but let it go through to the keeper.
I think discretion, a better part of valour there. Imagine being out to that ball.
Oh,
if you get an edge to the keeper.
Indeed. Seen it before. Probably see it again.
More like him.
There he goes again. That's the shot down the ground. That's where our cameramen are perched, up there. The injured wing.
Definitely a bit of resistance here from the Warriors in the last 3 or 4 overs.
Well, he's picked the ball here, Graham Hume. That's the ball he's looking to hit. Well pitched up. Delivery in his arc. He's hit a couple over, a little bit wider than that at mid-off. That one's gone a lot straighter, but it's a fairly safe shot for him because mid-off is up. That's the length he's using here. Anything in that particular length, that's the area that he's looking to go.
Yep.
Anything else he's happy to defend. So good response from Hume. Moves to run a ball 23. Just the small shoots here now. Really needed a partnership.
Yeah.
These two.
That's a great shot as well.
Yeah, not catching that. That's well played. Very similar to a shot that Liam Doherty played earlier, except Macbeth keeps this one pretty much along the ground. Sweeps it behind square. Another boundary. Nicely hit, as you can say. Heading towards the old score hut. Does it go in? No, just wide of the score hut. If we look back on those wickets, fell on second wicket fell on 71, the third on 71, then 77 and 94. Those 4 wickets falling. Just those 23 runs.
Yep.
These two have dragged it back so far, just at the moment. In fact, there is your card, and just go back to the start there. As I say, Rolston went reasonably early, playing on a wide one from Camphor for 8, but then that little partnership between Doherty and Doherty took them up to 71 for 1. But then, as I say, those clatter of wickets went 4 for 23. Hilton went second ball. Doherty just took a little bit of a head one there and went for 34. A bit of a recovery here. There's your bowling.
Frost definitely a pick so far. Has 7 overs, 2 for 26. Wicket for Camphor as well, 1 for 25 from his 5. Weldon found it difficult today. 1 for 24 from his 4. Ben White 1 for 32 off 5. Gareth Delaney, as you say now, returning from injury into his 3rd over, none for 10. But definitely Frost from that bottom end has been very prolific today, very difficult to get away to.
Yeah, so just a little delay here. That ball gets retrieved. Not sure it has been retrieved actually. We've got a new one. Been a bit of a theme of the old summers.
Yeah.
Man with the box of balls.
Uh-huh.
Third umpire always quite busy in Irish cricket. It's back to Gareth Delaney now. Takes a little time to get set. We're all set to go again now. Second ball of this over. That brings Macbeth forward. That's a good quick single.
Bit of a fumble.
Brings Graham Hume back on to strike. Yeah, he'll have to stop there because Graham Hume's taking guard. So let's take a little bit of time out to get himself set again. Still keeping a slip in here. PJ Moore himself. Goes for the sweep shot. It's going to go away for.
It is,
Interesting to see what he calls here. The umpire. He's given boundary. So that would suggest that he feels certain he's got an under edge on that. Yeah. Goes through the legs of Metcalf and has given us 4 to Graham Human. That boundary brings up the 50 partnership. You'll see it on your screen there. Just 52 balls from these two. Runs coming in the last 5 overs. Oh, he's a little lucky there with the under edge.
Yeah. Just at the right time too for the Warriors, this partnership.
It was badly needed, wasn't it? Because the confidence was just draining away at that stage. The belief maybe that they could put up a good total. We've seen that. I think it's a lot to do with it. The belief that we can get the 200 plus 250 and go on to set a total that the Reds maybe would struggle to chase down. It's just that belief system. I think just this little rebuild, 20 overs, well, 21, just over 20 overs to go on 44. See if you keep going at that run rate you've got at the minute, be up around that 250 area. I'm sure for the Warriors from 94 for 5, we're getting a little bit of ahead of ourselves maybe.
Yeah.
But
one thing we did see, Ali, was that the outfield certainly drying. Doesn't matter how dry it is when you're hitting them there.
No, that's a big hit. That is a big hit. That's a long way. We could be seeing the ball with the box of balls coming back out again. That's right in the slot. And right now, Macbeth's happy enough to go downtown. But again, a really good thing that he keeps his head still there. Yeah, that one's well over the clubhouse. There he is. George Brawley is the man with the balls today.
He is. So umpires very fetching in their purple.
That's the purple. Sports Hub. Purple. George Brawley. That's you. Mark Hawthorne.
Mark Hawthorne, yeah. He's another man you don't want to get talking about football.
No.
No. You have to run when he starts talking about football. It's crusaders on the brain. Scott Macbeth looks so comfortable now. He's into his work for sure.
Yep. 44 now.
Remarkable season with a bat in the Northwest. He's must be 200 runs clear of second place, I would say. He scored about 1,300 runs so far. Well, the season's over.
Again, that one that White pushes across, you'll get another couple. Milestones keep coming. The 150 up now for the Warriors. As I say, 20 overs to go at the end of this. Bowled from White. Actually played him well here, these two.
Yep.
Hasn't bowled poorly, but
they've looked comfortable.
They've actually played him quite well from that first ball that Hume played and missed that a few overs ago.
Flatter that time.
Yeah. So that closes out 30 now. 30 gone. 153 for 5. And T20 yesterday, 20 overs remaining today, and this could be a very, very important 20 overs in terms of this competition and where the IP50 over cup is going to go. If the Warriors can keep going here, set a total, it'll mean that the Reds will have to chase it within 40 overs. They keep that in mind to get a bonus point. So if they do get up to 250, they might struggle to get to that bonus point, and it's something that they're going to have to do, you would think. The run rate's not going to be good enough to get ahead of the Knights, really. So could be fireworks later on, depending on how these 20 go, because as we've seen over the past couple of days, things can change very, very quickly.
Yep. Well, I think the Warriors now have taken the urgency out of their situation, at least. They now have 20 overs and they can play proper cricket now. They've fought back well thanks to these two.
Yep.
Oh,
He's almost dragged that onto his stumps. And again, we look at the umpire to see what his decision is going to be. And this one is a leg bye. So 4 leg byes to Macbeth, but he almost got too far across here.
He did.
And dragged that onto his stumps.
Oh, it didn't must be much.
How is that missed? Wow. That was really, really close to the off stump.
Sure was.
Got so far across there.
Or dragged out. It's the fact that they look so comfortable now, Ali, the two batters.
Yeah, I think it has its double effect then, because they look comfortable. I think the bowlers certainly.
Yeah.
Delaney hasn't been on the same length as
That's right.
as Frost. Has been a little bit of 2 lengths here.
Yeah, and there hasn't been as much chirp in the field either. It's, you know, they probably need to work at it at the minute, the Reds.
Short again from Delaney, but just the one. Down guard down there. Does the fielding. And again on the back foot for Macbeth, but Curtis Comfort does a good piece of fielding. And in fact, skipper PJ Moore looks to have said, that's enough of this spin. They've obviously
I'd have thought so.
started to pick up the length of the spin, so that man that fielded that ball at mid-wicket, he's taking the jumper off and the cap, giving it to Mark Hawthorne. And Curtis Comfort is going to return to bowl from this Kerry Road end. Yeah, and I think he'd called out Lawrence. It started to get a wee bit used to the spin.
Yeah.
Started to pick it a little bit better, and we're milking it around with the odd boundary thrown in. This partnership's going along pretty much at a run of ball. So, going to turn back to Camphor, who opened the bowling today. There you can see 5 overs. 1 for 25. Got the wicket of Gavin Rolston. There's a little bit of an issue with sight screen here, possibly. A few people, it's like the DOE down there. A few people getting involved.
Oh, that's what the last thing you want, the DOE. We could be here to Christmas.
Pointing around and, oh, that's terrible, and can't do anything about it. And not much seems to be happening despite Camphor's protestations.
Yeah.
100% sure what the actual issue is, but looks like we're going to get going again here after all of that. So he's all set. Whatever's bugging him has been sorted out. Here he comes, the ball around the wicket to Graham Hume. Full on the off stump to start with, and just knocked into the offside for a single. Takes the score to 160. The partnership up to 66 now, I think. Lanes from Comfort. Again, well bowled. Defended by Macbeth. Easily his highest score this year. Scott Macbeth in this. He was 23 previously, so he's almost doubled that in this innings.
He's a better player than that, Ali.
Oh, 100%. I'd always started the season. I remember way back in Pembroke when he played in that 3-day festival at T20s. He was coming in 6-7, and
yeah,
every single time I was complaining on air about it.
Yep.
I shouldn't be down at 6 and 7, but kept letting me down day in day out. He wasn't getting the scores, but you know from the quality of player you've got there, he's a 4.
Yeah,
really. And 4-5 he's coming today.
And still young, still very young.
Very much so.
It's easy to get carried away because he seems to have been around for a while.
Well, that's what happens, you know. You even talk about the women's international team. You've got a few in there, like Gabby Lewis and Amy Hunter. You forget that they've played so much cricket.
That's right, and they're still only kids.
Still really, you know, all their career ahead of them.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes use causes its own problems because everybody thinks, oh, you should know all about the game now and you know everything about it. You only actually, in your teens and early 20s.
Mm-hmm.
A good over from Comfort, just boxed off by 2 singles. Nice and straight from Irish International. He's 1 for 27. At the moment, 161, sorry, for 5.
It will have made for some interesting dinner-time conversations, I think, in the Macbeth household over the last number of years. When you had, before Ryan went to NCU, he was obviously with Brigade, and his dad was at St Johnson, his younger brother was at St Johnson, and they were just all over the place. Very competitive, great badminton players too. I don't know if you knew that or not. Oh. Yeah, they play at like provincial level.
Driven at cover, no run. I'm always a great one for dual sports. I love people that play dual sports, whatever it may be.
Mm-hmm.
You can excel at 2. Just for me, raises your levels.
Mm-hmm. I think another guy that falls in that category as well, dual sports, and he has been a real loss to the interprovincial series. Stuart Thompson.
Yeah.
Great cricketer, and just a generalist, but he was involved with the Northern Ireland under-8 team in football and with the women's team in football as S&C. Very good cricketer.
Yeah, he's still doing a lot of good work down at civil service. You mentioned civil service earlier.
He's coaching there too, isn't he?
He does a lot of work at civil service. Obviously, he's captain of the first 11, but he does a lot of work around around that, and he's doing.
Doesn't make any tea. Sorry, I thought the mic was off here.
No, and he's also, as you mentioned, strength and conditioning. He's starting to get involved in that with cricket as well. He's been away on a few tours, helping out with that. But yeah, he's really helped civil service in terms of they've had an ethos of bringing through young cricketers, teenagers, and he's been key in that, trying to make sure that they're not overexposed, but still keeping their confidence up as captain. He's been excellent. Stuart Thompson, he's from Eglinton originally.
Yep. Villager boy. I mean, we talked yesterday about Ross Allen as well. Those guys all grew up together playing at Eglinton. Along with a guy who's contacted us today as well to chip into an earlier conversation we had about Liam Doherty. Lee Ritchie, who played in that side as well. It was a really decent side, and you had the Miller boys just coming through at that stage, Andy and Jamie. Johnny Gardner, who doesn't play any cricket now at all. Those guys all featured very heavily in the Northwest Under-8 setup.
Another quietish over. 2 runs for the Warriors on that, off Ben White. He's got through 7 now. 163 for 5. 17 overs to go.
I think quietly going about their work at the minute, maybe. So.
The ball's tightened up a little bit.
Yeah.
Just the last couple over that over from Camphor was the last over. Just honing in on that off stump. And as we'd mentioned about the bowling changes yesterday, I think Macbeth and Hume sort of got used to the spin a little bit.
Yeah.
Faced a good 12-14 overs of it and started to get used to it.
Condition wise, batting's maybe just got a fraction easier. Maybe not easier, but I mean there's more value for your runs now that you have it's drying, the sun's been out for a while, and obviously the fact that these two guys are set now.
Yeah, it helps a massive amount. Once you get used to the conditions out there, feel much more confident in the middle. Just to point out here, mid on and mid off are in the circle, and we're quite deep, but they're in the circle still. There's the short ball from Camphor we've talked about.
Yeah, Scott. I mean, he's in long enough now to deal with that sort of a ball.
Yeah, he negotiated it quite well.
Yeah. Closing in on a half century.
Driven again by Hume, but this time Gilaren covers it, fields. Not particularly cleanly, but he does the job. Moving around his teammate wicket by a couple of yards to his left. There's that shorter ball, possibly looking at the pull. He's happy enough just to
was able to get inside it there.
Just tuck it off the hip.
Yeah, that direction. I don't think we have any issues with rain today anyway, Ali.
It was quite beautiful up there.
Yeah.
Well, we've seen that ball disappearing down towards this end. We've seen the blue skies. Really nice out there now at the minute. See, the clouds are wispy. No threat of rain. It's just great to see. Nice day for cricket up in Brady. That could be 2 this time. Got that past. He'll come back for the second. For the first time in a couple of days, we can hear the car horns at Brady, and that signals a lovely half century from Scott Macbeth. We talked about it when he came to the wicket, what a big innings it was for him today. And he's gone to 50 from 63 deliveries, a really mature innings from Macbeth. He's stuck it out at the start, and then taken to the spinners, and now he's still got 16 overs to go to see if he can build on that. So a really nice innings from Scott Macbeth. You can see the players after 34 overs are taking a little drinks break. And myself and Lawrence will do similar, and we'll be back with you in a few moments. And welcome back to Brady. And just before our break there, Scott Macbeth goes to his 50, and there is his wagon wheel around the ground. You can see not much behind the wicket, but very powerful down the ground. His two big sixes straight down the ground, and then his fours. But he's worked it around nicely in front of the wicket there, Lawrence.
He has, certainly has. It's his game. I mean, he's a very attacking-minded player. And he's shown when he get anything loose, he's been very severe on it. But you're right, this has been a very composed innings as well, a very mature innings, and a lot, as you say, a lot of it around the wicket and in front of the wicket.
Yep, and just what the doctor ordered for his side today. He talked about putting a lot of pressure on a young player, but he's really stood up here so far. And for the Warriors, they'll be hoping that he's not finished yet. Still got, after that delivery, before that delivery rather, 16 overs to go, and him and Hume now put on 74 for this 6th wicket. Nicely bowled from White, just getting Graham Hume on the back foot there, similar to what he did to McBride. Bowled a good length in this over so far.
Yeah.
Change the angle now. Comes around the wicket. Yeah, I'm slightly surprised at that, to be honest.
Yeah.
He just seemed to me to be in a little bit of, I know it seems a wee bit of hindsight there, but I was thinking it. You know, you're in a good rhythm there in the first 3 balls after the drinks.
Yeah.
He comes around the wicket, and then it's not the angle really, it's the length there that gives Hume the option to attack the ball.
He did put it away now. It's a very good shot, but I think you're right. I just thought it was not a strange move, but I understand why he's doing it. But changing the angle made it very...
Goes up for that one.
difficult to get those.
Again, that change of angle then.
Yeah.
I think he's going to have to be straightening the ball quite a bit.
Yeah.
With the sweep, and he get that right leg outside off. He's very wide in the crease with the delivery. Yeah, he's outside off. You know, when he's impacted there.
I think umpires are very reluctant, but those at the best of times, Ali. But I mean, you have to be doing a lot with the ball to get that.
Yeah. Pick up a leg by as well. Yeah, get one more. It's down to Manley at long off, so yep, 3 dot balls to start, and then 6 off the over, and with 15 overs to go now, 174 for 5.
Much better.
These two doing it nicely.
Yeah, much better launching pad now for the Warriors for their last 14 or 15 overs. Just want to give a wee shout out here, Ali, as well, to a man that we both know. Has played in the Northwest, and I know his family's been involved in the Northwest and a big factor in the NCU celebrating a good summer. Dean Simpson.
Oh, Dino.
Yeah. He says I have to fight with you about Northwest and NCU, but I think we agree on most of our stuff. I think Dean has a foot in both camps. Yeah. I know he's NCU now through and through, but
well,
hope you're doing well, Dean.
He wasn't doing too well a couple of Sundays ago down at Phoenix Park. Let's put it as a euphemism. He was enjoying himself that day.
Yes, I would have thought so.
And especially at the end when his now beloved Lisburn got over the line in that final. But yeah, he's been fantastic. Lisburn have really turned themselves around these last few weeks. Few years, and in the last few weeks, obviously, have picked up some trophies.
Great cricket and family.
Josh Manley back into the attack here now. He'll start with
5 wides.
Could be 5, and it is 5 wides. 3 runs there. He seems to suggest that it's really taken off there. It's angling down leg side, but let's see if he's right.
You've me obsessed with this umpire's nod now for wides. Never noticed before.
And now you can't unsee it now.
Exactly.
It did nip away a little bit, but it was heading down the leg side. Yeah, you can continually see him saying that that's gone off the deck. Yeah, I mentioned a few times now over the last few months or whatever. Manley comes in again. That's a good shot. He'll get 1 there as Weldon comes round the field. But yeah, Lisburn have done quite well, not just with their men's teams. They've got an All-Ireland women's youth team now, and they didn't even have a women's setup 3-4 years ago. And a lot of work's gone into that, and that can really develop a club as well. No Northwest clubs have done that as well.
100%.
And it's been a big part of their ethos as well. So
I can't overstate how much it has improved in the Northwest in the last couple of seasons. And you touched yesterday on Davy Scanlon's role now.
Yeah.
Catherine Ruff, who is the Northwest Development Officer here for Women's and Girls Cricket, has done an amazing job as well. Just the providing the amount of cricket that they do, I think, is the key point. The participation levels will come when you provide the sort of infrastructure for it to happen. Again, we're held back a wee bit by the fact we still have the same number of grounds, but
it's opportunities given there, and
as
you mentioned, we've talked about it a few times. Obviously, the women's game, big week coming up here now.
Yeah,
starting on Saturday with with England arriving, but just little things like you mentioned Lana Dalzell up here at Breedy. Just getting that contract for Ireland, and just people was in the news and people suddenly seeing that.
Yep.
You know, just say, well, that's for me in a few years' time. That's exactly what I can do.
That's right.
So it's really good to see.
Without just homing in on Alana, I would also like to say that in a lot of the girls' tournaments, the underage girls' tournaments this year, Alana has turned up to do umpiring and scoring and drinks. You know, she's she's a great example to the youngsters coming through the in girls' cricket, as has the likes of Molly Devine, Sarah Black, all of those people who are kind of working now within the confines of the Northwest during these summer tournaments as well, because it does take a village to run these things.
Yeah, these things don't just happen.
No.
You're exactly right. A lot of infrastructure goes on behind the scenes. I may even try and coax Davey in for a few words later on this afternoon.
Yeah.
He should be at the ground later. So
he's never short of them, I'll tell you that about Davey's.
Yep, he's done so well this year with the Warriors. Sorry, Warriors. The Dragons.
Yeah, he has.
Looking at the Warriors out there, yeah, he's coached them, and that's a lovely shot. That's a beautiful shot from Scott Macbeth.
In full flow there, that's what that is.
That's put right through the gap between cover and mid-off. Picture perfect from Scott Macbeth. Yeah, just hold that pose there for
Morris Barry Chambers with that camera.
Photographers out there, we might get that one later on. That was lovely. Really nice from Macbeth. Kicks him to 57. And ends another good over for the Warriors there. These 4 wides to start with. Bookended by a lovely cover drive. So Ben White to continue.
Graham Hume looks to be enjoying this wee knock as well.
Yeah.
Good to see him among the runs for the Warriors. He doesn't, as you say, bat in 7, 8 usually. Doesn't normally get the chance.
And yeah, he, as you mentioned, he doesn't really get a lot of credit for his batting.
No,
and,
no.
You know, even at the club sides.
Yeah.
But certainly play. Remember, that's down like said, it should be a wide. I remember he got stuck one of those tags that we commentators often sort of used in time and time that, you know, when he was coming in 10, 11 for Ireland, oh, this guy's got a first class 100 and things like that. And it started to annoy him a little bit, I think. Yeah. But this guy's got a first class 100.
He's got a first class 100 is correct. I mean, when he came to Coleraine at the start, when he landed here at the start, was playing with Coleraine, he was pretty much an all-rounder. And Coleraine played him accordingly. He's a lovely guy, obviously. I'm sure you know, you've spoken to him. Very affable sort of a person.
Yeah.
But also a very focused cricketer.
Oh, very much so. Very much so indeed. But does enjoy getting out there with the bat.
He does.
He's 41. Just from 51 here.
I mean, Graham fancies his batting. He actually, you know.
Oh, there's no doubt about that.
Mm-hmm.
He's just played. I think he's done well today in that he's picked the right shot.
Yeah.
You know, again, it's easy to say that after it sails over the boundary, but he looks to have picked the right shot in terms of when it's up in his area.
Yeah, well, he knows, he can read the room, he knows when to be aggressive.
So That ends the 37th over, 190 for 5. I'll just bring you the Warriors card. There it is. Very mixed indeed.
Yeah.
Couple of really nice innings. Doherty at the top, and Doherty after a little bit of a shaky start got to 34, but then pretty much threw it away. And then 3 single figure scores from Ralston, Hilton and McBride, but these two now, Scott McBeth 58 from 68, Graham Hume 41 from 53. Are rebuilding this innings for the Warriors.
I think this has been innings defining. I think probably be the way to put it.
Yeah, there's been a little bit of contrast from what we've seen.
Even over the last 2 days, it's been a bit of a contrast. Started off well yesterday and then just completely faded away. Whereas there's been a bit of resistance today.
For me, the good thing about it is that they haven't tried to hit every ball to the boundary. They've in that sort of spell, they've worked out the ones to attack, but also just looking at White there. Hopefully he hasn't damaged himself. He took one on the hand.
That's kind of trademark Scott McBeth there, playing on his tiptoes. He's very good at that, getting into position even when he's going down the track.
Yep, tall. The best of times, just gets that extra little bit of height.
Off the hip from Hume, just a single round the corner.
Defended by.
He's done okay, Josh Manley. He's in the 7th over now.
Yeah, didn't shape the ball as much early on than he has been. So maybe would have got a little bit of action from it this morning, but he's bowled quite well here.
He's bowling well. He's bowling a 2-set batsman as well. Of course, he. Containing, I think's the description.
Yeah, I think that's exactly where it is at the minute. This is maybe where that loss of McCarthy might just sort of come home to roost a little bit, because he is the wicket taker.
Valid point, yep.
He was top wicket taker last year for the Reds and is this year as well in 50 over, and he just has that knack of picking up wickets. So that when a partnership does develop, you can always chuck the ball at Liam McCarthy and say, go and give me a couple of overs.
Yeah, I think you're 100% right. I think while Josh Manley has contained quite well, he hasn't, I hope I'm not tempting fate here, he hasn't been the same wicket threat as McCarthy would be.
Last ball, the 38th.
Looks like a leg by. We'll tidy it up.
And that little leg by there. Oh, it's a no ball. Well, it's a no ball. Before we get to that though, that takes us through to 100 partnership between Hume and McBeth. I'm not sure they've realised it. Well, maybe they have. There's a little punch of gloves there. It's 100 partnership between Hume and Scott McBeth. It's up to 101 now with that no ball. That's the highest partnership for the 6th wicket for the Munster Reds in IP50 cricket. Should have picked up on that a long ago. So 69 was the best partnership. Gareth Delaney and Matt Ford back in 2022. These two now have set the highest partnership for the Munster Red, so the Northwest Warriors. I'm obviously looking at the wrong team there.
I thought you meant against.
Against, yeah, I think it was, yeah. There he goes with a free hit.
Right.
And that one is gone. That one's over the clubhouse. And right in the slot there. And Scott Macbeth has deposited that one straight over the main clubhouse here at Breedy. It's heading down towards the nets there. Lovely shot from Macbeth.
Oh, that's a great pickup.
He picks up another boundary there.
There's George again. Purple George and his box of balls.
Is it? Yeah, it's a long way down the hill there. Lovely shot from Macbeth.
This is a real platform now, Ali. Haven't been
Just
set.
about to ask you what would be a total now. What are you looking
Well,
at?
I mean, you don't want to tempt fate here, but you have to be looking at 280 now, don't you?
Well, I mean, as we mentioned, at 94 for 5. You'd have been looking 250. You'd have bit your hand off there, but now these two have played so well.
Yeah.
That
the key to it is not losing them both the same way. Yesterday. They lost bang the two set batsmen. If one of them hangs about, if Scott can drag himself towards 3 figures, you're definitely looking at 280 at that point. And that would make it increasingly difficult to knock those off in 40 overs.
Yeah, exactly as I was saying earlier on. You know, once you get into this sort of total, sort of taking out the 40 overs, because first thing they've got to do, the Reds, is win the game.
That's right.
That's a lovely shot.
Brilliant shot.
That's a really nice shot from Scott Macbeth. He's just growing into this innings now. Playing all around the ground now. So on the last over, okay, it was a free hit, but he's clean down the ground. And this one, again, gets in a good position and gets it into the gap. The man on the boundary can't get round. So another.
He becomes very difficult to bowl too when he's in that kind of mood.
Yeah, and that's it. That's where you want to get. That stage as a batter where they're bowling to you, as opposed to you trying to search for the ball a little bit.
Yep.
That's where Scott Macbeth's right at now. 71 now.
Waiting on Graham to give us one now for straight over the side screen for the 5-0. Can we get word out there?
Well, we saw that yesterday.
Yep, we did.
Curtis Camphor finished the game. Down the leg side. They're going to chase it for 2.
Yeah,
that's good running.
Good running is right.
He spotted that just after he'd taken a couple of strides, and it's good to notice for youngsters that he was always watching the ball there. He didn't just let it go into the leg side and run down the other end. He was keeping his eye on what was happening behind the stumps, and noticed there was 2 and called his partner through. Really good from Hume. It's in a gap as well, but this time
just a 1.
Can we get round? That ends the over.
And it does affect the fielding side, this, Sally, because you can see what the body language has definitely changed. The noise has definitely changed.
Yep. And Mike gets through his 10.
1 for 60. Dear enough.
Yeah, 1 for 60 today. I think he's been started off really well with that wicket on McBride, but a little bit off his lengths today. for me. But yeah, I'm just gonna have to recoup myself here, Lawrence, because I have a bit of a nightmare with that partnership there. I mentioned
Go
it was
ahead.
the Reds partnership I'm looking at, but they have broken the 6-wicket partnership for the Warriors.
Okay,
Yes, they have.
Good.
Cameron Melly and Jared Wilson, where the 85 was that partnership against the Knights last year. So they have broken the 6-wicket partnership for the Warriors, not the Reds.
Okay. Well, you knew it was for one of them.
Yeah, it was one of the two teams anyway. Matty Weldon back in now. His left arm to Hume. A good start. That's the line he's got a bowl right there.
That's it. I think that's Matthew Weldon sort of looked very impressive yesterday. Struggled, as you say. Senior players at this level tend to read bowlers very quickly. And he struggled a wee bit. I think he struggled a wee bit with his line from the beginning, regardless to whether players were reading them or not.
Yep, did pick up the wicket of Doherty, possibly a little bit fortunately.
Yeah.
It's very forcefully right to the boundary, but Giannatis will return.
His issue now is that he's bowling to two guys that are just dug in now.
Yeah, they're definitely in. And the partnership now turning this game. So he said those 5 or 6 overs before the middle of the first session there that really you thought this was turning the way to the Reds. Wickets continuing to fall, but these two have really done exactly what we were saying. Knuckled down.
It's a great shot.
It's a lovely shot down the ground.
Just confidence just flowing out
in
that
the
young
zone
fella.
now. Yeah.
He's a dangerous boy when he's batting like this.
Yeah, we've seen this. You in particular will have seen this at club level.
Yeah.
For Brigade and others. When he gets into this sort of zone, he becomes, as you mentioned, difficult to bowl to.
Yep.
And immediately then the bowler thinks, well, I can't bowl there. I've got to bowl it here. And he dispatches that one, and then I can't bowl there. And you're sort of immediately going off on a difficult task here for Weldon. But what a comeback from him.
That was a good comeback.
What a comeback from Matthew Weldon. Sticks to his lanes. Macbeth looks to go down the ground again.
I think he was a wee bit ahead of himself, maybe. But that's the way he plays.
Yeah.
Credit to young Weldon.
I think he was in the zone there. I think a lot was going here.
Yep.
Credit to, as you say, Matthew Weldon for sticking to his guns. Batter was going after him. It's a lovely knock from Scott Macbeth. 75 from 76, but good effort from Weldon there to target the stumps.
An inside edge.
There you go. He's got an inside edge on it. Yep. So
just a bit loose, I suppose, from Scott. That's all.
Yeah, he'd hit those shots down the ground really nicely.
Yeah.
Just got the inside edge onto the stumps there. Probably should have picked that up. But a lovely knock from Macbeth. 75.
Very well done.
Definitely his best of the campaign. He saved his best for the last game here. He's brought out Cameron Melly to the middle.
His clubmate.
Yep.
Another guy who knows where the rope is.
Most definitely. And again, you don't want to be pigeonholed.
No.
But it's exactly the situation he would love.
He's no one-trick pony, I have to say. Very few of them are at this level.
Yeah.
But you would like to, if he was about with in the last 4 or 5 overs, I think the Warriors would be more than happy with that.
216 for 6 now as we approach that last 10 over stint. And again out to the man on the cover boundary.
It's important now for Graham Hume to hang about here for the next 3 or 4 overs.
Well, that's kind of what you were saying, wasn't it? That, you know,
can't lose them both.
It's okay losing one.
Yep.
But you can't lose again. You don't want to be bringing in 2 brand new batters as the last 10 about to start.
Yep.
might be the discussion right there. Going to be a change again with the Ben White completing his set. Mike Frost back on, bowled really well earlier on. As you mentioned, probably the pick so far of the Reds. So 2:17 at the minute for the Munster Reds. 10 overs to go. Frost is going to bowl to Graham Hume. Well, he will eventually when the field gets sorted. Just a change again. Going to send out Gareth Lenny. Comes back from mid off. He goes to long off. 2 men back now. Slower ball from Frost, really held that one back.
Quite well bowled there, actually.
Really held that one back.
Stayed low, that too.
He'll get through for his 50. So Graham Hume backs up Scott Macbeth, and he will go to his half century as well. Comes from 66 deliveries now. 4 fours and 1 big 6 that he hit. Really important innings for the Warriors to really get them out of that really pretty deep hole they were in earlier on. Now he's got a little bit of work to do again. A really nice 50 from Graham Hume. His form with the bat continues. Now we've got Cameron Millie on strike. So they are going to bring up Delaney. Comes into the circle at what is now mid on. Slip comes in. Oh, a big appeal from Frost.
Yeah.
Bit of an ask from behind the stumps, but Frost was pretty keen.
Yeah, I thought he got a touch on that. Maybe not. The fielders don't think that anyway.
As I say, Frost was very
it's hard
keen.
to tell from there.
Yeah, difficult to say.
Bowler was very keen.
He was. He cuts into the offside. That's one thing I've missed, Lawrence, the old car horns. I've missed the car horns. I haven't heard enough of the car horns.
Feature of cricket in Northern Ireland, or certainly in the Northwest anyway.
Love the car horns.
Yeah. Testimony to how cold our grounds are.
Never thought about that, actually. Never really thought about that. I thought it was just a thing.
No.
We're just going to sit in the car here.
Well, it is a thing, but it's a heat thing.
It's a heat thing, yeah.
Yeah.
There's the lovely Northwest in the background there.
Yeah.
And there's your wagon wheel for Graham Hume. The same in that
square of the wicket, very.
Yeah, he's got picked up 1s and 2s square of the wicket. His boundaries have come over mid off and down the ground. And that ball is, and that's what I was talking about, where he was in that area off the spinners in particular. When it was up in that half volley area, he was happy to go in that area. But that's where I think he's played well there. That he hasn't sort of overextended himself. That was his area he was going to. When the ball was in that slot, that's when he played it. Short ball from Weldon.
Don't know if they get much on that.
A little bit of glove maybe. He swung around.
Now you're talking about our ground and the car horns. It seems to be everywhere you go in the Northwest is cold, no matter whether the sun's out or not. And I think that's a a big feature of it that people have good vantage points to look out of their car windows.
Driven powerfully at
Yeah,
Ben White,
for
but
no run.
didn't get any runs for that.
Were you ever in Creve Donald, Ali?
I've never been in Creve Donald.
No.
Never been in Creve Donald.
Creve Donald, I explained to you how to get to Creve Donald. There's a mountain up there, and when you get to the top of that mountain, it's the mountain behind it that Creve Donald's up. They brought a professional one year, well, they brought a couple of very good professionals. They brought a guy, I think he was an Indian professional, about 15 years ago.
And again, picks a fielder. That would have been runs again.
Yeah, his first match was a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday night game up at Creve Donald at the end of April, and he wouldn't come out of the car. Yeah, he tapped like the heater on the car, it wouldn't come out. 17 coats on him. And
I tell you, it would have been pretty chilly at the best of times in April.
Listen, Creve Donald, Brian Doherty, our chairman, was Mr. Creve Donald. He ran the club completely, and he was captain at the club as well. And I was captain of City of Derry and went up for a cup game, and there was a wee muzzle. There was a bit of a muzzle, and I said, "You know, we wait till the muzzle goes off." He says, "October it is then."
Gonna say, be waiting a while. October it is then. Yeah, good. Basically, Northwest has been the invention of drive-in cricket. Then that's what you're telling me.
Yeah, pretty much.
I just loved it. I remember playing at Donamana.
Oh,
we played an Ulster Cup. You done an Ulster Cup. We played an Ulster Cup too. And the cars were just everywhere.
Yep.
Everywhere. Good stuff this from Weldon. A good comeback from him. So he struggled his first four, but the second spell, as you mentioned, he was bowling a couple of set batters and come back well. Slower ball. Tucked round for a single.
I think he's learnt a bit from his first spell, maybe. Sweet lad. Although he's quite accurate, he was quite accurate yesterday. He seems to be all about line.
Yeah.
I think to the right-handers, he was impressed with bowling across the right-handers now, I have to say. Different challenge from here.
Yeah, with the left-hander. That one's cut by Hume. Down to Manley. It's not a great throw from Manley in. He immediately apologises to Metcalf. Singles just in that over again. So just the 2 overs.
One of the things we'll probably find out soon is whether or not Stephen got a tickle.
You going to ask him?
Are we going to ask him?
He's walking past right now. Stephen Doherty, along with his skipper and his coach.
We'll wait till tea time.
Yeah. So, Mike Frost going to continue. Just the 6 runs have come from the first 2 since the power play. 3 came in.
Yeah. He has that wee quicker one, Mike Frost, doesn't he? Just that.
As I said earlier, yeah, you can kind of see it coming because
Yeah.
he drops it. He doesn't quite bowl over the top.
No.
He bowls the quicker one.
He's been very impressive now.
I'd say the quicker one is genuinely a quicker one.
Yeah.
You know, he's moving it into extra good few miles an hour. It's not just an extra.
Oh, it's very noticeable.
Yeah.
Not much you can do with it, especially when it's that full.
Yeah. Bowling to Cameron Millie now. Yeah. Well,
Intent. We'll just call that intent.
I'll let you describe that one, Lawrence.
That's intent.
Yeah. I'll get that on page 22 of the coaching manual.
For sure. We have...
There's that quicker one, but
yeah.
it's going against him there because
yeah,
the pace of the ball.
Didn't need much from there.
He's just got some bat on it, and that's absolutely raced away.
Yeah. Some of the Donamana senior winning title lads up at the ground today too, just see walking around.
mentioned a bit of a celebration up at the home.
Yeah, certainly was. It looks to be Gary Neely's just walking around the pitch, or it looks to be just over this morning.
Throws that one up this
Yeah,
time.
he's inviting the drive now, isn't he, really?
Yeah, he might slow his pace up there now
Yeah.
to Melly, because, as I say, that one he bowled there was just to get bat on it. It was going to run away for 4, whereas all before, sort of letting him go down the ground and giving him the offer if he wants to try and clear the ropes. A little bit different to Hume.
He's done well keeping the boundary count down now, to be fair, because these two boys are obviously very capable of that. And we're into the last 7 overs now. Well, 7 and a bit.
Yep. I think that's what the Warriors will look for now. They'll look for 1 boundary per over now.
Yeah.
So if you
That's
pick
right.
that up in the last 7,
Hmm.
that's going to get you probably in the 8s and over
Yeah,
for the last 7.
should be around that 280 mark that we were
Yeah.
looking for. That's closer.
There's a quick chat with the umpire.
Mm-hmm.
He turned that down. And at the end of 43, Northwest Warriors 230 for 6. 7 overs to go. Turn back to Curtis Comfort now. A little bit of a shout to Matthew Weldon there. Sort of saying about his first spell didn't go his way. Fair play to him for coming back.
He really has come back well.
He bowled well in those 2 overs. Took the wicket of Scott Macbeth, how important that could be as we enter this last 7 overs. So Comfort on to bowl to Graham Hume. Cover boundaries, right? Busy man.
It's been a favoured area for Graham, as we've seen in his wagon wheel. That square of the wicket on both sides.
Yeah. That's where he's picked up his standard runs, the
Yeah.
ones and the
Yep.
and the odd 2. He's picked up his boundaries down the ground, generally. So for Cameron Millie, seeing Ben White back to long on. PJ Moore stays up at mid-off. He's happy to take 1, run it down to 3rd. And then they swap over. Ben White comes up and
Yep.
PJ Moore goes back. So basically for the right and left hander, going with long on and mid off. So get away with that a little bit.
Yeah, he did actually, but
Bit of a drag down, and Graham Hume might have thought he could put that one away. Settles for the single.
was asking to be hit.
Yeah, you can see Cameron Millie, a little off spinner sign, a little cutter from Comfort. Same again. Happy to run it down to 3rd for 1. So now can they pick up a boundary in these last couple of balls? Seems to be they're happy to go with singles at the minute.
Yeah. Take what's on offer, as I say, probably just missed out in that last delivery. Pinching one.
Yep. It's been the same shot pretty much
Yeah.
all over. So one ball to come. There he is. Comfort. Yeah, he didn't run that one down to third man. Said he was going to take on the field.
Yeah.
Missed out. So just the 5 singles from it.
Yeah, it's a decent over from Camper. Of all, we've discussed the issues that they have had, that Munster have had throughout the summer with availability and one thing and another. It is great to have him back again.
Yeah. Multi-dimensional cricketer, bats, bowls, good fielder.
Yeah.
You take that out of any team, it's difficult to replace. You only had to pick 2 players really to replace him.
Yeah, exactly.
And he's back in the side here, and as I say, man of the match yesterday.
Yeah.
Is 50 and bowled well too. An interesting move here. Going to keep on Frost in this 45th.
Yeah.
So I think they might be tempting Cameron Millie to go
probably
down the wicket and down the ground and try and pick out long on, long off. Give Hume the single here. He goes down, he's going to get a little bit lucky. Just lands short of. Right there, I think it's Andrianatis out there. It's a bit of a decent hit out that square boundary out there.
It's a blow, alright, yeah.
And the wind coming across the ground. Let me see.
Will he tempt him, Ali? Will he tempt him?
Here's the game here. Does he throw one up or is he? He probably will. He does. Swung away on the leg side.
Yeah.
Down to that area where the groundsman's kit is.
Didn't get his direction right, I don't think, maybe.
That's exactly it for me.
Yeah,
he's
looking to get
that leg
straight.
stump. And we've seen that shot a few times.
Yep.
Drifting into the legs, and Doherty played one, Macbeth played one, and now Cameron Millie plays one. Just bounces onto the blotter. There he comes again. That's a little bit straighter, but
yeah,
better length as well, because Millie can't get onto that. You can see the intent is there.
Yeah, the length definitely done him. Nothing to work with. Quicker.
There's that quicker ball again, and he's dispatched it again.
Yeah.
Cameron Millie, I'd be putting that away if I was Mike Frost. He just put that in the channel there, and he's got quick enough hands to catch up with it. The pace of the ball flies off the bat.
He would definitely be better looping it up and trying to tempt Millie, because he will at this stage go after it.
Yeah, he's given that. He's given that. After picking up the boundary, we just said that bring him down a little bit.
Yeah, get a little bit of air.
And the only thing that may have saved him there was a little bit of height, possibly. Get a look at it again, but good breakthrough there for Mike Frost. Having, as I say, going for that boundary, slows up his pace, brings Millie out of his crease. Let's have a look at it here. See if we can pick this one up. Slows up the pace completely. Yeah, I think it's fair enough.
I think it's fair enough, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's fair enough.
It didn't really have the pace to go over the top, I don't think.
No. Yeah, I think that's fair enough from umpire Morrison. Well bowled from Frost, as I mentioned. Just take a little bit of pace off it there when you're bowling to Millie there. And he did just that. And a new man in today to the team. Played a couple of times for the Warriors this year. We'll see what he can do with a bat.
Yeah.
Marcelo Pete, from another man from Brigade. Obviously not a Brigade native, you would say.
No, definitely not. He's not, no. He obviously hasn't. He's been staying here now. I think it's a usual northwest well-worn path that he's made a girl here.
That's the way to do it.
Yep.
Definitely hit a ball. Can Pete, seen that already. This campaign. And he's beaten outside the off stump with a really good spell from Mike Frost there.
Yeah,
gets through his 10 overs. He's picked up 3 wickets. Bowled really well today for me.
Yep.
3 for 44. And he walks away. He's got to be happy with that.
For sure. I think particularly early on he was a real threat.
Yep. First spell.
Yeah. First spell was
7 overs, I think for 26 he went in his first spell.
Yeah.
So just bowled with a nice loop today. Picked up a couple of wickets in the 1 over. So we're into the last 5. 244 for 7. Turn back to Josh Manley now. There will Camphor come from the far end. Manley has 3 left, so can bowl out. Yeah,
not happy with himself.
Not
there.
happy with that one. Still shaking his head there.
Yeah.
He's completely mistimed that one. Yeah, so we're... the index would tell you that 280 probably is roughly about right here. A minute. Pulled into the leg side. Just be 1 as Delaney on field. Irrespective of where we go here, definitely a better effort today from the Warriors.
Yeah.
Showing a little bit of fight.
Top edge.
Top edge that. It's gone nowhere. Nowhere near carrying towards fine leg. Gets 1. Down leg side.
Yeah. It's a couple of deliveries now we haven't just made maximum use of.
Yeah. 330 or so the highest score so far this year. The Warriors have already eclipsed that. Once again, goes leg side, a little bit of an under edge this time. Don't think he was even there, but Gareth Delaney's been busy this over.
He has.
The usual smile on Josh Manley's face. Situation. I'm going to take a look at his field here. Pete's going to look to go over. Cover here possibly. The ball's short. Jim, where's that one?
Aye. Well, he's okay.
So that's a decent over from Manley. I have to say, just a 4 from it. 4 singles. 3 singles and a leg by rather. A decent over, as I say, this stage in the innings.
Yep.
Slower ball bouncer into the pitch. Bottom edge Pitch into the midriff there from Hume. So they are going to turn to Camphor.
Yes.
Ball 47, 49. I think. I'll be really interested to see what length Camphor bowls to Marcelo Pete here. I don't think there's too much in his half here, I think. There is, and he's going to get a... Oh, he should be out.
Should be out.
Yeah, that should be out. Did pitch it up. Marcelo Pete threw the kitchen at it, as they say, and just dragged it straight to mid-wicket. Put down a fairly regulation chance there.
Didn't get hold of it at all. My ball.
Change the field after that ball. That first ball rather, they sent back mid on to long on. May have changed the length that he would bowl then. As I say, that first ball could have gone. Mistimed again.
Slight change of pace, maybe just there to cut him out.
I think I'll go through that now for these last
10
or so deliveries. Change the pace, change the length. Don't want to get too predictable. Yeah, I think that's the area that Marcelo Pete's looking for. I don't think there'll be too much heading this way, offside.
No.
Yeah. He's looking up to the pitches here.
Brings up the 250.
Yeah. It's a good recovery from the Warriors. 94 for 5 if you weren't with us earlier. So bring up a man at 45, fine leg. Comes into the circle. Deep mid wicket goes out. That's where it heads. Not timed at all, but looking at 2, but
no,
never on.
Wise choice.
Yeah, again, quite surprised that they're changing that. Going to send back. Bring mid wicket in now from deep mid wicket, so surely that's where he's going to go. And shows you what I know, because he goes offside.
Right, yeah.
Would have been
that was
probably
gone.
out.
Yeah.
Gets one for it, but again, just singles coming. No boundaries coming at the moment.
Yeah.
Talked about maybe looking for one every over from the 43rd. So I've been able to do that.
Haven't been able to pierce the field, and when you do get a chance then, it's picked fielders out. It's just been not getting through.
Going to get through there, but it's going to run away. Will be just brought in by Anecdotes.
Get a couple.
Get a couple, but as we've been talking about, no boundaries since the wicket of Melly.
No.
He hit one just before he got out. Managed to pick one up since that. And just the 3 overs left now, and
yeah,
they'll be looking to try and muscle a few over the rope.
Yeah, I think so. A couple of boundaries required in the last 3. Good to see Conor Alford just walking past us there as well. You know, torrid time of things yesterday.
Yep, just so disappointed to see that yesterday. Injuries, he walked off. A little bit of a knee problem. Hoping it's not too serious. Plagued with them.
Yeah, no, I don't think it is. I don't think it's. He was sitting with his dad yesterday when we were finished up, and I think it's just a continuation, and I think it's a fast bowlers situation. The fast bowlers union will testify to that.
pulled into the leg side in that mid-wicket area that we've talked about.
Didn't get all of it, but enough to take it over the rope.
Yeah, this time he got it over mid-wicket.
Finished up a one-handed shot. That's why he didn't get too much of it.
No surprise that they're going to change the field here.
And they're all going out here.
Yeah.
9 of them.
If they could, I think they probably would. Yeah, no surprise that mid-wicket's going to go back. So, can he go offside now?
Nope.
He got it down the leg side. Bit of work for Delaney, but
enough. Still only one.
It's well fielded down there by Gareth Delaney. Now then, can Graham Hume come back down the ground? Where would his boundary option maybe down the ground
Straight
here?
over the head, the bowler's head would be.
But obviously, you would think that Josh Manley's not going to allow him that. He's got all these men back on the leg side, so you'd venture to say it's going to be shorter. Right about there.
Good shot.
It's Camphor right there. He's rapid. So this is a play and counter play here.
Yeah.
Kind of know as a batter.
Well, you certainly know as a bowler what's coming.
Yeah.
And a fielder.
You know what's coming down here, so I mean, how can you counteract that if you know where the ball's likely to be?
Well,
with the field.
If he bowled it at pace, fifth stump, I think that's like so.
Don't think that's out.
No, it seemed to hit his shoulder. Yeah, did. Top of his arm.
Marcelo Pete's telling you that. Threw that one a little bit. But as I say, you kind of knew that ball was coming.
Yeah. On the badge and the sleeve.
Yeah. Polite inquiry, let's say, from Josh Manley.
Yeah. So no doubt Mark was equally polite in his reply. The gentleman that he is.
Same again. Can Pete react here? Well, he's going offside this time, and that's what I'm saying. He's got enough on that, and pings off the roof here. That's kind of what I'm saying. You've seen in the last few overs, he don't really have that shot, but he likes to play leg side. But if you're going to tell a batter where you're going to put it, he pretty much set himself. And
well, he can make a plan anyway. He knows
pings off the
loosely where it's going to be.
Pretty much, and he gets it over the boundary. So 2 of them in this over, and he hoiks that one into the leg side, straight at Camphor.
Back to plan A.
Yeah, but a good over for the Warriors.
Closing
13 from it.
Closing in on that 280.
Yeah, definitely that's where they're heading for here.
That'll be a decent score, Ali, if they do get... Well, I mean, it's going to be a decent score now anyway, but 280 will be very competitive, you would think.
I would think so, yeah. I'm just checking. I think that's would be the highest score. 279, I think, is the highest so far.
In this year's tournament, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Knight's got 279, I think, earlier in the year.
Okay.
Against the Reds. So, that's maybe a little target for the Warriors. Comfort. He's had a swing at that, and he's got plenty on that one.
Plenty of it.
And a big cheer goes up. When he connects, this boy.
Yep.
It definitely disappears. There's not too much finesse involved.
No.
With Marcelo Pete, but you can see going right back at his stumps. He's almost stood in his stumps there.
I was going to say to you as well, the pitch certainly hasn't got any worse for batting.
No, definitely not. Had no demons in it at all for the 2 days.
No.
Haven't seen. Hasn't.
And I think that the Reds will be encouraged by that and by this at the minute.
Yeah.
Not an awful lot in it for the bowlers.
Slower ball, straight up in the air.
Right this time.
Delaney will come round and take the catch. Good piece of bowling. Ron Calvert took all the pace off that. And Marcelo Pete goes for a, well, a decent 22 there.
Yeah.
It wasn't the most pleasing on the eye, but that'll not matter. One jot, 22 runs from 13 balls at the end of an innings. Really useful.
He'll be happy with that.
Most definitely. And 22 from 14, of course, that delivery. So, decent strike rate. Josh Padley gives him a little bit of a tap. He says, I hit me on the arm there, Josh. So, nice piece of bowling from Camphor there. You'd see he take all the pace, a little bit of a cutter, and well through the shot was Marcelo Payton. Straight up in the air, comfortable for Delaney. As I say, a good little knock from Pete. 22 brings Ryan Macbeth out to the middle.
He's no dozer either.
Batting at 10 today. Yep, back on the standard pace on delivery for Camphor. .273 for 8. Down the leg side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another one of those orchestrated appeals.
Not a great appeal from Ben White. The umpire's already got his arms out, and he started appealing there. So yeah, even the half-hearted appeal was a bit late there. Takes on the field. They're right back on the circle. There he is, Ben White. So he gets one and off the mark. Ryan Macbeth, and more importantly for the Warriors, gets Graham Hume on strike.
So.
Again, just looking at his boundary options here. Mid wicket has gone back to deep mid wicket. So it's not his game, but will he rump it? He goes down the town. And Camphor happy enough just to hold on to that one.
International teammates having their banter.
Yeah, bit of by play there.
It's been a very good knock from Graham Hume, I have to say. Very composed knock from him. Nothing aggressive, hit whatever was loose.
Yeah, we haven't seen enough of it, let's be honest.
Well,
the Warriors this year.
All summer we haven't seen enough of it, but today we've seen
two of them.
Yeah. It's a great shot.
Going to fly.
Yeah.
That's a lovely shot. That's a lovely shot. I was going to say, what does he do here? Does he take the one?
Yeah.
He's opted to go for the boundary. And it's come off. He's hit that over point. Deliberately lifting it over point. It flew away. Just under the covers there. And a boundary for Hume. Takes him to 67. A total just shy of that 280 mark.
Yeah.
There's the conversation between skipper and bowler for the 50th over. Just walking away now. Somewhere. Just walking away there now. Yeah, shaking now. So, into the 50th over here. 279 for 8 for the Northwest Warriors. They elected to bat today. They fought back well from 94 for 5. So, Ram Macbeth. Only just try and take the one. Well, he tried to hit it to the boundary, but gets the second best. Gets his one. And gets Graham Hume on strike here. So a reminder that the Munster Reds need to win today. First of all, to tie up at the top of the table, but the likelihood is they're going to need a bonus point. So to get that, it's going to be a pretty good watch this afternoon. So they're going to do that. Here comes Manley to Hume. Called 2. This is going to be a hard 2 here.
Yeah.
Oh, and he's going to run out.
No, he's
He's
not.
going to get there. Well,
Oh dear.
yeah, not great cricket there
No.
from either side, really, because that would have been gone. Although,
It was a freebie.
although really, Macbeth should have been coming back anyway.
Should.
You know, because
Yeah.
you've got to
Yeah.
give up the wicket. I think he realised that after he'd called no, he realised that Hume was coming
We're
anyway.
on the last over.
Yeah, Graham Hume was coming anyway. I think we're going to see quite a bit of that. He's smart in the field now as well. Doesn't get the hold of that, it'll be a dot ball. Yeah. Just thinking, it's not his game, but I'm wondering if he could just, you know, ramp that over the top of,
It's not his game, is right. Yeah.
you know, and because trying to muscle it down the ground here. The field is out. Pete was able to hit it in the offside.
Yeah, I just think he's more comfortable playing in front of himself or square, as we've seen.
He goes offside, and this time he does get it offside. He does get enough on it. That's what I was kind of saying. He's got to,
Yeah.
because the ball into the pitch, he's trying to hit it leg side. He's not getting it, so he's maybe moved a little bit to leg side there and opened up the off.
It's all about finding a way just at this stage now, Alistair. We a couple of deliveries left.
He did just give him that little bit extra room. Was able to access the offside. Picks up a boundary. 2 balls to go. To the leg side, and it will just be 1 no. Oh, it could be 2. Here we go, we're going to get the 2.
It's very untidy finish.
Yeah. All these runs are, there are only a couple of runs here and there, but
Yeah.
you know, this
Still a difference.
does make a difference, and they're getting
Very much so.
Hume back on strike in the end.
280 now could now turn to 290.
Well, that's it. We're now looking at 2 runs to get to 290, and you want to see the same ball again. Wouldn't surprise me. Yep, there it is. Pulled into the leg side,
Well
but he's
done,
got
too.
it in a
Done
gap.
Very well.
He's got it in a gap, and that's almost the biggest cheer of the day right
Yeah,
there.
exactly. It's a good finish now for the Warriors.
As he gets that one into the gap there. 13 off that final over. And Graham Hume takes his score to a very, very well made 79.
Yeah.
He'll be pleased with his day's
He'll
work
be
there.
delighted with that.
Just knew the ball was coming really, but he managed to get it into that gap this time between the 2 fielders in the deep. Curtis Camphor can't get round. And picks up the second boundary in the over for
Yeah.
Hume. He gets a really well-deserved round of applause as he leaves the field on 79 not out. The Munster Reds be a little bit disappointed there.
Well, they got away from him a wee bit towards the end, last over or 2.
Yeah, and to credit the Warriors, Macbeth and Hume in particular, an excellent partnership.
Yeah.
And they've done well. Get the 292 for 8. So the Warriors reach that score having decided to bat first. They've reached 292 at the end of their 50 overs.
So that's the card, the Warriors card. As we've touched on earlier, Stephen Doney, 26th, the top of the order. I suppose a slower 26 than we've become used to. Liam Doherty with 34. kind of threw away his wicket a wee bit. Not much in between then until Scott Macbeth with that 75 and Graham Hume 79 not out. Cameron Melly, a bit of a cameo, 19 from him. Marcelo Pete the same, 22 off 14. And Ryan Macbeth there at the end, 2 not out. All about Hume and Macbeth, it has to be said. 26 extras as well, contributing to a total of 292, and I think the Warriors will be delighted with that.
Yeah, you mentioned about the partnerships, and there were a couple of decent ones up top. That 49 between Doherty and Doherty until he had a bit of a brain fade and lost his wicket. But then the issues with the Warriors resurfaced then with 2 or 3 mid-innings wickets. But it's that partnership right in the middle of the 6th wicket, a record partnership for the Northwest Warriors for the 6th wicket. 121 between Scott Macbeth and Graham Hume that has really propelled this innings. Nice little cameos at the end, as you say. The bowling for the Munster Reds. You know, look, I think they bowled better yesterday as a group. I think definitely a few that sort of less important performances today. 2 wickets for Camphor, 3 for Frost, who was probably the pick today. Matthew Weldon struggled in his first spell but came back really well. And Ben White 1 for 60. Josh Maloney none for 73 today. Don't think those are figures that he really deserved. No. None for 73, but that's what he's ended up with. And Gareth Delaney none for 17 at the end. So your match summary has been put into bat. The Warriors have totaled 292 for 8 from their 50 overs, that based on those innings from Graham Hume 79 not out and Scott Macbeth of 75. Mike Frost with 3 for 44. So it's all down to the Munster Reds now to try and keep their title hopes alive. They've got to win this game and try and get it with a bonus point as well. So it should be a really interesting second innings. We hope you can join us in around 40 minutes.
Sorry.
And a very warm welcome back, everyone, to what is a beautifully sunny day here up in the northwest of Ireland. We're in Mason, home of Brady Cricket Club. You can see in the background there a beautiful day here in the northwest, as I say, and we're halfway through this IP50 game. Final game for both of these sides in the tournament this year, Munster Reds and the Northwest Warriors. We've had the Warriors innings, and they have scored 292 in their 50 overs. Fantastic comeback from 94 for 5. Record-breaking 6-wicket partnership between Graham Hume and Scott Macbeth, getting them up to that total. So big chase on here for the Reds, and as we mentioned before, really got to get this in around 40 overs if they want to pick up a bonus point. A big ask, so it should be a really interesting innings here. Graham Hume all set to bowl, and he bowls to Gill, who gets off the mark. And once again, delighted to be joined by Lawrence Moore. Lawrence, fed and watered?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Ali. Good afternoon, everyone. A bit fresher now than it was an hour ago at Brady here. There's a bit of a wee bit of a tunnel, I suppose, so apologies if you pick up any additional sound of the wind howling through our marquee.
Yeah, just see the wind farms up on the right here.
Yeah.
They're going Billy-O at the minute.
They sure are. They're earning their corn today.
Jay Moore, who's decided to open the batting today for the Reds.
Just a wee bit of a hat tip before we start to Mark Hawthorne, I think, who was in play at this end, was he?
He was, yeah. It was bad. I knew it. So see what's coming here, because I spoke to the man in question himself.
Did you?
I did.
Yeah, Stephen Doney has admitted that we were a wee bit unsure. There was definitely a deviation in the ball when we watched the replay. Thought it was very wide, but Stephen has admitted that he got a bit of glove on the way through to the keeper, so he has no complaints whatsoever.
He might have a complaint that we both asked him.
Well,
would you quit asking me?
Yeah.
But yeah, very refreshing for a batter just to say, I did get a wee nick on it, and it was more frustration, I think, that we noticed.
Yeah.
Walking off, he'd played so well for his runs, he'd looked good.
I remember Barry Chambers used to say there was a guy at Ardmore and Desi Brawley, who'd be Mr. Ardmore Cricket. He's been there a lifetime, obviously, the Brawley connection. Barry would say Desi is the best. That's a good shot.
In the gap, and we'll run away down that hill.
Yeah.
Good pace from
Liam
Doherty down there. He's got good wheels.
Yeah. And Barry used to say about Desi, he had the best average in European cricket because he's never been out in his life.
Yeah, absolutely. Slight change in the field here. Just got a bit of a strange sort of position here. It's got Macbeth come into a short point. Backward point as well in Doherty. Looking for that little aerial drive.
I should have asked the question now that Marcelo's in front of us here. So he's come into the squad, not for Conor Alford, I wouldn't have thought. Not sure who he's come in for. Was in the initial squad.
In the initial squad, yeah. Trent McKeegan's still in the squad. He's up there today.
Trying to work out. That'll give us something to work out now in the second half. Who he's in the squad for? He wasn't. I see Dave O'Sullivan was there as well, so it's certainly not for him.
For him either. Maybe just added to it, I think, rather than changed anybody out. But decent first over. There, Graham Hume on the mark as you would expect. 4 runs from that first over. Chasing 293 for the Munster Reds. As we said a few times in the first innings, it's all on the Reds here, really. Pride to play for the Warriors, and to be fair, did show a good bit of that in the back end of that innings. Could have quite easily capitulated. Hume and Macbeth really did knuckle down initially.
Yeah.
Then got their way into the innings. Good knock just looking up our June. It's their first list A50s for both of them, both Hume and Macbeth. So a good day for them. But yeah, the Reds looking forward here. Obviously, before the game, if they win with a bonus point, they were going to move to the top of the table. That would have taken out the Leinster Lightning. They could not catch them. But if they don't win with a bonus point, very interesting. Here's Ryan Macbeth. A real loosener from him. I like Ryan Macbeth.
Kind of a change of end for the two openers as well.
Yes, it is. Certainly from yesterday. They bowled at opposite ends, as you say, Lawrence. Maybe that was a discussion they've had.
Possibly, yeah.
Either overnight or today. You can just see on his shirt there that wind that Lawrence is talking about. It is quite strong. It's a little bit stronger than it was earlier. Ball to Mudgill, 2 slips in place. There's the line that he wants to bowl. He's just nipping back.
Yeah.
It's a good shout. First up. Saw this yesterday. Just nipping the ball back to the right-hander. Well, that's a good shout. Height maybe.
Yeah.
But pin Mudgill a little bit. We saw this yesterday with Macbeth, that bowling a little bit into the right-hander, but as I say, I've watched him quite a lot this year, bowling, just swinging it away from the right-hander.
Yeah.
Just that first delivery to Mudgill, who's immediately down the track.
It's a bit of a free hit.
Bit dismissive there from the opener. Into the leg side. Very proactive there, coming down the wicket. You can see he's well out of his crease and just flat bats that through mid-wicket area for 4. Stays at home this time. That's the delivery that I've been watching all year, really, from Ryan Macbeth. Mudgill, of course, has changed his team. He's changed his colours this year. He's played for the Munster Lightning. 3 matches for them earlier in the campaign. By comfortable, like by as she must have come in from long leg. Yeah, I played 3 times for the Munster Lightning earlier in the campaign, but just these last couple of matches, see, switching allegiance over to the Reds. He's at Marion. Into the leg side again.
He's very strong there in that area.
Very similar to what Mudgill did. This PJ Moore stayed at home though, but played a very similar shot.
Doesn't look to have too many demons in the pitch for batting.
No, not really. We've seen that over these 2 days. It hasn't turned prodigiously. It hasn't swung.
Fielder nearly gets split there.
Yeah, I think that's why they were sort of taking the hand out of him a wee bit. That's drilled down the ground. That's a clean shot.
It really is. Making this look very easy.
Well, that's a lovely shot. PJ Moore didn't really have to hit that too hard. He just leaned into it and let flow of the bat. Again, a nice pose for the cameraman, and that's covered well over the boundary. Playing the shot again there, but he doesn't need to practice it because that was a pretty decent first up effort.
It absolutely was.
Had over 16 from Ryan Macbeth, and would tend to suggest that maybe the Reds coach has said, look, let's
40 overs.
Let's go and do this in 40.
Yep.
Certainly if you were in the Knights and Leinster campaign, you'd have been very pleased with that Warriors fight back. Let's see what Hume can do.
Punch the single.
Yeah, he's well in there. He's halfway back to the pavilion there. PJ Moore. That single. Yeah, given what we've watched there, I would sort of suggest that that's the case.
Yep.
But again, I go back to that match a couple of weeks ago and had a bonus point in their pocket. Did the Reds against the Knights and just clambered over the line in that game and lost a point. They did win the game. If they'd have picked up that point, a win today would have sufficed to get them to the top. Oh, that's lovely. Yeah, that's lovely from Hume. Right in that channel, and PJ Moore just plays and misses.
Just making a bit of movement there.
He's got a little bit. It's not a great deal. The third over here, but just enough to keep PJ Moore on his toes here. It's just straightening it a little bit more than taking it off. It's just straightening. So we haven't seen a great deal of swing for sure, or movement off the surface. Occasional one going. No one there.
It's the one thing Graham Hume gives you and has always given you. He's very miserable. He's very, very difficult to get away when he finds his line and length.
Yeah, he's got control. I actually said this on Saturday. It's a wee bit like when you're playing golf and you hit a good shot. You think, well, why can't I do that all the time?
Yeah,
I think I look at Graham Hume and I think, well,
yeah,
you can bowl straight. Why can't everybody do that? It's just a simple thing, but it's really not. Big appeal.
Just
drifting down leg.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Why can't everybody just bowl straight?
100%,
you know?
yeah.
But it's clearly not as easy as it comes, and bowling at that pace just to be metronome. That's what he is on most occasions.
He's a great option to have. Even in club cricket, as I say, when he started off with Corey and his figures were... Now, he was never a massive wicket taker. He would have been... I've seen weeks where he was like 1 for 15 for his 10 overs.
Yeah. Land the fourth again, just a couple from it. Nicely bowled. So no runs coming from Graham Hume, really. 2 overs, just a 5 from him.
Yeah.
Macbeth went for 16 in his opening over. And this cap to Mark Hawthorne.
Not sure what the idea was in switching them round. I mean, they've not just yesterday, they regularly bowl from the opposite ends, these two.
Yeah. So, just having a look at the field to see if they're going to change the field from that first over. Not so much, it's third man and deep mid wicket are your 2 boundary riders. One slips out. It's up in the air. It's going to carry surely with the wind.
Yep.
Yeah, it'll carry with the wind. It does so.
Not the start he wanted there.
No, definitely not. It's just that length. PJ Moore, full swing of the bat, and as I say, Fielder was a little bit interested down there, but the wind carrying it across there. It's a decent hit down there. Macbeth under a little bit of pressure here. It's a good comeback. But he's under real pressure here because that last ball he's bowled there's been short of a length, been deposited for 6. And in the previous over, the last ball of it, it was a little bit over pitched, went down the ground for 6. So the margin for error for Macbeth here is pretty small.
Especially when the 2 batsmen are going to capitalise on anything loose now. See how these opening overs take them.
Yep, just that is the area he's got to hit by the look of it.
Well, I have tried and tried and tried, and I have no idea who Marcelo Pete's in the squad for. Just don't know.
Yeah, I think it's probably just an added
addition.
him, added him yesterday. It's going to be square.
It's 4.
I think it's work to do for Millie down there, and he's not going to do it. And 4 more.
Black boots dragging him back, Ali. No wind resistance.
He has got spikes in them.
Yeah, I'm sure he has.
Look, he's got spikes in them. It's just an interesting piece of kit there. Black boots. T20 mode here for PJ Moore. Coming down the track already.
And 4 more.
4 more. We see that again. He was actually batting off about 18 yards there by the time the ball was bowled. He'd set off a long time before. You can watch him here. Starts off about now. There he goes. And almost got the perfect delivery then.
Yeah.
Good length ball, but because he'd come down the wicket, turned it into a half volley.
Not very often you see Ryan Macbeth with these kind of figures.
Oh, that's run along the ground. That's the first one that we've seen misbehave in 2 days.
Yep.
And he gets away with that one. If that was straight, he'd have been in all sorts of baller. But 30 from his first 2 overs for Macbeth and 37 without loss for the Munster Reds. They've started off really well here.
Well, if nothing else, it's entertaining, Ali, that's for sure.
Most certainly is. We sort of suggested that the conversation might be, what's the point in, we can't really win the tournament on run rate, which would be if they finish level on points without a bonus point. So we may as well try and go out here and at least set ourselves a chance of getting there. I've got serious hitters down the order here, so if we can get a good platform, then we could have a look at it.
Yeah. There's about 4 people warming up the bowl for the Warriors here, so I don't know what's going on.
Of course, they have options as well.
Craig Young and Marcelo Pete both going through their repertoire.
Interesting to see there, just on the left of your screen there. Brought a fielder in. Short, what do you call it? Short mid on, silly mid on.
Yeah.
A bit far back for silly mid on would it be?
We'll go with short mid on.
Short mid on.
Much more complimentary as well.
Yes, it is. Worked on the leg side. Kane Hilton's after this. Don't think he's going to get it.
Nope.
Chase, and he doesn't. So it'll be another boundary. This time the first one off Hume. It's a little bit straight there. Worked in the leg side. Nice shot from Mudgill.
Nothing there either.
That's your length right there.
Yep. I've got another one of my loaded questions for you, Ali.
dear.
I'll give you time to think about it now. You just went. Who is it? It's Graham. Is on his way back to his marker.
Yep.
Is there any appetite for the return of 3-day inter-pro cricket?
Well, that's a good one now. That's a good one. Give me 5 seconds to think about that one.
Well bowled again.
Said
no luck.
That one. Yeah.
No luck, Graham Hume.
He hasn't had much luck, to be fair.
He hasn't.
Just those little 50-50s have not gone his way. I could easily have taken an edge onto the stumps like we saw a few times. Nearly didn't even need the edge.
Yeah.
Really well bowled. Not a great shot from Mudgill, has to be said.
Yeah.
But yeah, hasn't had a great deal of luck.
I think he's that kind of a bowler. He just, he's always on the spot, and
He might have a bit of luck here, or will it be more unfortunate?
More bad
it
luck.
is more bad luck.
The wind carried that away.
More bad luck. Yep, exactly right.
It's been an over of moral victories, but nothing else for Graham Hume.
Yeah. I thought that had gone a little bit more aerial than it had.
Yeah.
Carried over. Alston there.
Caught in the wind, I think. There's a wee bit of
there is a wind carrying across there, yep.
Yeah.
Oh, straight again, and it's going to be another boundary. Again, just a inside edge, and
poor Graham doesn't know what to do with himself.
Yeah, he looks to the heavens there. You might have heard a bit of an appeal there if he'd missed this one. Just a step across. He's worked that one.
To be fair, that's middle. A decent shot.
Yeah, he's worked it off middle.
Yeah.
Got it behind square for 4. So rattling along here amongst the Reds. It's 47 from the first 5 already.
Yeah.
So that's their intention. They are going to change it. Macbeth. The answer to your question, Lawrence, not the latter question, the initial question.
Yeah.
Is it's going to be Marcelo Pete.
Yeah.
He's going to come on.
Might
see what he can do.
Might well get a double change, you never know.
There he is. Yeah, so look, I'll have a bit of a chat about that. In terms of 3-day cricket, is there an appetite for it? It is a difficult question because I think there's an appetite for it amongst cricket people.
Yeah, but not among players.
But these days, is cricket people enough to warrant an appetite for that? I think you've seen the way T20 has tried to engage people that are not involved in cricket.
Yes.
We've got a perfect example of coming up this weekend. We've got a huge international series coming this weekend, England and Ireland. And cricket people will watch that.
Yeah.
But it's a huge opportunity to get people who don't watch cricket. That's up in the air, and a lovely shot again.
Stand and deliver.
Smooth as you like.
Yeah.
50 up already for the Reds. That's coming absolute no time.
Yeah.
51 already on the board. Just watch the balance here from PJ Moore. Just plays through the line, holds it again.
Hasn't moved an inch.
Beautiful. He's given the photographers
plenty
of ammunition today here.
Without a doubt.
PJ Moore.
As I said to you, Ali, the reason for asking you about that was quite loaded, because we talked about an identity for the IP series and what it is, and one of the things that it was originally set up to be and is probably still lays claim to is that it's a pathway to progression to the Wolves and the Ireland side, and the two issues I would have with that. Wide this time. Taking him out of his stride a wee bit as the batter. The two issues I'd have with that is that there doesn't seem to be the same buy-in. You don't see the Ireland senior coaching staff at the inter-pro games, and I'm not sure how much focus or attention they put on it. But certainly, if Ireland are looking to play multi-day cricket, Surely this is the basis for it here. Interpros.
Oh, that's lovely again.
That's
He's just
beautiful
lent into
shot.
that.
Yeah.
He's pulling out all the shots here at the moment. PJ Murray's lent into that. Wasn't a terrible ball from Pete, but he just lent into that on the offside and caressed it through the covers for yet another boundary. You can see now it's not the worst ball, but playing it on the up. Good head position, leaning into the ball there. Lovely from PJ Moore. Yeah, I think you had a bit of a chat yesterday that you remember watching O'Brien, and
Yeah.
you know, enjoy scoring hundreds for their sides, and just watching that was. But again, I go back to the same thing. Then that's cricket people. You know.
Yeah.
I think I was just sort of saying about the series coming up. It's going down leg. The series coming up, as I say, I think cricket people will watch that international series between Ireland and England women.
Yeah, but not so much.
It's trying to involve, you know, people that don't watch cricket. So once you get them hooked, it's like bringing kids to coaching. You know, if you get them in and you get them a wee bit of a bug for the game, they keep coming back.
Well, I would agree with that to a point. I think if the purpose of the interprovincial series is to bring new people into the game, then yes, 100%.
Pavilion bound.
Oh,
that's on the roof.
It just picks it up so easily.
Yeah, it's on the roof. And has it come down off the roof? Yeah, I think it has.
Yeah.
That's what way we're talking at the minute. Peppering the roof here at Breedy. Just picked up on the leg stump and lifted, as you say, nonchalantly.
Mark wants to see that there's no damage done and that the ball's still in one piece. To be honest, I fully agree with him. It's been travelling that far and that much. That
yeah, it's 62 already on the board.
There could be chunks out of it, very handy.
10 and over here at the minute. Plus. There'll be more.
Four more, yeah.
Be 4 more to the total.
This is very, very easy at the minute, and I think it goes to show what we were saying an hour ago, that there's that it's not a bad strip at all for batting.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. 66 on the board, 6 gone. They've raised that rate to 11.
Just to finish off my point, Ali, I think one of the main reasons.
We'll just cut off there because we've just got a lovely little graphic for you here. Just look at that. We're 6 overs in in a 50 over game. And there is your wagon wheel for the Munster Reds. With those shots down the ground. Your red lines are your 6s. Blues are your 4s. Just a 2 square, but 5 4s coming down the ground and 3 6s. So that's been the target area for the Munster Reds, and PJ Moore's been the aggressor. Even more so, 43 from 20. He just racing along here. And it's that end he's been batting mostly at. He's been hitting most of those ones down the ground.
It's been good to watch, to be fair.
Bit of a test here now.
Yeah.
So, Hume now. Bowled a Mudgill in the air.
4 more.
About 4 more. Gets past Doherty and another boundary. I've seen that ball running up and down the hill. He's past half hour.
If it's not in the hill, it's on the roof.
It's not on the hill, it's on the roof. Exactly right. There's a bit of carnage here. At the moment, that was uppish, but wide of Doherty. Yeah, look, I totally take your point, and I fully accept the point that the Interpros is there to get club players into an environment where they can then play international cricket. I think the issue with the players, and I've spoken to a few of them, you know, when the international players are away, the standard does drop a little. As we see another hold the pose.
Remarkable shot.
From this time, Mudgill, he holds his pose there and just hits that through the covers, and it's another chase up the hill for a Warriors fielder. That one's nice. They're only letting us get through this, Lawrence.
No, they're not.
just keep hitting
I would just
keep hitting boundaries.
Yeah, I would just finish off with the practicality of it all. Is that your 3-day cricket will have to be played in the middle of the week, and I think that's where the issue is.
Absolutely. It may. Oh, that's poor fielding.
Dear.
That is poor fielding.
It's a simple 2 from nothing.
Yeah, I think what may come here, it may not be 3-day cricket in the way that we see inter-pro cricket at the minute with 4 teams in the unions.
Yeah.
You may look towards what Cricket Ireland did last year with the one-off game prior to the test.
South,
North v South, or a franchise strikers v Raiders it was last year. That type of thing may be brought in and make it 11 against 11, or in terms of a broad across rather than your northwest, that sort of thing. To introduce 3-day cricket back to it. But I do think that, if we're going to play Test cricket and take it seriously,
we have to get something.
I think something has to be played somewhere.
There has to be some multi-day cricket at this level. You can't just jump from playing Killyclooney on a Saturday to playing England in a Test match.
No. No disrespect to Killyclooney.
No, and definitely not. The reason that stuck in my head was I remember very clearly going to speak to Peter Gillespie one night. They were finishing off a match, and it was not against Killyclooney but Killymallet, up at Killymallet. It was the year that Strabane shared the league, 2009 I think, and he was going to play international cricket on the Tuesday, so going from Killymallet in the league on a Tuesday night and to play international cricket with Ireland, it's a bit of a leap.
It definitely is. Bold from Hume. It's not just, I think cricket in itself in the last 10 years has moved on leaps and bounds.
Yeah.
And the difference between the levels now, as we were talking about analysts earlier on, even the introduction of analysts and being able to develop your game, the S&C now is strength and conditioning is so much higher than it used to be, and the levels of the game now are everybody, and we talked about it earlier, everybody knows every bit about your game, and you've got to be able to develop and adapt.
Yeah.
So, go on.
The first wicket.
Well, they've been working on that. They changed the fielding positions a couple of times, and that's the delivery he was looking just back of a length. The deliveries that he got hit for 4 start of the over slightly fuller. And Modgill's just managed to skew that one off, and up to the captain there, I suppose, that he's kept those 2 fielders in there. And Modgill has picked out Gavin Rolston at point. He'd gone for 28, and the much needed breakthrough for the Northwest Warriors.
Very badly needed. If even they halt the scoring rate, 76 for 1, and we're on the seventh over.
Yeah.
It's going to take a bit of pulling back this.
Needed to take wickets.
I don't think that it'll interrupt their game plan with any consideration at all. I think the Munster Reds will continue to go at it because they've got their target set.
Yeah, and that guy on screen.
Yeah.
Watched him yesterday.
Yeah.
50. Very few yesterday. Got a half century. The Reds' first half century in the T20. Well, he comes out to the middle with a fairly decent platform, still going at just about 11, 76 off the first 7. Still 3 overs in the power play.
I don't think he'll go hell for leather just at the start. But at the same time, he has a man at the other end who's really in the zone now.
He certainly is. 43 from 20. Pete comes in now. Thumped again into the offside.
40 more from 21.
Yep, that's 4 more. PJ Moore, I'm going to throw one out there. Everybody listening, we've got our stats gurus out there. See if we can find me a quicker 50 in the IP50 if PJ Moore can get there. He's 21 balls for 47.
In this season or ever?
Ever.
Oh.
Ever. Would there be one ever? 21 balls?
Kevin O'Brien's played in the IP50.
Oh yeah, 21 balls is pretty short going.
Paul Sterling Paul wouldn't have an awful lot of 50s in the IP.
Well, there you go. You get any pat on that? Let's look at the umpire. Yep. 2-leg bye, so that'll cost him a delivery.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
It's right in the zone now. Happy enough to punch that. Decent delivery, good length ball down the ground. Really interesting field here because nobody in the offside boundary rating. It was both leg side, one at the mid wicket and long on.
Beat the field for 4 here.
Pretty much on the offside it was. They've changed it a little bit, that they've thrown back a third man for Curtis Camphor's first delivery. And a good one, well defended. Brady in all its splendour. A lovely day here.
It's a great ground, obviously, for the scenery around it, and a great ground to watch cricket as well.
Yeah, I mentioned that earlier. I think it is a great ground, just with that little, just that little raise on the far side of the ground. Just lifts you up maybe 5-6 yards. You can just look down.
Then you have the second ground just up above that. Then that's their second pitch, obviously. And if you've ever played or umpired up there, you'll know that there's the odd polar bear about up there. It is the coldest spot to watch or play cricket in Europe.
Oh, I'll take you on there.
Where are you going to go?
Oh, I'll take you on
Cold
there.
rain?
I'll go with, apologies to my friends down there, but I'll go with Sandy Bay at Larne.
Oh, really?
Oh.
Yeah.
I tell you, it's right on the coast.
Yeah.
Instead of watching the trains go by like you were talking about Derryaki, you watch the Larne boat goes by up the loch.
Yeah.
Oh my word. We used to play pre-season friendlies there in April. You were talking about the pros. Oh boy.
Yeah.
It was cold.
I still maintain, I umpired in Coleraine, a senior match in Coleraine one Saturday, and it was at the end of April as well. Again, right on the north coast. Oh boy. I only thawed out last Thursday.
Yeah, so good contest that one. Might do that one on
coldest
on
ground in Ireland. Let's have all your entries in.
See if you can win that one.
Yep. Creve Donald if it was still going. Railway Union we're hearing from the background. Is Railway Union cold? No, really.
Maybe it doesn't mean temperature.
Oh, sorry.
I don't know.
Okay, some of these conversations are maybe I should be holding back.
Yeah, maybe. I've just got a text message from an Irish international.
Okay.
Who's obviously listening to us. Oh, it's a good shout too. Just opened it up and it's a really good shout.
What's he going for?
Oh dear. I'm not sure whether I should mention who it is, but he's selected Mollusk in Belfast.
Yeah.
City of Belfast playing field.
Okay.
Oh boy, yeah, it's
wide open.
Wide open. There's nothing a thing around it, and the wind comes up. And, do you want me to mention your name here?
Go ahead, go for it.
Oh dear. I'll tell you after this ball.
He's not involved at the minute, is he?
He most certainly is.
I'm saying nothing more. I kind of, okay.
So PJ Moore's become becoming since we've talked about that. He's wasted up 4 balls here. He's still playing very much there in setup.
Yeah.
We'll get through the over here, but that's a good shout. Mollusk is an excellent shout there. So I put the mockers on PJ Moore a wee bit. He was going to go to 22 ball 50. Gobbled up 4 balls there. Ooh, and that's outside the off stump there. That's a wee nibble at that one. He's given me the go ahead.
Has he?
He has.
Okay.
Ireland's premier fast bowler.
Yeah. Great.
No, Lawrence, it's mark it there.
I know who it is.
Mark it
I would have guessed that
Mark
earlier.
it there, selected. Mollusk is his coldest ever ground. And it's not a bad call.
We just had a suggestion in our ear of the coldest ground. I would willingly go to the coldest ground in the world.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. San Moritz, we're
Tell
told.
you who are really good on Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Is Iceland cricket.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Iceland cricket are really good on the social media.
Okay.
I don't know how much cricket they play.
No.
Their social media is fantastic.
Yep. Very good.
Oh, yeah, heading for a maiden here. Oh, and ruined that. That's clipped down the leg side. I think he's got a little bit on that, has he?
Has he?
Yes, he has.
Okay.
And that will take PJ Moore through to a 50. Just taking 29 deliveries there.
It's very good.
8 fours and 3 big sixes down the ground here at Breedy. The captain has laid down a marker here for his team. Sometimes it's okay telling people in the dressing room this is the way we're going to play. He has decided, I'm going to show you how we're going to play. He's gone out there. A little fine tickle to get to his 50. And that's a little statement of intent there from PJ Moore. 52 from 29. Excellent stuff from the skipper. The score now 87 for 1. So we talked about the 40 over sort of limit that they're trying to get it in to get a bonus point. Just in total contrast to that game against the Knights, where they sort of didn't really grasp the nettle there, where they could have got that bonus point.
Yeah.
This time they've definitely got the heads up here.
For sure.
Down the track and dispatched again.
That's the biggest yet.
That's a biggie there. That's right down the Kerry Road. Playing right through the line there. Putting on a show here. Is PJ Moore. Again, gets the momentum into the shot. Coming down the track. Again, holds it. As it goes straight over the bowler's head. That's a long way back. Long as a ball change again, as we see on screen yet again. Here comes George Brawley. Another set.
Yeah.
Be busy with the look of it. Yeah, that man we've just been mentioning, mark it there. Well, captain of the Northern Knights, he'll be watching this, hoping that the Warriors can drag this back, because it just lays out what the Knights have got to do next week. If they do get the bonus point, it'll mean they need to beat the Lightning in Oak Hill next Wednesday. They've gone off like the proverbial house on fire here. The Reds.
It's been a great start.
Shorter this time, and it's going to be another boundary.
Yeah.
The ball's going to run up the hill yet again. And it's raining boundaries here at Breedy. 88 for 1. And really, it doesn't seem to matter where the ball's being landed. Short balls are getting pulled. The full balls are getting driven.
This must be the best power play of the season so far, Alistair.
Oh, there's no doubt about that.
That's amazing.
There's the hundreds up.
Yeah.
The 100 is up. That has hit the side screen and come back onto the field. It's just rinse and repeat.
Yep.
From PJ Moore. Could have shown this from a couple of balls ago. He just does exactly the same pose with the exact same result. 104 in the power play.
Some effort
of Scotland, Australia here.
Yeah.
Calls 2. Doesn't want to risk that. No point in risking a run out when you're putting the ball all around the parts. 105 for 1.
Marcelo Pete coming in for about a tap here.
Fairly forlorn there in his walk back.
Yeah.
42 from not even 3 overs here. And Curtis Comfort is just standing down the other end. 1 off 4.
Yeah. This is when you find out who your bowlers are.
You want to be looking around here a wee bit.
Yeah.
And, just trying to find who's keen to come on.
I remember being at the rectory one night for
Just before you tell us that, Lawrence, we're going to have a wee look at PJ Moore's individual wagon wheel. It looks very similar to the one we saw earlier for the Reds.
Yeah.
Or he's been depositing all round the park. He hasn't been just coming down the ground, as I say, those square boundaries, those blue lines, 9 4s there. Now 4 6s. He's
not much running involved there.
Not really. Not really. He's punished the length if you've missed your length. As I say, if you've been too full, he's gone down the ground. I know it's easy to say that most players will do that, but he's really got on top of it and hit the ball cleanly down the ground. But then, as happens then, you want to pull your length back. As soon as you've gone short, he's played square of the wicket on both sides. So it's been pretty sensational so far.
It's been brilliant.
But
thoroughly entertaining.
Ryan Macbeth going to try his luck at his normal end.
Yep.
Well, there you go, straight past the edge. But as we talk about in the T20 game, if you're chasing 230, 240 and you get off to a really good start, it can only take a couple of overs or in a T20 game or a couple of wickets. Then you got to realise you got to get back to that.
That's right.
The difference is here, though, 10 and over, they've reduced the run rate already. From almost 6 down to 4.7. It's the length of the game now.
I still think they're going to treat it as a 40 over game. They probably have no choice but to do that.
I think that's exactly what they're doing. So if we were to change that then, it would be 100 and to get the Mavs book out. So it's basically 6 and over now.
Yeah.
If you're treating it as a 40 over game, 30 overs left.
If they're going at 10 and they're
I think that'll be fine.
6 will be okay.
Yeah, I think that'll be grand. So just about 180 more.
I just like Ryan Macbeth from that end.
Yeah.
Better. It's a better fit. And to be honest, Graham Hume's bowled well up the hill as well, or whatever hill's there. But
he has.
I mean, he normally bowls from this end, and he just, I don't know, just looks easier on the eye, or
just a comfort point.
Just what you're used to. Just what I'm used to.
It's what you like to see.
This is back to front for me, or was back to front at the start.
Yeah, I remember watching PJ Moore, Curtis Comfort scratching about like an old hen here. Just, of course, one off 7.
Yeah.
It'll not matter at all. PJ Moore 70 off 35. So yeah, it would be 293 is your target. So 187 from 30, let's say, at the start of this over.
Yeah.
So it is around about
6.
Just bang on 6. Certainly is achievable. Big Brian will come back for 2. Ends the over, just a 3 from it, and from where we've been.
Yeah, you take that as whatever kind of win it is.
It's a little bit of a win, I suppose, yeah. Conversation there between Comfort and Moore. And we're going to get a change now.
Youngie.
Kerry Road end. Craig Young will come into the attack. So Pete went for a bit of a journey there. So
Ireland's other premium fast bowler.
Yeah, and well, I was just going to say, going to hand it to a guy who knows exactly what it's all about.
Yeah.
Been there, seen it, done it. And Pete, having said that, he won't have seen this too often in a 50 over game.
No.
Guy sitting on 70 after 10, 11 now. And obviously we can change the field a little bit now. A few more fielders to protect the boundaries. So we're going to actually change one of those now. Bring up long on. It's going to come up into the circle and they're going to put a cover boundary fielder out. Deep square's already out. Here comes Young. That'll be a wide first up.
Not much respect there either.
Well, change the bowler, but don't change the tune. That's first bounce up on the top bank there. It's covered all the way. 6 more to PJ Moore. You can see where that lands well above the bank. Almost takes out one of our spectators.
Yep.
Almost up onto that second pitch you were talking about. It's a big hit from PJ Moore, and he moves to 76. No answers here at the minute. The Warriors. That'll be another wide. Just have a little look at the surface there.
It's hard to wrestle this momentum back at the minute, I think it's the issue. Once you have a guy going like this.
Well, that's it. You're kind of hoping that he just hits one up in the air and you manage to get him out.
All he needs at the minute is 1 and over.
Yeah, but yet it's just gone into that lunch break, mid-innings break, whatever you want to call it. And,
Yeah.
and you would have felt that the whole Warriors attitude would have changed from 94 for 5.
That's right.
We've posted 292 here. Good total, highest total of the IP50 tournament so far. Let's get out there and really just immediately wrestled that back, the Reds.
I think that the Reds' approach has been superb. No question about it. And, you know, much as though he's 76 off 77 now, off 38, PJ Moore hasn't given many chances. Any that I can remember.
Not really.
Not many false shots.
Just a couple of nip past the outside edge just, but nothing really you would say.
I mean, it's been very clean. He hits the ball very, very clean.
It has been exceptionally clean, yep. Yeah, I just think it's the mindset that he's really shown. See.
Doesn't get phased by much either, I wouldn't have thought.
No, and exactly the point. I mean, his biggest innings has been in that test match where he got 70 odd in the first innings. But outside of that, he has struggled since he came back from injury. Generally, for runs, but not today.
I just think it was a great addition for the Ireland setup. You know, he's a boy you'd rather have on your side than bowling to him. Or
yeah, and he mentioned yesterday just one of those guys you can talk cricket to.
Yeah,
he likes to talk about it and give a little bit of advice. He's, I think, one of the guys he's on tour with, he's quite happy to go away and talk to people and give advice on his experiences.
Well, he's been around the block for sure.
by that time. So Comfort stays on 3, end of the over. Big 6 in it, a couple of wides. 118 for 1. And the only thing was the Warriors have dropped it below 10 now.
Yeah.
Not much comfort. Not a great deal of comfort.
Nope.
The only thing you would say is obviously a couple of spinners, McBride, Macbeth in the team. But you know, if I haven't watched it for 2 days, it hasn't done much.
Yeah.
It hasn't spun much. You might rest back a little bit of control, but it doesn't look like a wicket where a spinner's going to bowl a team out.
Yeah, I think, and again, with maximum respect to our skipper, I think Andy's very much containing mode. You know, that's his forte, that's what he does.
Yeah, you want to build pressure and get wickets
yeah.
through a pressure.
I mean, they took, in the T20 yesterday, they took 10 or 11 or 12, whatever it was, off Scott, 1 over his first. And without playing any false shots or without any difficulty. So, I don't know, I think our best options is up front with the seam.
I saved that. I was going to run away for another boundary. I think that.
There's a couple of part-timers in the squad as well. Liam Doherty bowls.
Yeah.
To be honest, Boyd Rankin knows an awful lot more than me, but I think Trent McKeegan, if he's fit, would have been worth a punt over the last few games. He's been bowling exceptionally well at club level. It's probably fair to say he's our quickest at the moment, well, apart from Craig.
Yeah.
You know, Trent's pace has really increased this season.
I was chatting with Peter Gillespie last year about Trent, and I think the downside is he does go for runs, but the massive upside is he takes wickets. He takes
Very
wickets.
So.
He's a big wicket taker.
He is.
You know, he's more likely to go 4 for 60 than, than
well, I would agree. Aye.
1 for 15. You were talking about Graham Hume, but it's an option then.
Well, I mean, if what you need to do is take 2 wickets, then he is.
Yeah.
And that's what the Warriors need at the minute.
Well, right now, definitely, because as I say, I could be proven wrong, but it doesn't look like a wicket where spin's going to, rip a team out.
No.
It's played quite well and true. And this start has sort of taken the run rate pressure away somewhat. Got a hand to it. Can't just hold it. Prevent the single. Brian. Exasperation in his voice there when he couldn't just grab hold of that.
Yeah.
Since he pulled from that end, he's stemmed the bleeding of boundaries at that end, Macbeth, but not being able to take a wicket. 13 overs gone, and it's 122 for 1. PJ Moore takes a little bit of fluid on board. Hasn't done much running, as you say.
No,
he's
he
been pretty
hasn't.
stationary.
He hasn't at all.
Lawrence, there'll be people out there only tuning in this afternoon to hear what you had for lunch.
Oh, we forgot about lunch.
Yeah. I don't forget about it.
I have to be honest. I'm not sure what we had for lunch. It was pasta with
You had
something.
exactly what I told you.
What did you tell me?
Pasta with chicken and chorizo and a cream sauce.
Okay. See, I don't like garlic bread or anything like that.
You
So
see, you're an old school.
yeah.
However, I did not have
What did
chicken
you?
and pasta and chorizo. Noel, our kind man in there,
Yeah.
kind chef,
Yeah.
brought me out potatoes and a steak.
Oh, that was nice. Very
So
good.
I had potatoes, vegetable, and a lovely steak.
Lovely.
So I have to give them a shout out here because it was an excellent little tip tip of the hat for me there.
Oh, very
I'm
good.
going to give a little shout out to Noel and his catering company, Toast the Host.
Okay.
You are doing great work around the northwest here. He's got 3 jobs on today.
Very good.
Very good job here in Breedy. Couldn't have been better. So thanks to Noel and the chefs. I've been serious for a second. I've been great for 2 days.
Yeah,
you know,
they're very good.
Very, very good.
Noel's excellent.
Been very good. Well looked after as normal here at Breedy. So that was my lunch. I had a
Nice.
steak. It didn't go down too well with others, mind you.
Oh, really? I'm
missed
not a
out.
big,
You
not a
missed
big
out.
steak person, being honest.
No, that's perfect for me.
Reason being, if I'm getting a steak or something like that, it has to be. See, when it's well done, do it again. Burn it for an hour, 15 minutes. Incinerated steak is the only kind of steak I eat.
Dear, dear, dear.
I think they have it up in the wall of the restaurant, and I think they call it cremated
Yes,
steak.
I think so. That's terrible.
It is terrible, but it's
The
true.
only way you can eat it.
It's true. That's, I mean, I don't know. Pernickety, I suppose.
You're
is the
probably
word.
better to avoid it then.
Yeah,
You're probably
exactly.
stick with the chicken and
Yep.
chorizo pasta.
Take that red and pink stuff away.
Yeah.
Take those onions away. Take those peppers away. And garlic bread. You know what you can do with your garlic
And the
bread.
hedge. Not
Yep.
big hedge man as well. Dear, dear, dear.
It's now taking me 15 minutes to get off the
Oh dear. Well, it was a terrific lunch, as I
Yep.
say. We managed to get that in there because Youngie's bowled quite well here. Been on a length there. 3 dot balls so far in the over. Just a single off the second ball. That's it in the offside, but there's the difference. He's a little bit of protection now. Liam Doherty out on the boundary. So just one. PJ Moore on 80. Just a little delay here. Having a chat with Graham Hume.
I know what that conversation's about, just to look at that field.
Yeah.
Did you hear Ali get steak for his dinner?
I wish I'd never said that. Now.
That will be how you're identified from here
From
on.
now on, there's a fella getting
Yeah.
special meals.
Here's steak man.
Yeah. Get over from Craig Young. Just 3 singles from it. And it's 125 for 1. Here is that change. Gonna see Andy McBride into the attack. I've just slowed it up a little bit. The Warriors. You'd have to think that was probably going to happen anyway because there's been carnage there in the first 10. So just bringing himself back on now. Or they're back on for the first time. McBride to try and continue with that. See if he can eke out a couple of wickets here for his team. The same one captain has laid down the gauntlet, and PJ Moore. No better man to fight back than Andrew McBride.
Donnamana won senior title this year, but I was just wondering, he's probably won a whole lot less titles than you would think at club cricket, Andy McBride. Senior Cups, he's probably got a bucket load
Senior
of
Cups,
them.
he's got 1 or 2 of those, yeah.
Yeah. In fact, his younger brother, William, and the 2 McClintocks, Gary and William McClintock, had 5 Senior Cups winner medals by the time they were 20. Yeah.
That single down the ground from PJ Moore brings up another 50 partnership. That one's come off 44 deliveries now, not exactly slow. But compared to the opening 50, 3 4s and 3 6s in that 50 partnership. The contest we like.
This is Curtis Camper's turned into he's the Jeff Boycott of the outfit.
Well, no matter if he's still there, wickets in hand. These are the contests, but bring the comfort. Brings Mirror back on strike. Comfortable single down the ground. Very
good,
nice.
Good cricket all right.
Yep. Again, just the 3 singles from it, but that's
Yep.
perfectly acceptable for the Reds right now.
You can feel the difference when the sun goes down. Oh, it's definitely.
That's the cloud has just come in.
Yeah.
A little bit of breeze.
Not much from the fielders at the minute.
It's pretty quiet out there.
Yeah.
I have to say it is pretty quiet. Understandably so, I suppose, but the other flip coin of that is when you need them.
Yep.
Just to G up a little bit. Lone voice coming from Liam Doherty out there and cover boundary.
Well, 1 wicket would change that.
Most definitely. As I say, with a decent score on the board, they've got to keep in mind that Young in the ball to PJ Moore. Should just be one. Doherty, the man Doherty fields. That's the first ball we've seen beat the bat in quite some time. Camera plays down the wrong line for me there. Doesn't seem to do too much.
No.
Yeah, PJ Moore, it was only a couple of years ago. PJ Moore had the highest score. It's 152, I think, is the highest score.
Individual score, yeah.
In IP50 for the Reds. Title, so he's well capable. Big scores.
He's been at his cush so far today, anyway.
Well,
great to watch.
Most definitely. For those not of a Northwest persuasion, could you explain what that means?
Oh my God.
Another single.
At his ease.
At his ease, there you go. Thank you. We have just, as I say, reined it in. No real problem with that whatsoever. It's a different way of playing now. They were gung-ho to set that platform to try and chase this. They've done that as soon as the field is spread. Happy enough to work singles now. Nice shot for no run. Well fielded by McBride. Cursory look at the turf.
Yep. Which turf? You know we have a boulder called turf.
Oh, aye.
That's how he's known by and large. He's never called Ryan Macbeth. He's called turf.
Turf. Oh, they are now. Could be out.
Yep, and is.
And is out. Youngie has got the wicket. His arms raised in the middle of the wicket. He can't believe it.
He's loving that.
There he is. He's taking the catch out there as Cameron Millie. Just a little discussion as to whether he'd taken the catch and stayed in bounds. But Camphor has gone for that big shot on the leg side. Craig Young with the shorter ball. And Camphor pulled it out to that man Millie on the boundary, who took the catch, and as is the way these days, just throws the ball up in the air and then gets himself back in the boundary rope to effect the catch. You can see it again here now. He takes the catch, just knows he's going over. That foot there was the one. Does he get back in? Yeah, I think he does. Little punch of the air and big wicket for the Northwest Warriors there. And Camphor has gone.
Right on cue, we have a drinks break. And I just see we're about to be joined by another Northwest legend.
Yeah, another Northwest legend. I'm laughing at that suggestion, is it? Yeah. So, guys, taking a little drinks break here. That's Mark Andrianatis. He's going to come in here at 17. Number 17, rather, coming in at 4. He's come out to the wicket at the end of that. A little ball there from Craig Young. He was delighted with that. Picking up the wicket of Curtis Camphor. 131 for 2 after 16. PJ Moore remains not out. You can see on screen there. Just have a little chat with his new partner. And as we talk about that, I have a new partner who has just come into the comb box with me. Absolutely delighted to have with me today. That Northwest legend that Lawrence Moore was talking about. Can you guess? It's Davy Scanlon. Welcome, David.
Thank you, Ali.
Good to have you with us.
Big introduction there.
Oh yes, well, very much deserved. And what have you made of that first 16 overs?
The ball's going around the park there, but they've fought well in parts. Let them away a wee bit, but PJ Moore's batted it really, really well.
Yeah, he
in the
has.
first 16 here.
He's played lovely so far, but as you mentioned, come back a little bit since the power play ended, and they've picked up a couple of wickets now. And I see Andy McBride on now. He'll try and squeeze here from the far end. Try and build a little bit of pressure, as we've talked about quite a lot. They've got to win, really, with a bonus point today, the Reds. So, good comeback from the Warriors as well. In the batting, when they were 94 for 5, we were a little bit worried in the comb box here. It might be another one of those days, but yeah. I think they fought well. Macbeth and Hume batted really nicely.
Yeah, I think they did a really competitive total. I think the good thing is that watching the back end of the Northwest innings, it seemed to get a little bit easier to bat on. I think that's carried on into the second innings, which is usually the tail here when the sun's out. That the pitch becomes a lot flatter, and PJ's just taking on from where they left off. So they fought well, but any team with Scrah coming on should slow things down a bit, and then hopefully the Seamers at this end can take some wickets.
That's Andy McBride for the uninitiated.
Apologies.
Don't think we're talking about turf being Ram Macbeth, and don't think anybody in cricket doesn't know him as Scrah.
No.
But yeah, it's funny how nicknames just follow you around, don't they?
They definitely do.
They definitely do.
I can remember a song being sung about him in Hobart.
Yeah.
Quite a while back.
I can well imagine. Andrew Nadas on strike. He'll get off the mark. Down to Ken Hilton down there at long on. But just that little bit of control, as we talked about. We just sort of said before you came on, Davey, that we don't think it's going to be a spinner's wicket. You're going to spin a team out here. It's played quite well for the 2 days.
Yeah, so it's probably testament to Trevor and the grounds. We've had it the last number of years where it has been a pitch you could spin the ball on, but the last, like especially this summer, it's been more the pacers getting a bit of more pace through it, which has been nice to see as a pace bowler myself. But spinners are really, they have to really struggle hard to make sure their line of length's right, because obviously the pitch isn't conducive to any spin. So it's tough on them because it means that they have to bowl really well.
Yeah.
But I think Andy will definitely do that and try and get the run rate down on that side, and then let the seamers run and try and take wickets.
Yeah, and just while you mention them, we probably should mention them over these last 2 days. It's obviously the last at the provincial game here at Brady this year, and Trevor's taken over. Trevor Hamilton, the groundskeeper here, taking over this particular year, and it's not an easy job for any groundskeeper, but up here in Brady it's not easy. And him and his team been fantastic, and the ground for middle start of September is looking absolutely fantastic today.
Yeah, it's definitely testament. If you'd looked at it about a week ago when it was lying underwater,
Sure.
after numerous days of rain, so it's quite surprising that the pitch is as good as it was, and the runs that we're getting in there. It's solely down to the ground staff's getting there, so that's really good to see.
And it's played really well. It's been the odd ball, which obviously you're going to get. It certainly hasn't played like a pitch which is sitting in the start of September. It's played like, sort of June, July, and been very true.
Yeah.
And the 290 on the board already would suggest, and 130 after 17 would suggest that it's pretty decent for batting on.
Yeah, they've done a good bit of work this year again on the outfield as well, which has usually been a problem of ours, holding games, especially in the rain. So it's held up really well.
Most definitely, yeah.
And he loves his stripes, as you can see, looking out here.
He does love his stripes. Yeah. Groundskeepers love their stripes. They love to show off a wee bit. Why not? You're going to put the effort in it. May as well look good. And as I say, Trevor Hamilton's team done a really good job at Brady. Beats the bat, and I think that's the first time that PJ Moore's had the ball past him on the full deliveries. Missed the odd one where he's trying to cut, but full deliveries, certainly in the first 10 overs, were disappearing our way pretty exclusively.
I think Youngie's got his tail up here after getting that wicket in the last over.
He was quite happy with that one. So there might be a chat after the game. His international teammate. Nicely fielded. That's got to help as well now in the field. If they can prevent those ones, stop the fielding game as well. So a couple of balls left in this 18th over. Top ball. Just that little squeeze we were talking about. Just on at the minute. Any runs coming, the boundaries have certainly dried up. And the run rate required now, not getting out of hand in terms of the game. 5, but in terms of that bonus point we keep talking about for the Reds. Only 23 overs really left in that situation. Goes on the pull again. This time Millie will field. That ends the over. 135 for 2. So as we say, delighted to have Davy Scanlon with us now. And Davy, I've had some great news there during the week in terms of the upcoming series. England and Ireland women playing at Stormont to start with. Going to move in and do a little bit of work with the Ireland women's team.
Yeah, it's a massive opportunity and something I'm really looking forward to, which would be really good. I've been to Clontarf when the Australians were over and had one game there, and learned so much from it. And it's testament to Ed and the coaching staff and the staff at Cricket Ireland that they're giving opportunities like this to coaches within their pathways, which is really good, and helping us develop as coaches ourselves in that performance level. So really looking forward to it, and can't wait to get going.
Yeah, that starts on just a few days away on Saturday. First one to internationals. Really good point you make. People just focus on the development of players and bringing players through, but it also, there's admin staff and there's coaches that need developed as well, and bringing them into an international standard just develops your whole all-rounder experiences that you gain.
Yeah, as you say, if you look at all the other countries and teams in a professional setup that Ireland have at the minute, there's not much space for head coaches and coaches to learn, especially at that international level. So getting opportunities, I guess, is really good, and it's from a whole backroom side of things. And like in the summer, getting away with tours, and we had a member of staff here going away as a manager of the under 15s, which is really good for her and her opportunities coming forward too. So it's really, forward thinking from Cricket Ireland to let us do that, and the Northwest to let us away to do them kind of things, which is really good.
It's involved a lot in Northwest cricket still as well, but just that, we're looking at 3 one-day internationals in that series to start with. We're starting on Saturday. We're at Stormont, and 2 more games at Stormont, and then they move to T20 down in that venue you just mentioned, Clontarf. Maybe 2 T20 games down there, but just great to see England coming over. Just gets a little bit of a buzz going, and Ireland against England doesn't matter what it is, just gets a little bit of the blood going.
Yeah,
and,
definitely.
It should be a really good series.
Just watching, like you're talking that England's one of the best in the male and the female game. Just to get them over to these islands and compete against them in a multi-format will be really good for the ladies. So going forwards, and we shouldn't be fearful of them, let's say, especially after the series one against the Sri Lankans, who we all know are the Asian champions. So it's been really, really good to then shift into our England series.
Yeah, I was obviously at those games against Sri Lanka, and you mentioned it. For me, being around the ground, just watching what was going on, just did seem to be a little bit of a sea change in terms of the team itself. Just such belief that it's given them. They've obviously played international cricket for quite a while, but just that belief of winning a series at home against a really top 5 team in the world, and winning that series 2-1, it just seemed to give them that, we can do this thing.
I think it's been missing a little bit in the women's setup is just that that marquee series one, and obviously getting Sri Lanka at home and beating them at home has been really a massive lift. You can tell around the grounds in the Northwest even that I've been around and being away with the underage groups. That's all they seem to talk about, which is really, really good, and they're all really looking forward to this England series, which will be quite exciting.
Well, just another step up again, and as I say, the media and focus on that. 2 T20s are going to be screened on national TV in Ireland and the Republic of Ireland, so it'll be a really good opportunity for the people that don't watch cricket to watch cricket and try and get involved in the game. But just that step up to play against England and be on a par with them and try and perform on those outfits should be really good.
Yeah, like start off England's a big one, but then being live and terrestrial TV, which is a really massive thing, I think, especially the way the women's game's been growing over the past number of years. This is really something that you push it on, as it gives access to people who can't make the ground or people who have a little bit of an interest in it, just to watch the games, which would be amazing, and from their own homes, and then hopefully then we could maybe see an increase in numbers and stuff coming in to next year.
Well, definitely think so. I think the feedback after Sri Lanka was one thing, but then if you can go and show the game and how it's developed over the years, I mean, to think about that, women's cricket would be on national TV at any stage. A few years back even, you'd be thinking, well, never going to happen, but hopefully we can get that done this next couple of weeks and the girls can really perform well against England. Saying about being on TV, I would still encourage people to come to the grounds. It's £10 tickets for the one-day internationals, which really for these days £10. Yeah. There's a kids zone, so bring your kids and you can park them at the kids zone.
Like the things they're putting on for like obviously the national program, the Smash It program stuff, and having your kids being involved in that at the game.
Yep.
Obviously mingling and watching the game, being in the same ground as an England international team and an Ireland international team should really get the juices going. And I know being at the grounds in Stormont against Sri Lanka, there was a good number of supporters there, and we're hoping maybe that we can add to that in this series and keep that buzz going for the girls.
Yeah, absolutely. It just means something even to the players as well. Just playing in front of so many people, it'll just add to the whole spectacle. Be really nice, as I say. 3 games coming up. Check out Cricket Ireland website. All the venues, ticket information, and you can actually buy the tickets there for both the one-day internationals series, 3 of them in Belfast, and the 2 T20s in Clontarf. So looking forward to that series. I'm sure you are, Davey, yourself. It'll be really good to get that going, but that's not all that's going on with yourself. Obviously during the season there, you've stepped up as James Cameron Dow was the main coach of the Dragons. You were assistant, and then James obviously had to go and do other things, and you've stepped into that role as well. And just tell us a wee bit about how you felt with the Super Series and coaching the Dragons.
Yeah, I suppose it relates to what we said before, and giving us a pathway as coaches to develop in. And obviously James is one that's gone from youth coaching into the Dragon setup, and now finds himself as the national spin bowling coach for the women, which is massive for him. But I've been involved coaching like the Dragons players in the Northwest the last maybe 18 months, which has been really good. And this year was the opportunity from Cricket Ireland and the Northwest was given to me to be his assistant at the start, and then obviously the good news for James came about, and I just seamlessly filtered in then to head coach for the last 3 or 4 games in the one day stuff. So really exciting actually, getting to know the girls and getting to know more about women's cricket at that level, which was an eye opener how good the actual talent is and good the actual cricket is, and just trying to be as good a coach as I can in them environments, and just add as much as I can, coming from experience and knowledge in the game.
Yep, and obviously it turned out to be a successful season as well, winning the 20 over cup.
Yeah, it was really good in the Malahide that day. It was 2 absolute very good games of cricket, and we came out the winners in the end up of the T20s, and a little bit disappointing at the end of the season not to take home the 50 over 2. A really close game again in North County against the Scorchers, and you know it just shows you how well the game's developed now. We had 300, I think it was 350 played 320 here at Brady, and then we had 2 games in North County that was just short of 300 in both innings. So you know the girls are definitely getting better, and the batting side of things and the bowling side of things, which is really really good to see. And the Super Series itself has become a really really good competition. Hopefully in the future we can add to it, whether that be more contracted cricketers, let's say, or possibly a 4th team. But it's something now that, if you look at the scope of senior cricketers in the women's setup, we have a lot more than what we did 3 or 4 years ago, and a lot more vying for places, let's say, or making a living out of cricket in a sense. Yeah. So it's really good going forward.
Yeah, definitely. I was at most of the Super Series games this year, and to say, just the competitive nature of it now. I really like to see the internationals going, the same as I do in the Interpros. I like to see, for example, McBride bowling to PJ Moore and Camphor. I like to see that, them going against each other. You see that now in the Super Series, where going up against each other, and there is that real competitive nature. It's not, oh well, that's my mate, I don't do that. No, there's a competitive nature in it. They want to get one up on each other.
Yeah, definitely. But in this year's, it's shown that as soon as they step over the line, it's literally they're playing for their teams, which is really really good. And it's probably hard on them in a way. Any cricketer that goes up against their training partners, let's say. But it's always fascinating to see someone like an OP and Orla running in and bowling at Gabby first up, and literally trying to get them out as much as we can, or Gabby obviously trying to score runs, which is immense to see. And you know, like the Lana up here in the Northwest, and people standing watching her running and trying to take wickets, which is really 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 good. And I say it's got to that point where it is really competitive, which is brilliant. And we get to see the best of the players in every game, and then your aspiring younger players coming through, which has been really really good to see. And you know, one of the big takeaways I think from it was, especially in the Sri Lankan series, is how well the team was able to get over adversity, obviously with Laura, and the second game Gabby coming out of the game, and we had Forbesy and Christina opening the batting in the game, and look, not out of place at all. And I think that's testament to the actual competition itself. The Super Series competition itself is let them learn and develop against the better players in Ireland, and some professionals as well, coming across to the island, and then putting that environment to play against Sri Lanka and open the batting, which was really good to see.
Yeah, Marcelo Pete back on. A bit of a chasing in his first spell, let's say. Let's see if he can come back here. 42 from his first 3 overs. I think that's a really good point you make there about the Sri Lanka series. There's a wee bit of adversity there, losing players, but also during games they were under the pump a little bit and being able to adapt. They've won a game chasing, they've won a game setting a target and defending, and Andy McBride down here asking about that LVW in the last over. Never but a competitor, Andy McBride, just wanting to know if that was out. But yeah, really good point you make. You know, they've won a game chasing, they've won a game setting. It's different environments, moving into an international standard. Those are the things you gotta think about your cricket in game, as well as the coaches are telling you out there. You've got to think about your cricket in game, and I see that developing quite a lot.
You're not going to win. You're not going to learn anything being in easy games and not being put into them pressurised situations. And I think definitely this year we've seen that within the Super Series games in the T20 format. How adaptable the girls can be, how free scoring they are now, and it resonates then down through all the youth age groups that they want to try and cop it and try and play these extravagant shots, etc. Which is really, really good and really will help us going forward, feeding into the national team.
Back here from Marcelo Pete. See, disappeared. PJ Moore took a real liking to him in his first 3 overs.
I think anyone bowling at this end, at the club end, got a pace.
Yeah, I think we were sort of saying it's one of those times where you sort of look around and everybody's looking at their boots and don't bring me on skip.
Yeah, it's one of them ones where it's a good day to pull a hammy, as they would say.
Definitely.
As a seam bowler, but
definitely.
I don't think the likes of Andy would take that on board. They like to be in the fight.
No, definitely not. And so that's what we've been talking about in these last couple of performances from the Warriors. You know, just that lack of, the old fight that there was. You always came back, you pull the green shirt on, you never really give up. And just that last week, it seemed that didn't really have a plan. We'll just get back onto that in a second. But you know, their role then, in terms of your domestic role up in the northwest here, obviously very involved in Lawrence. And we've mentioned about the Dragons, for example, have brought through, I counted 10 to 12 players from the north in the NCU and the northwest that were actually involved in the squads, and a couple of years ago that would have been unthinkable.
Yeah.
You know, we were only looking at 1 or 2, but just to see the girls coming through, and even if they're not playing in the team, to actually be involved with the Dragons and playing with Orla and Amy Hunter and all the other internationals, Arlene, etc., just being involved in the environment must really help each union.
Yeah, it definitely helped in the northwest. And chatting to James, it would have helped in the NCU as well. It's like we had spoke about some of the younger girls. This is an under-19 World Cup year. So we did speak to Glenn Quirrell before it and had a look around at some of the players and given them opportunities, the likes of Emily Calvert and Millie Spence, within the games, just to learn and play with the calibre of players that we had in the Super Series, which is immense, you know. And as you say, up to around 10 players playing in it from both unions, which is, as you say, it's Dublin heavy, mainly because that's where all the better players are. But we're starting to come around now and seeing a lot more involvement in some of our girls from up here, which is really testament to us, to the NCU and the girls themselves.
Yeah, absolutely, and just seem to have that little bit of fever for it now. I'm talking to a lot of parents going round grounds, and they're just saying, "Oh, we've got to get her to this ground, and we're bringing her to this ground." And as I say, we talked about in the previous inning, just grabbing the bug for cricket. Sometimes when you get that bug, it's hard to get rid of it, and they can't wait to play. And I see a lot of it in club cricket. Sometimes with the men now, they kind of losing that little love for cricket, and you have to drag people out to play. But when you see it in people that they want to go and train and they want to come and practice and then play games, it's really, really encouraging.
It's definitely seen in the women's side. I think with the girls involved in our pathways, like you don't have enough time in the world
Exactly.
to let them train as much
That's
as they
it.
want, and you have to
tell
sort of
them
hold
to
them.
stop.
You have to hold them back a wee bit in case they be too tired and stuff. But
Yeah.
you know, like looking around there, the youth stuff, we've had 4 Northwest 14-year-olds away on the 15s tour this year, who are eligible again next year, and two in the 17s. Plus we had 3 on the 19s tour that we're just back from. So that's been a massive plus, I think, with just the way the game's growing, and obviously the publicity around the senior scuff and then filtering through has really given that appetite for the girls to come and perform and look at a pathway of actually cricket could be the best pathway for me. I know the big thing up here is multi-sport, and we fight against, like in the boys section, it's your rugbies, your footballs, your Gaelic that we'll be fighting against, whereas in the women's space it's mainly hockey.
Yeah.
And it's not a fight so much; it's more to do with they've grown up playing a lot of hockey, and they see hockey as a real pathway to play sports. But I think they're realising now that, do you know what, with cricket is providing a lot of opportunities, which is immense, and some of the younger girls playing it, they can see that as well.
Yeah, very much so, and it's very encouraging to see all of that coming along. Young players coming into the game and seeing that pathway. Just going to break off from that chat just for a second, because while we've been chatting there, David, PJ Moore's moved on to 96, and he's just 4 short now. So Marcelo Pete bowled much better in this spell. Alright, PJ Moore is not as attacking in his intent. You have to accept that, but Pete has definitely pulled a straighter line and pulled that length back. Not too short, not too full at the minute.
He may, looking at PD, he might go to a slower ball quite soon, I think.
Yeah. Good call. You might do this as a game, because there it was. There's a decent call there, because there was that slower ball. Nicely worked out for a single though.
I think PJ's in that long now, you can see them coming quite quickly, which is good. He's batted really well today.
He definitely has. I mean, he's been shorter runs, as we say, outside of that 70 in the test match. He's been shorter runs, but certainly doesn't look like it today. I think it was just a real clear mindset today. Shorter ball, pulled around the corner, but sometimes if you don't have anything else to think about, you just knew today. Basically, you could see 40 overs we need to chase this 290. That's a decent return, 7.5 an over in a longer format game, and just that clarity to go out and say, I'm going to go for it here.
Just going with a clear mind and knowing that there's only 2 out in the first 10, he really capitalised on that. The lads kind of, I don't think they bowled badly at him. He just attacked everything that came his way, especially from this end.
Yeah.
And you could see from ball 1 his intent was to go hard at anything coming from the club end here. He's done it really well, to be fair to him. He's two off his 100 now, which would be a fitting tribute to him getting to the 100 after the innings he's played. But I reckon in Northwest we probably need to get him out quite quickly.
I think you probably do. I mean, yeah, if you want to be key. That platform they're sitting 150 up now for the Reds. Left alone outside off stump. That'll end the over. 24 overs gone. 151 for 2. Just reiterated again that there are 26 overs left here to get these further 132 runs. But you're going to look at the bonus point situation. So really 16 overs to get those 132. It's not going to be easy for the Reds, but they've got to keep that in mind if they want to take over at the top of the table, and that would enforce then that the Knights would have to beat the Leinster Lightning next week, and it would also take the Lightning out of the competition completely if they get that bonus point. So it's the end of season kind of thing where, you know, if we were back in May here, we wouldn't be thinking about bonus points and run rates and things like that, but now we're in the business of the trophy. suddenly it becomes absolutely vital.
All them small things come into it, don't they?
Yeah. Well, as I say, we talked about that Reds win over the Knights a couple of weeks back when they were cruising home. Could have got that bonus point and then lost 3 wickets for no runs, and that could come back here.
Yeah.
Works that round. It's going to run down away to the boundary. 2 men coming, but neither can catch up with it. It beats the 2 of them. Let's say it was perfectly placed by Andrianatis.
It's one of them ones you're chasing.
Why did I bother?
Yeah.
Yep.
If it wasn't a big, tall fast bowler, he might have put the dive in there, maybe.
Put the dive in, yeah. Days are gone, I think.
Yeah.
Be doing that. Risk of injury. A little bit wider. From Friday gives him a bit of a shake of the head. I've ever seen Andy McBride as him. There it is, right there.
Yeah, that's the competitive streak in him there.
Just has a little bit of a shake of the head there. Yeah, absolutely love that. Absolutely love that. I love 2 guys going at it. Good head to head. Tries the sweep shot again. I think he got outside off. Have a look at it again here. Do you think he'd maybe just got outside the off stump when it impacts? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
May have been going on the hit, but alright. Yeah, good contest this. Loving this. McBride right in the game here. You'll have seen that over many a year.
Many a year playing against Andy and his dad as well. So
absolutely.
And his uncle.
And the whole family. Yeah.
It's a real competitive spirit. Anybody from Donovan really has that.
Anybody from the northwest, David.
Oh, true.
Let's just talk about the whole union.
I don't think I was ever like that.
Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah. I'll speak to a few later on. I'll get a few others in here and we'll ask them that question. I don't think so. There's the far side of the ground there. The wind farms are right there. So just come back to the cricket here. PJ Moore on 99 off just 81 deliveries. It'll only be that he gets there. It'll only be the second 100 scored this season in the IP50 Trophy Cup. Ben Callets with the other for the Northern Knights. Here we go. PJ Moore, 99.
100.
Just drops it down the ground for a magnificent 100 from the Munster Reds captain. First person to applaud is the captain of the Warriors, Andy McBride. Knows a good innings when he sees it, and that has been exactly that. From ball 1, just the 82 deliveries, 9 fours, 6 big sixes from PJ Moore. He's got a big smile on his face, and no wonder.
It was a really good knock, and fitting to see Andy congratulating him there, as well as a few other Warriors players.
Yeah, he's the first one. I just watched him, and he was the first one. As soon as it was knocked down the ground, I saw Andy McBride just giving him a round of applause. And as I say, shows the respect of him. He knows it's been a good knock. It may cost him his team the game, but he knows a good player when he sees one. And really good knock from PJ Moore. But he'll see his job half done here.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how his game plan suits now that he's got the three figures to push on to get the bonus point for his team.
That's it. Good piece of fielding there from Graham Hume. Yeah, so just one other thing I wanted to have a quick chat with you while we've got you here. Obviously very involved in Northwest cricket and Brady in particular, and just how does that, contract for Alana Dalzell, that she's stepped up. You've known her for a long time, you've worked with her for a long time, and just being able to move into sort of full-time contract with Ireland, and how's that affected her and then the Northwest Union as a whole?
Yeah, she's worked really hard to get to where she is. To be fair to her, the long lonely road down to Dublin 3 times a week just to train and play the games and stuff, and everything happening in Dublin now. I think there's been a really good support structure put around her. Not just Alana, but everyone else up in here, and then see that they've allowed the likes of the training now to happen within her own union, and I think that's really bode well for her in the end up, because it's taken the travel out of it. It's taken that's huge.
That's huge. Big 6. That's going to bounce on the top road. Yeah, that might be your answer. He's going to try and get this home in the 40 overs. He's not going to take the foot off the gas here.
Yeah.
A little bit short there, and bowling that the guy on 100.
Yeah, it was just caught in between, wasn't it? It wasn't a bouncer. It wasn't a good length.
It's been deposited again. What's the comeback now? Down the track, beautiful shot. He just checked that. It looked as if he was going to try and come straight down the ground, but it was a little bit wider. So he just checked that out.
A lovely
basically
shot.
Just cleaned it through, mid off.
To pierce the field was a lovely shot there.
Just see how he changes a little bit here. He looked down the ground and then opened up his stance and just hit it through mid off. Beautiful shot. 6 and a 4 to finish the over. I think there's your answer, Davey.
Yeah, you might go at it here.
So from his 100, he saw his wagon wheel after 50. Look at that. Very, very little behind the wicket. Everything coming down the ground. 10 4s and 6 6s for PJ Moore. Really been a pleasure to watch so far. Yeah, just going back to what you were saying there, I think it's a really, really good point that people don't realise how much effort the players, not just the girls, but also they have to put in and travel and, you know, and things you don't see.
Yes, it's definitely getting a lot better with the structures in place now that let's say just for our union that Northwest players can train within their own union and have the facilities and the coaches behind it and the support staff with the physios with everything else involved in it has been really, really developing over the last couple of years. And as I said, it's really helped Alana's case, where she's been able to train and come down, and obviously you want to be training with her team, and she does get that opportunity because there's training sessions on that she needs to come to in Dublin and stuff, but really that opportunity to train with her own union and really has helped the union itself to grow, and then provide the opportunities with them structures in place at the senior level. It's been able to then give the younger ones that opportunity to train along with her, which is
he's just keep going here. He's playing it all around the ground now. He just said on his wagon wheel, almost nothing behind square. And he says, well, I'll tell you what I'll do then. I'll just play a reverse sweep here.
It's gone all the way too.
It has. It's carried all the way to the pavilion. It's not the worst ball that Andy McBride will bowl.
No.
Just carries.
A lovely shot.
Beautiful shot again from Moore. He moves to 116.
Sure.
And sweeps on the leg side. It's going to carry again. 6 more. And he is just going along his merry way here. Finished the last over 6-4. He finishes this over 6-6. I'll come back to it in a minute, but that has taken this 3rd wicket now up to 50 partnership now. There you see it. 66 balls. Andrea Nadas just scored 13 from 28. So I think we can see who's been the main aggressor in that partnership. It's been excellent. Once more from PJ Moore, just leading from the front here.
I think we just have to take pity on the bowlers a wee, because they don't look to be doing anything wrong. He's just turning good balls into wicket, or sorry, 6s and 4s, which is what you can do when you're 100 not out.
Yeah, it's a field placing now. It doesn't get to a stage where it doesn't matter where you put them. He'll find the gap. So they've had to turn back to the metronome. Graham Hume hope that he can stem this flow. Try and pick up a wicket or two. Yeah, and then obviously we've talked about Alana getting her contract for the looking at how that impacts on the Northwest girls, and you can see that there's a pathway. Just what about Orla Prendergast's news about getting that contract with the Big Bash with Adelaide? It's just lifts the whole country nearly and says this is what you can do if you put your mind to it.
Definitely, like she's another cricketer that deserves everything that comes her way, which is immense because of the work she puts in. We were in Loughborough last week and she came down to watch the game in between her own games with obviously she's out there playing with Blaze at the minute, and she came to watch the 19s and mixed in with the parents and the players at the end of the game, which is really nice to see, and that is really what Orla is about. When she's on the field, she's a hard cricketer, she's a really good cricketer, and then when she's off it, she takes the time to really invest in the whole thing Ireland. So getting to go with the strikers is a massive opportunity for her individually, and something that she really does deserve. But I think the impact, hopefully, that it will have on the women's game within Ireland will be huge, and show people that the opportunities to play in England and the various competitions there. Now we've someone playing in Australia in their biggest competition, and that's just the start of it. We should have players playing in other competitions. There is a lot of other girls within our pathways and within our national teams that can add to these competitions as well. So a massive opportunity for Orla, but ultimately, hopefully, that she goes away and shows what Ireland cricket's all about, and I'm 100% sure she will do that.
Oh, I've no doubt about that. Absolutely no doubt about that. And also, you've just mentioned it there, about the under-19s, sort of last week. Just watched some of that on the stream and watched some of the competition and just the level that they're playing at now and the camaraderie between it, and just how they're performing now. They've got a World Cup coming up. But I just looked at it and saw, best thing for me you were talking about was some of the names that are in that under-19. About how you can just, who's coming in next? Oh, she's coming in next. Yeah. And she's coming in fourth. Yeah. And the names just sort of tripped off the tongue that this is the level we're at.
Yeah, I think it's testament to the girls themselves. Looking, we had 14 girls over there, and speaking to Glenn and James at the end of it, we still don't know who bats where.
Yeah.
In a sense, I think that's a good thing to have, because we've so many good cricketers within the bunch. Like we were in Scotland last year with the 17s, and that was a large clunk of the girls at the 19s in Loughborough, but the development they've had in 12 months has been immense. Scoring 360, doing things that they see on TV, and taking it into their game and having the confidence to do it, just shows the level of cricketers we have coming through in the pathway, which is immense. And I think in 2 to 3 years' time, hopefully things are in place that they can jump from a Super Series team into a development Ireland team or an A team of some sort, that we can keep them girls at 19, 20, 21 who are very talented within the pathway, even if they don't make national squads.
Yeah, I think that would be an option to look at, an academy team maybe in something like the Super Series. It could be an option, but just to see that what opportunities they've got this year. Obviously that tournament last week, playing a good level over there in Loughborough, and good for them to be putting on a tournament like that as well. And then
what an absolute spectacle it was, to be fair.
It was good to see.
It was like the mini Olympics, they called it. I think there was 11 sports with 1,500 sports people there, sports boys and girls there at it, and we got a real taste of the rest of the sports because we were able to go and watch some of them. But I think as in the cricket, the facilities were out of this world compared to some of the ones that the girls have seen, and been involved within them. The pitches, the grounds, everything was really, really good about the competition, and hopefully that this can be a long running thing, that we are constantly put a team in from Ireland over there, because it's really something that the girls, I think, learned from being in that environment.
And just being away with the girls as well in a few days and sort of get to know your team. I know they probably know each other pretty well anyway, but a few new girls that maybe they're going to have a long period together here with World Cup and other things, and they're probably going to have a big career as PJ Moore welcomes Scott Macbeth to the crease and just continues on his merry way, hitting sixes off the bowlers. Scott Macbeth unfortunately for him, is no different.
No.
Second ball goes for 6.
I think that may have went out of the ground this time, or not. The fence has stopped it.
Fence has done the business. Just talking yesterday, I like the little gate here at the corner. I like it.
There's always a gate in the cow
Little
corner
gate,
in the northwest.
Little gate. You can just nip out. A nice addition there.
Yeah.
Saw the boys nipping out yesterday. Trying to change the field here. Yeah, but just as I'm saying there about the girls are obviously going to be involved, not just in the next year or two. Hope is that these girls are going to play together for the next 5-10 years. So getting to know your teammates.
Yeah. At that trip, I think we had 4 girls that still have another World Cup. So obviously,
that's crazy.
That's crazy. It's crazy that they're still there. But then we look at the people like a young Alice Tector, absolute talent that's coming through at 16.
Well, that could be out. This could be a big moment right here. I think if we look back there, I think PJ Moore may have lost his footing a little bit. I think you're going to see every single member, I think, of the Warriors give him a little shout on the way off there. That's been one of those innings you're just delighted to be here as he's going through it. Just going to see on the replay here, as I say, just maybe lost his foot in there, and that's really nice to see there, to be honest with you. You know, you hear about the car horns there. Here's the replay now. Just see if he can reach out there, and there you go. You just see that the foot slipped a little bit. He's top edged that to Graham Hume, who takes a safe catch, but just little moments like that. Northwest are pretty tough on their cricket, and they like to see their own teams winning, but just a few little horns there all going off to know that that'll be probably something that PJ Moore will recognise there, that it's a tough old school up there, and if you get a car horn beep from the boys up on the bench, you've done pretty well.
You've done quite well. You've entertained them, as they would say.
Yeah, you've given them a good show, and that's exactly what he's done there, and it's a really good knock from PJ Moore. Whether it turns out to be certainly a bonus point or a match-winning innings, it's great to watch. So that's brought Ollie Metcalf out to the wicket. And big shoes to fill there from young Metcalf. And you're up and down season from Metcalf. He's taking the gloves for the Reds. And 2 good innings in this IP50. He got a 50 in the tournament, and also a 49 against the Lightning. He's going to get off the mark straight away. Just dragged down a little bit from Scott Macbeth. So what's next for you then, Davey, after you get out of this England series? Are you not thinking that too far ahead?
It's just at the minute we're trying to sort out schedules for winter training for the Northwest pathways and stuff. So I'll lead up on that and hopefully keep developing the young cricketers coming through. Apart from that, I'm not sure what is around the corner this winter. I know there's a lot of tours and overlapping tours, senior squads and 19s. That 19s group that was in Loughborough go to South Africa now at the end of October, which is another massive opportunity. I think the seniors may have Scotland and Spain, not quite sure, but they then have 2 tours of Bangladesh and India, so they're going to be really big ones and then obviously the 19s in Malaysia in the World Cup. So a really busy winter coming up for the girls in the ladies pathway. I'm not sure how much or if any I'll be involved in it, but any opportunity at all will be taken with open arms and really looking positive and forward to it. It should be really good. Absolutely.
It's great to see so many, as we talked about at the very outset, so many opportunities now, not just for yourself but also other coaches there moving forward. We just take it back to the Warriors here, just looking at the Warriors. Obviously we've chatted with Lawrence and obviously been involved in Northwest cricket for many years and seen the ups and downs of Northwest cricket. I was down at last week, was sort of a wee bit of a Rubicon that was crossed last week. It was so poor last week from the Warriors. It sort of was hard to watch. Even when I was commentating on the game, it was hard to watch it. The performance was poor, but obviously today they've fought back a little bit today. Where do you see the Warriors or Northwest cricket? Do you see it going forward, and is there positivity there?
It's a funny one. Like within the club stuff, you know, we haven't done really well in All Irelands and stuff like that as a union of cells and the teams and stuff. But when you look at some of the teams we played at, Railway. No, it wasn't Railway. We played Phoenix here in the first round of the All Ireland, and it was
it's here. Yeah,
it was.
Zach Lawler went ballistic.
Lawler just went madness. But it was like most of the club setups up here are all, players from the area, from the clubs that have gone through it and stuff, and to play against teams like that are very, very good. It's hard for us to compete in that sense. I do respect the fact that we have players coming into the Warriors to make it competitive and stuff like that, but it sort of takes away. I am a Northwest lad. I've played Northwest cricket all my life. It takes away a bit of the bite, I think. Especially when I played, it was a more rounded Northwest field, let's say, and it was as you say, as Andy would. If you watch him playing cricket, that's the way we play our cricket up here. And chatting to Simon Johnson and stuff throughout when I played, he hated that in us.
Totally.
Because we may not have been the best team on paper, but you can be sure that you're in a game with us at all times.
There's a perfect example of it
right
there.
Yeah.
Right there, head and hands there as McBrain tries to run out on Janatis. And I didn't play a lot against Northwest teams, but you knew when you came here that it was going to be tough cricket. There's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. You knew off the field you'd get a massive welcome, but on the field you'd get it tough. Yeah. And I think it's just been the competitive side of things, and in that context has been lost a wee bit along the way. Now I know we're trying to get the best players against the best players, and it's just that other side of the game where it's you're sitting beside your mate or your club mate or someone that you've played cricket with all your life at the youth age, and you're prepared. I'm not saying they're not, but you're prepared to do anything that needs to be done to win a game. I just think we've lost that a little bit in it. And I think if we can get back to some, I'm not sure how. It's not for me to decide. Yeah, that's the conundrum, isn't it?
Yeah,
because we talked about it yesterday. You do want to have best, because if it's not competitive, cricket, as in one team's so much better than the other, people won't want to be involved in it because it's just not on contest. That's going to get down leg. Just drifted down there. See if he got a little bit on it. He did. So,
but I know for definite in the winter, like working with Boyd and stuff like that, the work is put in behind the scenes. So, like last week was not very good. I think Boyd and the players would hold their hands up to it.
Yeah, I think they did.
It's definitely not a lack of effort or a lack of work. Behind the scenes, getting to that point. I just don't know what or don't know how you'd sort it out, but I definitely feel that we've lost just that wee bit of bite. Especially like the Northwest are always the underdogs. We've always been always the underdogs and the backs to the wall type players, and I just feel that's been diluted a wee bit too much in a way, and how we get that back in is going to be quite hard to do. But I do know that we're looking at something, but how that comes about I'm not quite sure.
I mean, some of the players are there. That guy with the ball at the minute obviously showed a little bit earlier on exactly what he's all about.
I think that's the big thing, is giving the players like Scotty McBeth here and young Gavin who's playing today again, that there are these 16, 17, 18 now year olds that are good enough to play in the standard and try and bleed it through there, and obviously giving them more opportunities will hopefully reinvigorate the youth within the Northwest, to support the Northwest and take the team on themselves. But that was quite a wide one, but Scotty there got the treatment.
Yeah, not got the field for that delivery really. He's got nobody at protecting that cover boundary really. He's got a backward point on the boundary, not in front of the wicket. That's almost got through. 200 up with that boundary from Andrianatis. He's on 20. Again, if we look at that little equation, seems fairly comfortable in terms of the match itself. Still 20 overs. That could be out. And has he held on? Yes, he has. Andy McBrain, we've just been talking about him. Worked into the leg side by Metcalf. A good diving catch from McBrain. There's that spirit you're talking about, Davey. It'll never leave him. Don't think.
That's one thing about Andy, and some of the players will definitely not give up. They'll not see this as a defeat just yet. But they do still need to start taking, or still need to take wickets.
Yeah, you know what, maybe just the fourth wicket, but just gives them a little inkling there. Calf goes for 6. Just picks up a wicket. See it again here now. Just flicking that into the leg side. But slightly aerial. And there you go, McBride just going forward. Little juggle into that left hand. And I think he made sure he kept it nice and high to show the umpire that he'd taken the catch.
It's stuck in there, stuck in there.
Yeah, he got that. That's brought out 64 on his back. Welcome back to Gareth Delaney. Doesn't get any easier for the Warriors. But chipping away there. So as I was just saying there, 20 overs to get these 89 runs. But if they want to pick up that bonus point, got to get it before the 40th over. A little bit of a sticker twist here for the Reds here, really.
Yeah.
That could create an opportunity then for the Warriors if they really go for this. Could create an opportunity. Delaney to faces. First ball. Tucks it into the leg side for no run. But no better man to ask here about this ground. Better place to watch cricket, I think, when the sun's out. Just up on those benches up there. Well, Gareth Delaney has just been told. Out you go, Gareth, and let's win this game and win it. It's gone for 6. A little bit agricultural, let's say, but very effective.
A lovely northwest shot.
Yeah,
it's definitely when the sun's out. This is a nice place. There's the best place, Alice. I must take you up. You can sit up on top of the indoor hall. That's the place.
That's the VIP place, is it?
That's the place you want to be.
All right, okay.
Sheltered from the wind.
Even better.
The sun gets you. It's lovely.
How have I not known about that all these years? That's not good. We didn't know that now. So I'm getting special meals today. I'm getting steak at lunch, and I'm getting up to the VIP.
Telling you, I'll get you up.
Brilliant. Loving it. Closes out the over there for Delaney. Second ball. He puts it out of the ground. 209 for 4 now. So Graham Hume to continue. Going up for that, and he's been given. Leonidas is not happy. The finger remains up, and he's still there. I'd like to say that will be one that he'll look back on. He's walked there. So Leonidas goes. Very similar to one that we had the first innings.
I think he's around the corner.
Stephen Doheny
I don't have him keys with me.
nicked one through to the keeper. We're going to get a look at it here now. Hume was confident. So was Doheny behind the stumps. And I don't think Adrian was too confident.
He wasn't happy with that.
He wasn't happy with that at all. That could be a conversation after the game, possibly. But the crux of it is, it's a 5th wicket, and all of a sudden here, with those couple falling, the last couple of overs, a little bit of an opening, as we mentioned, for the Warriors.
Yeah.
Like a down guard. Let's come out to the middle. As we continually say, he's a big unit. Looks like a bit of a pencil in his hand there at the minute.
Yeah.
It's all fella from the hills.
The first time I've seen the big man here, and it's you're looking at him and you're thinking, obviously, very tall, quick bowler, and he runs in both spin. Is that right?
He bowls left arm spin, yep. Not very quick spin either.
No.
He gets a bit of bounce, as you would expect. We didn't see him too much. He bowled yesterday. A couple of overs. So, comes Hume, the first ball at down guard, down the track straight away.
Yeah, it's a really interesting part of the game now where they need to go, because if they want to win it, they have to. So
well, that's it. So we've sort of said that the whole way along. You know, what's the point in just getting 4 here? It's not going to win you the trophy.
Yep.
So they've known that from ball 1 today, but yeah, an interesting different aspect of the game. As we say at these end of season games, it's just a different aspect to it. just opened up this. I was going to say that 2 batters on naught, but of course Gareth Delaney hit his 6th ball, his 2nd ball out of the ground for 6, so he's not quite on naught, but you get my point.
Yeah, I think we know what Gareth's intentions are.
Yes, I think so.
Let's get the first one off the middle of the bat, and then the second one goes.
Yeah. Craig Young going through a few stretches here. So possibly he'll return. In the air, but not timed at all. Liam Doherty out in the field there.
Really has that feel of the last 10 overs of a T20 game, doesn't it?
Very much does now, even though it's not. There's plenty of overs left, but you kind of get that feeling. Yeah, and the change in field here would signal that as well, as they swap out the mid on to mid off, and back going, one going back, one going forward, bringing up the fielders behind the wicket. So we have those matchups again. Shim against Delaney. Craig Young's warming up. Nice ball from Hume.
Not an easy bowler to try and get away. It's great.
Definitely not. Definitely not. I've watched him quite a bit this year for his club side, Ringstown, and I keep saying the same thing, that don't treat him as like a spinner, as in the way he's bowling, but if you let him bowl on his length like a spinner, he will just continue to bowl on that, and you've got to change him up pretty early. He batted really well today. I thought he batted excellently today. He's been doing well with the bat recently, but just stayed in with Scott initially and then took the initiative. Batted really well.
It's definitely something as in his game. You just can't call him an opening bowler.
No.
He's definitely got a really ability with the bat. And as you said, he sorted for Warrington last week. Was it a 70 to win the league?
He won the league for them on Saturday, against Woodvale, and the week before he got 100, and they were looking at an iffy total. He got 100 that day, but I think that's the type of guy you're missing here, really. And we talked about him earlier. Shane Getgate's done that job for the Warriors for a good few years now. You know, obviously when he wasn't bowling, but before that he was bowling and batting. Really could have earned his place in the side with either of those.
Yeah.
And you've got somebody that can do both. Just balances, like a Ben Stokes in the middle of England's team. It just balances up the whole team if you can do both.
Like Shane played that Irish Cup game up here again with Phoenix, right?
Yeah.
And got 100, I think.
Yeah, and was slow.
Yeah.
Yeah, he looked like he couldn't hit it, and he was getting 100. Yeah.
Just switched the gear and went at it.
Scott McBeth's actually going to continue. Down the track. I've been actually banned from saying he hits a big ball.
Okay.
It's a 50p fine if I say it now.
Oh.
Yeah. Not allowed to say that. I've put my 50p in the tent already. I'm busting to say it now again. I'm really busting to say it now.
Yeah, when it's in your mind, it always comes out.
Yeah. Don't bowl short. Don't bowl short. No. First ball short. Yeah.
It's a lovely shot.
Just over the top of Macbeth. Will just be one. Killed Littleton down there. Bring Gareth Delaney back on strike. Obviously been a good season for the men as well. Talking about the women's series against Sri Lanka, getting that win. With the big series coming up against England, but also the men, of course, had their test match this year. Got the win at Stormont, so it's good to see that both international teams getting home series and winning.
I think it showed definitely that test match that in the face of adversity, with the wickets tumbling and all around them, even and they won in the game instead. It's a chance.
That could be out. Big moment in the game here. Delaney has turned halfway there. It was on its halfway to Liam Doherty. Kind of knew that he hadn't got enough on it. This is exactly what we were talking about, Davey, that this is a walk in the park if it's an ordinary game.
Yeah.
But with that little extra component thrown in, that 40 overs has got to be the target.
Yeah.
It's just added a little bit. Scott Macbeth, whispered quietly, has got 3 for 20 off 2.5 overs. So he's going for runs, but he's picking up wickets, and that's exactly what his skipper would have asked for.
Exactly, and Brady, if you're a spinner, you want him to hit square of the wicket, more so straight. I think he's got his line right there, which is nice to see. His length, sorry.
Yeah, couldn't quite get under it there.
Yeah.
Delaney, a little bit shorter, so the power wasn't there as he went through the shot. Josh Manley out there, and I don't know, suddenly the Northwest Warriors add up a victory here now.
Yeah, they could do, and I think it's a very good thing that the game's been played this way, is that Munster aren't resting on the laurels and just taking the 4-point win. They're actually going for it, which should make it really interesting here.
Yeah, it'd be very easy for them just to knock this around now and maybe pick up a win by 2 or 3 overs and take their 4 points in the win, but fair play to them. Giving this a shot.
I think Brazo as a player was quite competitive, so that will filter out on this teams that he's coaching, so it's good to see that they're actually good at it here.
It's replicated by the Warriors, who have stuck in a slip there now. Graham Hume's in, so another successful over for Scott Macbeth. He's had a pretty good day. 3 wickets to follow up his 75. And it's 211 for 6. 17 overs to go. Keep throwing in the reminder though. It's really 7 if you're looking for that bonus point. There's going to be the change now. Craig Young to return. Replace Graham Hume. The Brains Trust having a quick chat there in front of us. Dan Gordon too. Manley just at the crease. So here we go. Well, it's going to be 3 runs here. It's going to be, yeah, he's got a little under edge on that off the glove, look of it maybe. He's beaten Doheny. Get a look at it here. Full swing of the bat. Down the leg side. And, well, I don't think he's got anything on that. I think it's
Anything, it's his
clipped
shirt.
the shirt maybe. Yeah, I think that's clipped the shirt. So he'll take it though. Take the 3 runs.
Yeah.
That's pitching outside leg for me. Took all the pace off that one. Leg by.
Definitely well disguised by Youngie there. Well, that slower ball. I
Yeah,
think it was picked up too early.
he didn't pick it up at all. I don't think he was 2 men's worth to play a shot at all now. Bring Josh Manley on to strike. Still blue skies here at Brady today. Hasn't relented all day. It's been lovely out there for early September. Josh Manley continues the action here. He's come down the track straight away. Youngie has a quick chat with him.
The seam bowlers arguments here. It's
Yeah.
quite fun. This should be a good contest.
Should be.
2 fiery characters.
Yeah, should be a good contest indeed. Playing the Northern Cricket Union against each other as well, don't forget. Young plays for North Down, only at Lisburn. Yep.
Little stare there.
Yep. One for the over at Given. I've ever seen Josh Manley with a straight face. He's constantly got a smile on his face. Even when he's getting put under the tap. Constantly laughing and enjoying his cricket. There's a big heave and he's going to get it past Graham Hume at net on. Gets a boundary. So as we say, just a little bit of a contest within it. The contest here, these two. Gets the long handle out. Wicks at the mid on. He might be a little bit disappointed there. Graham Hume. Tucks under that one. Hawthorne has a little chat there. Giving back his glasses. 224.6. 16 overs to go. Target 293. And are they? I'll take a little drinks break. I'm not sure here. They're thinking about it. Yeah, they are. There they are. They're finally, the old drinks carriers are on their way. So just before you go, Davey, just like to thank you so much for coming on today. Wish you all the very best with the England series. Hope it really goes well for you individually and obviously as a team. And we hope that the women's team can come out on top against England in both series. We hope you do well, and just the job you're doing up here in the Northwest and across Ireland cricket. Just like to thank you for that, and thank you for coming on today.
Thanks very much, Ali. Thank you. I hope to see many of our followers at Stormont throughout the games and even Clontarf to get on TV.
Absolutely.
We'll give
everybody a wave. It'd be really nice to see everybody at those two games. So thanks again, Davey.
Thanks, Ali.
That's Davey Scanlon, who is going to do a little bit of work with the Ireland women's team at the England series. So I'm going to take a little break myself, and we'll be back with you in a couple of minutes.
Look at me on MUTV now. Give you a shout out, youngie. Give you a shout out.
We're back here for the final stages of this IP50 game. a little bit of a different game here now. You might look down at that score, 220 for 6, chasing 293. 16 overs to go and say, well, Munster Reds have this in the bag. We've got that little extra component today of that bonus point. The Reds need to take the lead in the tournament, so let's just have to factor that in. Lawrence Moore joining me again here. Obviously he'll be looking for a Warriors win, and that could be added to now, and it is. Cameron Millie comes in on the boundary, takes a catch, and Nikolai Damgaard has picked him out there. He goes for 6, and the 7th wicket falls. Are the Warriors making the comeback, Lawrence?
It looks that way, Ali. It's slowed up a bit. They were still going at it, still going after it within the 40 overs, to their credit. But I think it's coming apart a wee bit now. Over 12 and over required, and like it's tumbling.
Yeah, we sort of mentioned when Davey was on there that the scenario that we're in here could give the Warriors that opportunity, because Reds have got to go for this, and as you say, to their credit, they haven't taken a backward step here. They are trying to get that extra point, but that has given the opportunity to pick up wickets.
Yeah,
they've done so. That was a good catch by Millie. Actually, it dropped on him a little bit. A good catch in the deep.
it was. I just think that the momentum kind of went out of it. I actually think the momentum went out of it a wee bit just before PJ Moore was out. You know, it slowed up a wee bit. I know coming to the landmark for himself. And,
yeah.
You know, it did. It slowed up. From him getting 85 to 100 was, you know, the pace definitely came off at that stage. I'm certainly not going to try and blame a man who scored 100.
Definitely not. The way he played, he was
brilliant.
He was different class.
Absolutely brilliant.
He was.
But I think that just it took a wee bit of the heat out of the pace of the reply. Now, once he got his 100, he upped the ante again. But
up goes Scott Macbeth. And what about that?
Yeah.
Scott Macbeth will be loving his day.
He's
75.
Yeah.
Again, he's got a 5-fer.
Yep.
It's a decent day here.
Yeah.
For the brigade man.
Someday for him.
Yep.
And just, you know, it shows you the difference in fortunes. He came on for 1 over yesterday and got a bit of tap. But he showed today the kind of cricketer that he actually is, the standard cricketer he is. Being helped again, we have to say, Ali, by the fact that the Reds have just decided they're going after this, come what may.
Yep. Take a look at the LBW shout here now. Yeah, Stephen Totney's pretty confident about that one. He's just walked out from behind the stumps. And another wicket falls, and yeah, as I say, there will be conversations out there after the game about whether the Reds have thrown this game away. But from my point of view, as you've just mentioned, you would say, well, fair play to you. You've tried to win the tournament, not just the game. You've tried to win the tournament.
There was no point, you know, they could have settled for second place and taken the win.
Yep.
But they've done what they had to do, and I think that they were right to do so, and it's been very entertaining to watch because of that.
Yeah, it's gone from 2-3 for 3. Should be 2. Oh, it's going to be tight. It's going to be tight.
Very close.
I think that was pretty close there, I have to say.
I'd like to see that again. Oh, yeah.
It was tight. Josh Manley was okay, but I don't think Ben White was coming back with too much on board there. See Cameron Millie comes round here. Quick pick up and throw. Here it is now.
Oh, he's on.
Just got home.
Yep.
Good decision
Good.
from the umpire.
Yeah, very well done from Mark Hawthorne.
Really good decision there. Was tight though. And to get the big yards out did Ben White, but another double wicket over. Scott Macbeth has figures of 5 for 22. So we'll turn around here. 2-2-2 for 8. As I say, 2-3 for 3. And tails a tail. That's a different type of scorecard there, you can see. couple of double figures at the top from Mudgill, and Andrianatis 21 and 28. Big score, obviously, 130 from Moore. But plenty of single-digit scores after that then.
Yeah.
And it's here. It's in the air again.
Safe.
It's going to be safe though. Falls in front of Cameron Melly. I think the phrase here could be trying to win this game. Reds are going to lose it possibly.
Yeah. Looks that way. I think there's a wee personal battle going on too between
There
Youngie
definitely
and
is.
Manley.
There definitely is. It's been a good contest.
Yeah.
It's within it here. Skews offset. Inside edge there. We take one.
Set your field for a short one, I like.
Yeah. Let's have a look at him here. Is he going to double bluff it? Will he double bluff it? Is his captain say, Yorkham?
Possibly, all right. Don't
Yeah.
be so predictable. Shut up, Andy. I'm going to split him.
I think that was the reply.
Yeah. Look, it's great to see this. You know, Josh Manley's a very good cricketer too.
He'll be right in for it as well.
Yeah, of course he is.
He'll be
He would
right
do
in
the
it.
same thing. It was,
There you go.
Roles were
there
reversed.
you go. He's
uh,
suggesting that
Practicing.
may have been above his head. You can have another go at this one.
out.
Out. Gone.
The wee back slap now.
Yeah,
Go on,
there you
Youngie.
go. Little tap with it. Little tap with it.
Yeah,
The knee
boys,
there.
boys being boys.
Yeah, good stuff there. Good contest between the two of them. Craig Youngie's come out on top. Josh Manley tries to go over mid-wicket. Can't get enough on it. Cian Hilton takes the catch. And yeah, it's gone from 203 for 3 to 224 for 9.
Yeah.
You can see it. The old double bluff it was in the end. A bit of a slower ball as well, and threw the shot a little bit. So, last man comes to the wicket. He's going to get a telling off as well. He's not wearing his number. Different shirts. That'll be a telling off. I'm going to get the match referee onto that. That's a fine. It's Matthew Weldon though, who's underneath that. Number 6.
Yeah, of course.
Here comes Young. Let's hit him in the back leg. Given not out
Not out.
by Mark Hawthorne. Let's have a look at it, see what we think. Here comes Young, first ball.
That's fair enough. I think it's fair
You
enough.
think that's fair enough?
Yeah, I think that's fair enough.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. Dropping down leg.
There's enough doubt there.
There's a little bit of dissent in the background here.
That's it because they're cold.
So yeah, as I was saying, Lawrence, there will be a lot of talk after this game about,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
from 203 for 3.
Yeah.
You've chucked us away, but it did give the feel of a 10 over game here, despite the fact that it was a 20 over game at the time. It was
Yeah.
really 10 overs to
That's
try and
right.
get the.
That's
So
right.
they
Yeah.
will get probably some tap, let's say, about, you know, you've thrown that game away, but you know, sometimes you got to try and win something. Yeah. Scott Macbeth. And Ben White goes downtown. Can he be 6?
Tigray runner.
Settles under it. And Liam Doherty takes the catch.
All over. 6.
That ends the game. Scott Macbeth ends with 6 wickets. And This is handed in an express way.
Yeah.
As I said, 2-3 for 3 just around 45 minutes ago. I'd have thought this definitely was going the Reds' way, certainly in terms of the game, but the situation was that they had to win the game in 40 overs, and therefore they kept going, and it's the Warriors who have got a much needed win. We've talked about it quite a lot, Lawrence, after their last week or so.
Yep.
It's been a difficult old time for the Warriors, and they've batted well today, to be fair, even before that second innings, and they've managed to come back well. 6 wickets for Scott McBeth. I don't think there'll be too much conjecture about player of the match today.
I
Lawrence,
wouldn't have thought so. I
I
wouldn't
think
have
we
thought
too
so.
much worry about that 75 and 6 wickets. And surely they're going to, yep, there you go. Skipper sends him off first.
Yeah.
There's his figures, 4.1 overs, no maidens, 6 for 22. He takes his cap
effort.
off there. There he is. Scott McBeth. Take it by, young man. 75 and 6 for today. Be well pleased with that.
You get very few better days than that, I would think, in his IP career.
Yeah, not many. And it's only a young career already. Plenty ahead of him, but as you say, as you said, maybe a long day before he betters that performance. And his team have won.
That's the key
and
factor.
His team have won.
Yeah, that's
so
the key factor.
they'll be absolutely delighted, the Warriors, to get that win. It's their second win, IP50. And it ends the season on a really good note for them.
It does. And batted very well. And then Scott, came back and did.
So there is the card, going back to the Warriors. Innings at the initial point at 10:45 this morning. Stephen Doherty looked good for his 26, but again out in the 20s. And looked a little bit worrying when Ralston, Doherty, Hilton, and then McBride went at 94 for 5. But then Scott McBeth came in, and with Graham Hume played beautifully for 75 from McBeth, and Hume not out on 79. Good cameos from Cameron Melly and Marcelo Pete, and if that not out from Hume as well got them up to 292 for 8 from their 50 overs, and that was what we thought was a decent total for the Warriors at the halfway stage of partnerships. Yeah, well, a couple of decent ones up top of 22 and 49, but it's that big 6th wicket record partnership for the Warriors in this 50 over format. 121 between McBeth and Hume, and as I say, a couple of little cameos at the end got them up to 292.
The bowling for the Reds, then I thought Mike Broth bowled very, very well for 3 for 44. Young Weldon 2 for 35. He was ordinary enough up top, but then he came back very, very strongly late on. Curtis Camphor 2 for 55 from his 10 overs as well. A solid showing with the ball, but I think particularly that partnership, as you say, Ali, dominated that total of 292. Outside of that, the bowler's done quite well. And then the Reds innings, obviously, I mean, same as the first innings, or even more so, the emphasis on one name. There's that magnificent innings, I have to say. PJ Moore, 130 from 90 balls. Bit of support, obviously, up top from Modgill as well, and then Andre Addis with 21, the rest of the card. To their credit, no fault apportioned, no blame apportioned there. They wanted to try and get the game won in the 40 overs, and fair play to them for doing that. But 6 wickets from Scott McBeth, I have to say, obviously changed direction in it.
Yeah, that partnership graphic there tells the tale. All about Moore at the top with his partners of Modgill, Camphor and Andre Nadas. 3 great partnerships of over 50. But after that, obviously, as you've mentioned, Lawrence, they were trying to win the game, and in effect of trying to win the game, they've ended up losing it with no partnerships at all at the end, and they've been bowled out for their total there, and it's well short of the Warriors. There's the bowling lineup, and for a play to the Warriors, they stuck at it at the outset of the innings. The ball was disappearing everywhere. Ram McBeth, doesn't happen very often, and Marcelo Pete were going around the park when PJ Moore was in form, but Graham Hume stuck at it, 2 for 39, and then the change then at the end, Scott McBeth coming on, And he's taken 6 for 22 from just 4 overs. And that's completely changed the game here and meant that the Warriors have eventually won the game quite comfortably. So, your match summary then. Today the Warriors batting first. They decided to bat first today. They've been pretty happy with that. 292 initially. Hume 79 top scoring, but Scott McBeth also with 75. Mike Frost 3 for 44. In reply, just one of the innings you had to be here to see it from PJ Moore. 130 today off 90, but he will be disappointed at the end because in trying to win the game, as I say, they've ended up losing it. Scott McBeth was 6 for 22 as the Reds are bowled out for 224, and the Northwest Warriors have won today's game. No surprise there that your HPV Live player of the match is Scott McBeth from Brigade. Not a difficult choice today. So that brings the end of our coverage today of the interprovincial match here at Brady, and indeed our coverage from Brady this year. Thanks to everybody at Brady for their usual beautiful hospitality here, as you can see across the ground there. They've been fantastic here at Brady. Lovely to have the 2 games in today. The last round of fixtures in the Interprovincial Series moves on next week to Oak Hill, when the Northern Knights will take on the Leinster Lightning to decide the second of the tournaments, the IP50. It's still up for grabs, and the Knights will probably be winning that now, with the Lightning already with the IP20 in their bag. But tune in next week for those 2 games. I'd like to thank everybody here at Brady, Lawrence Moore, Davy Scallon, who came on today, thanks to Davy, and everyone at HBV for everything over these 2 days, and we'll hopefully see you next week. Don't forget the Ireland-England Women's Series, which starts this coming Saturday at Belfast. You can get your tickets on cricketireland.ie, or you can watch the game on Cricket Ireland's YouTube channel. So join us for that Ireland-England Series, but also the IP Series next week. From everyone here at Brady, it's a very good evening.